So for the flow,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NECC. It's Valorant time. It's a Monday. I hope you're ready for an exciting matchup. We're down here with the Navigators division. It is going to be a fun time with a team that you certainly know well and a newcomer to the stream. It's going to be the SUNY Potsdam Gummy Bears going up against Waynesburg Orange. My name is Los, joined by Vincent, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun. I'm very excited to get involved with this matchup. As listen, if you look at these two teams, it's a fight just to stay alive. Both these teams struggling this season, if we're being really honest. 1-5 coming into this. It's time to get the dub. It just is, Los. And one of these teams walking away with the dub tonight.
Long overdue. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm feeling because we got a chance to get the Gummy Bears previously, and I personally, they stuck with me because they were sticky like the Gummy Bears. But I want them to come out on top. I want them to have a victory. I also want Waynesburg because both these teams, as you got to get the dub. So this is the prime time. This is their moment to really step up because they haven't had some great opportunities. I'm not sure if this is a newer program that's coming into the NECC or if they're just trying to gain some experience to get their foot in the door with competitive esports. But I'm here for it. I'm here for a real decider. There is going to be an ending, Vincent, and one of these players, one of these teams, are not going to be completely defeated.
Indeed. Let's talk about these two teams, though, as we get down to the map and talk about the pick and the ban. Everything coming with this as well. It's going to be your old box standard to start with. Of course, we gotta go with Ascent, don't we? Let's be real. Always gotta see it. Lotus second map though. That's gonna be spicy. An Icebox, to my chagrin, will be our decider
Mm.
should we need it.
Yeah, you do just love that icebox, Vincent, and we'll get there potentially. I imagine that this isn't going to be a quick affair. I imagine that after all this time, these two squads they are going to have some extended battles, some extended back and forth. And considering how evenly matched they are, it certainly has the chance to go the distance. But I'm always excited that Lotus is in the conversation with so many of these different collegiate matches. Teams are jumping headfirst into the new map, and I personally love it.
Yeah, I think the fun thing about Load is that, you know, as things have sort of been evaluated, have been adjusted on the meta and everything else, Lotus has just kind of been the one left, will, right?
Oh.
Everybody kind of agrees Fracture's really hard to play. And honestly, it kind of surprises me, but Pearl is kind of in the same boat right now. And therefore, Lotus and Split have gotten a lot more love recently. And I'm enjoying it. It's fantastic to see. And I think it's much needed for the collegiate scene in all honesty. As well, we can get into the lineups, talk a little bit about these teams and who will be taking the pitch first. As we'll start on the side of SUNY. Know you're a big fan. We've talked that a little bit. It's Mochi Bento, Valkyrie, Queen of Ashes, Lily, and Shadow Notes. It's a solid roster that I think has the potential to take the victory today. It's just about whether they're going to show up in the server or it's going to be Waynesburg.
I'm taking a look at those psychology majors. Perhaps that's going to allow them to outbrain Gainsbourg.
Mm.
Maybe that'll be the case. Or Waynesburg. Sorry, excuse me. Maybe they'll be able to outbrain Waynesburg Orange. Let's take a look at that roster and see who is jumping into the server. We've got Fell, Blazer, Axolotl, J Molly, and Cragnock. That's a fun name to say. And this is a pretty mixed bag of players in terms of at least seniority. Two freshmen, two seniors, and a junior. So I wonder if that dichotomy of experience and age within college might be able to create a diversity in the thought process when it comes to gaming, Vincent. I always think about that. When you think of the best players in gaming, it's got to be the Zoomers. But if you have someone who's a little bit more tempered, a little bit more experienced, they might be able to have a much more level head than maybe a energetic upstart younger player would.
I'm glad you mentioned energy because I'm seeing Axolotl athletic training. Got to be a situation where Axolotl leading the rest of the team in some like calisthenics ahead of matches. That would be disappointing if not true. Lois, I hope that is the case as we look towards map number one, as we mentioned, coming in here. And, it's going to be fun.
That's what it's going to be at the end of the day here at the NECC. Because you and me, we're never going to lose. We're always going to have fun unless we end up on this map right here.
Well, you'll have fun. I'll just have a little less fun. It's fine. I do not know why we're actually on Icebox here to start, considering it's our decider, but whatever. It's fine. It is going to be some interesting decisions being made, as I did notice that the fade has sort of been fading out of play here on Ascent specifically. So it's interesting to see that continue to come through. On the Waynesburg side, a little bit more standard, though I'm always a big fan of seeing a breach.
Yeah, let's go is what I'd have to say anytime they lock it in. Mochi Bento certainly living up to that situation. If Fell makes a commitment here on the Neon, this is certainly a unorthodox duality. Both of these teams aren't exactly bringing in the most meta situations, save for the Fade and potentially the Neon. Gummy Bears have a bit more of a standard look with the Omen, Killjoy, as well as the KO, but Waynesburg, they're just sending it completely, and it is going to be the Neon, so I just gotta say, hell yeah, Vincent, let's get this going.
Yeah, I would agree. Waynesburg's certainly sending it with the Neon composition, though. I do think Neon's solid enough. Like, it definitely looks good consistently on other maps. Now, whether or not it's going to be as effective here, I want to go back to an age-old, at this point, adage that you and I, specifically me, just like to go back to, particularly for games in the Navigators division, is that if you're good at something, take advantage of it. Don't feel like you have to do what all the pros are doing, because at the end of the day, it's like me in my ranked game. You know, I ain't no pro. I'm just a lowly gold gamer. It doesn't matter. You know, if I can make it work, then it works. It's kind of the way I look at it. So whilst we're certainly given some feedback here with regard to, hey, this isn't quite the meta, isn't quite what you would tend to expect, that's okay. It's no problem.
Well, you know, they also have the other age-old term, and that age being right now, it's don't be a peon, just run the neon.
Oh, is that what they're saying these days?
Yeah. Written in history, March 27th, 2023, 6:06 p.m. Los.
Got it. Cool. I gotta add that to my Los quotes. I have a collection of them. They're sort of on my wall up and to the left right now.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised with how much, like, stats that you have collected that you would have stats on me.
That might be a little creepy too, but, you know, we'll just take it. It's meant to be a compliment.
That's what's going to happen with Waynesburg and A-Site. They'll just take it for free. A bit of utility being expended out from Kevin. An attempt to stop. I don't even know how Cracknock got it through there without anyone noticing. Royal Gamer with the trade, but the spike's down. It's 4v4.
Indeed, and, you know, some solid post-plant positions in this round, though. I mean, literally kind of caught out in the middle of nowhere for the time being, but this is a slow approach right now. I mean, Waynesburg, they gotta step up the pace here a bit.
Breaks it open, looks to the right. Could not
One
find the
enemy
kill.
remaining.
It's up to Royal Gamer. Secured a 3K. Ends up picking up a nice twofer, but unfortunately, they were much too outnumbered. Royal Gamer with a nice 4. That's what you love.
Indeed. Early start there, and SUNY making some good moves. You know, we didn't get to see the classic descent round, unfortunately. Maybe they finally started moving away from it. I feel like the first, like, 4 or 5 weeks of this collegiate season, Los, we saw it every single series, and now it's just every once in a while. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say maybe people started expecting it.
I think it might have been because we talked about it so much.
We let everybody push.
Oh no, they know the weapons are not in their favor. J Molly wants to send it anyway. And don't you love it? Axolotl, even through the fire and flames, secures one, and it'll be a similar situation. Another 4K for Potsdam, another victory for them as well.
And that's a victory that you would expect. No, it's about getting those and sticking 5 players alive, making sure that you aren't losing too many individuals, and so that you can have a good chance at victory here in the bonus. Speaking of, I mean, a couple Bulldogs, you know that those are absolutely very viable in these second rounds. And based on the way we saw Royal Gamers start out this series, this A-hit seems all that much more effective.
Nice haunt and good patience from Potsdam. Not taking that bait, or at least getting ahead of themselves in terms of a early look to A main. Majority of the forces there bolstered toward B. They can block off vision from tree and have a quick go at it. That'll be the case. Ragnock simply has to stay behind. Axolotl off the back of a paranoia is only able to secure one. Will be the site secured, rather the good use of the lockdown. Spike planted.
I love how early that lockdown comes through. A lot of teams sitting on that for a while, and it feels like you could get more value if you go for it early. That's exactly what the Gummy Bears are tending to do here.
Lily continuing to be an impact player. They'll finally fall. Fell here with the neon pick. Nice usage of the relay bolts. But at the end of the day, it certainly was a nice finisher from Blazer. Fantastic use of the utility in terms of the retake from Waynesburg.
Yeah, I mean, really did just kind of take those fights. It was good for Axolotl to get the 1-for-1 trade. I think that makes it easier than at times can make it easier, I should say, than playing the 5v5 retake, which has often happened on A side ascent, because it just kind of thins the numbers. It makes it harder to set up those crossfires that can be so deadly. And the Gummy Bears, well, crossfire's not so set up on the site. It was just 2 towards hell, and they were taken out 1 by 1. So a bit of a lack of trading. Waynesburg taking that and making it work for them. There'll be a lot of early information gathered, actually, for the Gummy Bears. They know what's going on at B. Waynesburg similarly informed, and that's a fantastic win. Queen of Ashes in mid.
Potsdam continues the pressure. Need to find more fights down mid, and that's where the central location for Waynesburg's defenses are. Back on mid. They've readjusted. It's just Axolotl completely blinded when no one checks them. Axolotl with the freebie onto Mochi Bento and an escape off the Shrouded Step.
Making it look quite simple. Just 2 players surviving the Gummy Bears. Oh, but it's going to equalize things. Fortunate as well for J Molly. Comes through the smoke. Just a bad timing. Both players looking at them and making it difficult to actually find that frag. Now it's all up to just Axolotl. Did well last round onto site to get the 1-for-1. Literally 2 swarm grenades and the alarm bot all set up. But both players on the site. Not sure if it's going to come down to that.
Cover going
Seems
out.
that really as much. Oh my god. A fun one. A fun take, I would have to say, Vincent. You know, a little bit of trickery from an Omen, a fellow Omen player, Axolotl. Don't really want to drop that in a ranked situation or a official situation. It's more of a ranked maneuver.
Yeah, a little bit. But sometimes I go for those, right? Like, the reality is not all the attempts are going to work out. You know, we just see the Reddit clip. I don't post the one where I whiffed all the shots or just died immediately. So sometimes that's the way it goes. It's going to be a very aggressive maneuver here towards A, but look at the read. The Gummy Bears, they're walking into an open B site. This is tragic for Waynesburg, as they've just decided the wrong area to get aggressive in for this anti-eco.
All the chips on red turns up black. They've got pistols in hand, though, so this couldn't be too bad, since there will be a separation of powers. Specifically, Queen of Ashes will be on B main. There might be an opportunity for them to have a run into sight. Queen of Ashes might not even make a peek until the time arises. They get checked. Could be a rifle in the hands of Waynesburg. As it seems, doesn't look like it'll be the case, as Royal Gamer jumped up the stairs to stop that from happening.
At least something from Bell is got somewhat unaware. One additional player for the Gummy Bears. Lily couldn't quite find it. Had some help, though. So all is good, and it ends well for the Gummy Bears. A very clean anti-eco round with, I mean, what, just 1 player going down ultimately? That's precisely what you're looking for. And you can see it in the money starting to build. Just about 5K on 2 players and nearly 6 on a third. A little bit less so in the last 2 members' hands. All of that is good news, as a 4-1 scoreline on a map that is currently pretty defensive-sided is exactly what you would be looking for. But a gun round now for Waynesburg. This is their time to give it their all, and they have the ultimates to do it in their back pocket. Null Command specifically is one that I'm looking at to be the high-impact one in this round.
Double stack on Catwalk. Interesting. Expecting a potential push from Cat Proper out on mid. Laser taking the initial angle, and I suppose we've got Axolotl simply for support, emotional or physical otherwise.
Very split Gummy Bear attack right now. Gathering the orb there at B. But so the spike is here. The rest of the team back towards A, and Laser is there. Cut off rotations.
Spike down B.
Securing 1, Royal Gamer will stem the bleeding, retake that spike, and make a maneuver back over to A, which happens to be completely free. Not sure if that information has been communicated to the rest of the squad, but they have to make a move quickly. while they still have an open sight. Taking
want to
their due
fight it?
diligence. It'll also be the Cosmic Divide. Mochi Bento almost losing their life before it falls. That would have been a critical mistake. The site will be theirs.
And with about 10 seconds remaining, they will be able to put that in the ground. This Cosmic Divide won't last forever. And so with an advantage coming into the retake, Waynesburg, chance to pick up a second round here and now. But a good spread. Potential crossfire setup. Royal Gamer looking the wrong way.
Now Q's to break the door. Here comes the fast lane as well. Overdrive from Fell. Relay bolts
One enemy
jump
remaining.
down into hell.
There.
And this is everything they need. It's all up to Mochi Bento. But they can't provide any value in this one.
My ult is ready.
Big use from the overdrive, an ultimate that we certainly have doubted the capabilities, but it certainly has stepped up in this retake.
Indeed, and that overdrive, man, sometimes I feel like it's a little hit or miss, Los, but in this context, it just absolutely came alive and just found 3 kills quickly and easily. It didn't seem like it mattered where the players were, and as well, I thought that fast lane was well placed, really splitting up potential players on the site, making it quite easy to walk in and apply the pressure with the fingers one way or the other.
Concealment! Concealment!
That's a good start, unfortunately. Actually, no. Very fortunately, everything has worked out in the favor of the Gummy Bears. They walk on through. However,
Okay, then.
just as I say that, J Molly, the Molly takes a double.
That was incredible. And with that, the null command being put forth, Waynesburg might be able to double down. That last round retake looked good. This one looking maybe just as we get down the push 2 players up Speedway.
Last player standing.
Paranoia makes such quick work and easy decisive plays for the rest of Waynesburg to clear out the site. And a beautiful little slide by Fell to secure the final kill. Good retake, nice use of utility, and didn't cost them too much for that instead.
And that's a fantastic resurgence, right? From Waynesburg, a team down 4-1. Now it's 3-4, and they've done enough in those last 2 rounds to really start to pressure the Gummy Bears pretty consistently. You can see the buy this time out. It ain't great. A couple of stingers to go with the 3 rifles that are available, and so, well, whilst Gummy Bears aren't quite broke yet, they're on the cusp here in the next round or 2. Depending on how things go. Of course, they can turn it around right here and now. The Blade Storm, a possibility, and another lockdown already available. We talked about that early on. I think that got used in round 3. So, great work to have that once again as we head into the 8th.
Axolotl considering a swing. An early kill onto
Strike down
Lily,
mid.
and they had a better angle. Queen of Ashes wasn't able to secure a trade, and it'll continue to be so until Royal Gamer finally has their say in this fight. Fell into consideration, perhaps someone from Tiles will be a threat, but that won't be the case. Blazer now relies as the only defender of A. He'll secured by Mochi Bento, but they still need to recover this fight.
That's sort of the tough task, though will not be all of that difficult. It fell, putting it themselves into position.
Planted.
And a great way to follow that up is getting not only that first kill, but then recognizing, hey, they gotta go for this plant at this point, Los. It's time to run. It'll be a tied scoreline 4-4. This Neon really starting to look very good, leading the charge for Waynesburg Orange. And we talked about it in the early stages, didn't we? About how Neon may be a bit unconventional, but is certainly one that can have effectiveness no matter what the map is. It's not really like a Raze, for example, where, yeah, Raze can work anywhere, but a Raze is so much more effective on maps where there's those smaller corridors. Well, Neon, it's just about movement, and that's only capped by your skill.
Also a big confidence play. Beautiful opening from Blazer. That was a bit of a jump scare, not gonna lie, Vincent, when we looked right into Lily's eyes. Axolotl, a classic play here. with the spawn, the enemy spawn from the shadows.
It was
does
ambitious.
not work out for them.
You know, I got the respect for it. Like I said, you gotta give it the best you got and give it a try better than giving it up.
Use the Rolling Thunder as well as the lockdown. Site is definitely under the command of the Gummy Bears. This will result in the plant. But still, all hope is not lost. Rifles in the hands of all remaining Waynesburg players.
Suppressing. Two suppressed.
Retake. I mean, 3 players, but 2 of those trying to hold on to the site suppressed, and then the lockdown coming in. This is actually very doable, but actually this lockdown doesn't catch everything. Oh, not gonna matter. But the poor positioning of that really sort of sealed the deal from the start, I think.
Yeah, and a lack of checking angles, clearing corners. Royal Gamer simply had a freebie in that situation. Although most of the kills did result in Mochi Bento landing the final blow, it was the spray down with the Spectre that stopped them from entering the site itself, combined with the push from Mochi Bento onto Staircase.
I have an important question, Lewis.
Yes.
The coach for Waynesburg, her name is Chicken Panda. I want to know how that, like, how does that work? Is it like, because you couldn't have a panda with like chicken's legs. That definitely can't happen. So is it just like the head of a chicken on the body of a panda?
You know, what came first, Vincent, the chicken or the panda?
It's an age-old question. We've all been asking ourselves. But anyway, beyond my just immediate ADHD brain running to what would it look like, I think the
What would it
question of
sound like is the better question, right?
That's also a good question. You're right. The other question, though, on my mind is, well, Waynesburg with a good resurgence thus far. How do they come back into this after losing that one off of, realistically, just some mistakes? Those can be addressed. Those can be fixed, or they can be fixed immediately. So I think maybe that timeout is just about seeing that mistake and addressing it, noting it, saying, yeah, this was a problem. Let's not do that again.
Well, let's talk about Royal Gamer right now. 15 frags. Certainly a good showing at this point. Looking to make their way toward that 20 bomb, if it's possible here in the first half, which, based on the performance, certainly seems like a possibility.
Yeah, that's
Cover
sort of hard carry territory in my mind. 20 bomb in one half, you're winning the half for your team, or at least you should be on paper.
You are divided.
Solid use of the flashpoint. Axolotl hoping for a cheeky one-way, but doesn't seem to actually have that impact. Just missing the heads of the Gummy Bears. Commitments of that Cosmic Divide, and this will be a easy execute for Potsdam.
Yeah, they should be able to get away with this. Honestly, you could argue for a save from here. But the Blades going to be committed at this late point in the round. Interesting, to say the least, but should make it easier to win this.
Beautiful use of the combination utility. Relay bolts to keep them there. And Fragment to break them down. Blazer here with the operator in the 1v3 already hit with a fault line. There is absolutely no chance that they could take this site, so they'll make the proper decision and run away for a save.
Yeah, and you know, the Blade Storm ends up being effective. I don't know if I would still say, oh,
What?
No. What was happening? Did they realize? Did they hear? They must have heard Blazer running there. They had to have. That's tough, though. Obviously, taking the fight would have been preferable to losing all of those guns, but it is near the end of the half, and I don't know that it's going to end up mattering. But a bit of a mistake at the end of that otherwise perfect round.
I think in the professional world we call that an oopsie.
I think
Certainly
that's what it's called.
not what Potsdam was hoping for. That's an unfortunate situation. It's even gonna have money be so tight that Royal Gamer, they're stuck on the Stinger now, and that's not to knock the capability of this piece of hardware, but it certainly makes things a bit more difficult. Blazer here with the op that was saved from the previous round. And no Nebula activation. Finally, there it is. They will be blocked off. Queen of Ashes, once again, this person, especially after this fault line, potentially taking the fight right into the sniper's face. But really, they should be more focused on the site where Fell has secured a few victories, 3 even, to stop this assault. Just up the Queen of Ashes in the 1v5.
Oh no, Molly has no idea the Queen of Ashes is here. This could actually be very unfortunate. Oh, Queen of Ashes doesn't actually check the player. Is Axolotl though to take the frag. So we head into the last round before the end of this half, and actually doing some quick map. I think that a couple players might be a little light on creds here. So those 3 weapons lost actually will come to bite the Gummy Bears a little bit. You can see there's some half shields, even a Spectre in the hands of Queen of Ashes. Not quite ideal, but a very competitive half nonetheless on the Gummy Bear map there.
Well, on similar levels of Royal Gamer at this point, in terms of having that ability to step up and find a clutch series of kills. The Ashes finds the information. They know that Axolotl is down here. They are in trouble. They have to get moving. Aftershock and all the pressure in the world prevent their escape. Followed up with the cabbages. But it will be a Nightfall in reversal. Perhaps Kragnock did not care about the cabbages, sent out the Prowler to stop the onslaught or assault of A.
So many negative aspects there on Royal Gamer for a moment. That's so funny. It's going to be the overdrive. This time, unfortunately, Fell runs straight into a brick wall.
Shadow Notes defends the tree doorway. At this point, there is very little hope that J Molly will find any safety. No, it's Shadow Notes coming out, a flank on the window. It's a flawless round to finish off the first half for the Gummy Bears, and they'll walk away with a victory, up 2 on their opponents here onto the defense.
I consider that a pretty strong half. Mentioned before that this is a defensive map. So, and actually I think has been getting more defensive. I was looking at the stats the other day, not that those are going to be true and in every situation, but it's actually gotten a bit more defensive over time, which is kind of an interesting look.
A is the place. 2 ghosts for Fell and Blazer. Excited to see what the capabilities of Fell are now that they're on the attack, using that high gear, seeing what they could pull off, and opening up a site with their speed.
Look at all this information gathered, though. Shadow Notes kind of knows what's going on, and Queen of Ashes is probably hearing a lot of information as well.
Nice opener, undetected is J Molly. So you could expect he'll be waiting right on the opposite side of that door. However, no one will fight them. No one will make their way in. It's actually going to be Shadow Notes on the flank, looking for this big win, this big play, as the spike only now going down. It's given a great opportunity for the Gummy Bears to set up their position for the retake. However, they weren't prepared for an aggressive play into Garden, and that has crippled their defenses in terms of Heaven. Shadow Notes in the 1v3. All 3 remaining members of Waynesburg are injured. So this is an incredibly doable moment. A clutch scenario that they could walk out on top of.
Yeah, but unfortunately, these missed shots, they're given what is a lot of time to work with. Spike, it's been taking for a while at this point, and I mean, this commitment is just a little too late. Shadow Notes would have been good to get out with the gun. Doesn't do that. Will be the victory.
Last player standing.
I was about to say, a couple players are certainly going to go down at the end of that. But it's just the Pistolos. It's really not that big a deal to lose those members. It'll be insta-rebuys out everywhere. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Is this the Gummy Bears buying half shields with nothing to back it up?
You know what?
I want to see if they commit to this. Surely this is not the case.
I think it absolutely is.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm not sure what the thought process is here.
I would imagine it comes off confidence that they could take these fights simply with classics if they have a little bit of armor, but where was that situation in the previous round? Who knows?
Yeah.
Certainly not this caster. For Waynesburg, strong majority there in A main, but with the usage of the Nebula, placement of other stars, it'll make them think twice.
Yeah, that certainly, I guess, was effective at pushing them back, but
I'm out
it's
of
going to be an adjustment over towards mid. And whilst this isn't exactly a quiet rotation, well, I thought maybe it would be an effective one. Lily, maybe it is the case.
Hey, classic. Currently 1 for 1 right now. Queen of Ashes with a pinch. They could take these fights because the angles aren't being secured by the attackers. Queen of Ashes takes down Axolotl. And things start to roll more and more in favor of the Gummy Bears.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Wrong direction to be going for that aftershock, but it works out. Nice double swing. I like that the Gummy Bears are playing this together. And it sets up a 1v1, a very scary round for Waynesburg now, considering they had such a massive advantage. And, you know, it might be that the Gummy Bears' a little bit of armor is just enough to carry them over the edge.
Real Gamer has to be quick. Fell's in the back. And Fell actually falls! The classics with the half shields actually finds truth and success and a victory. How is that even possible?
Things just going horribly wrong for Waynesburg, and a fantastic adjustment there for the Gummy Bears. They were just able to find players not looking at them, I feel like, most of the time. I mean, it all started with props to Lily, actually, a very solid, just 2 taps straight into the head with that classic. The rest of the frags, maybe not quite as clean as that, but they certainly were just as effective and were able to then set up crossfires with how long it took Waynesburg to then adjust from their mid area. They could never get stabilized, and from this, it's Gummy Bears retaking control of this map with an 8-6 lead.
Scout destroyed.
A lot of information gained off that Trailblazer. Queen of Ashes may elect to inspect further, take a fight in that direction, but no, it won't be the case. Rather to play it safe, send a guiding light over the wall, and bait out Waynesburg. Wait them out, rather.
And just approaching the 1 minute mark as well. So the waiting game has certainly been one where both teams have shown their patience. It's now that patience will falter, specifically for Waynesburg, as they push up, but oh, hello, Shadow Notes, relieved of their Vandal. Blazer will take it and into what they believe to be an open A site. Little do they know, Real Gamer still here, just in wine.
Without a stop.
Nice kill for them. No damage taken as well. Blazer hit with 45 HP left.
30
That's some
seconds
information. Royal Gamer doesn't exactly have to make a big commitment to escape, but it will cost them their life. The cavalry has arrived for both teams. Fast lane activated, so Blazer has safety. Mochi Bento will have to destroy that door, while Queen of Ashes and Lily destroy Waynesburg.
2 for the price of 1. There's still the overdrive, but do you use it here? Do you save it for the next? Honestly, I'd say go for it, but many angles being cleared out, and they continue to be.
Last player standing.
Jay Molly sitting in the corner as a little rascal, a scamp even. Just hoping to find success with that ratty play, and they did indeed. Mochi Bento ultimately, though, will work in tandem. Take down the final threat of Fell, securing their 9.
Don't even start that shit.
And so a falter at the outset of this the second half for the Gummy Bears has turned into a pretty significant victory over the side of Waynesburg. Right now, winning that pistol round seemed like a resurgence. Instead, they got counterfeited on classics, no less. And from there, it's been good ever since. But we head into the all-important gun round. And this is where the Gummy Bears are going to be up against their most difficult opposition yet. 4 Vandals and a Phantom in hand. It's time for the Waynesburg Orange squad to set themselves up and see what they have to do. It'll be a very defaulty round from them to start. Got a few players, 3 in fact, towards B, and then one holding towards mid, one holding towards A, just to make sure that there's no shenanigans, no aggressive maneuvering from the Gummy Bears, and, well, there won't be. At least not in person. The Trailblazer does move forward, finds out at least one player top mid. Los?
Nobody wants to take any fights, as you can see, with how, not to say scared, but rather cautious other teams are. Fell, taking brief peeks up toward tree, as well as mid. Shadow Notes briefly looking down toward mid, but now it's finally time for action. Activation of the null command to walk on through overdrive time to make it even sweeter. However, nobody's on site. That won't matter as long as they take the site for themselves and secure the plant. But the issue is, what happens when that Killjoy utility reactivates?
Well, it's a matter of Fel actually taking the space. Doesn't want to give them an opportunity, but that's a very big missed opportunity there. Fel now giving away their position and going to get hit with a boatload of utility.
Big win. The last 3 remaining players of Waynesburg, they'll be hit with the cabbages. Nearsighted, blinded, and everything in between. The second they leave the Cosmic Divide, they are divided in half by a blade of bullets. As the Queen of Ashes secures a 4K and a 10th round for Potsdam.
Double digits. Just a couple rounds necessary. The Gummy Bears to be taking this pick. Of course, it's theirs ascent where they elected to go. So, in fairness, the expected outcome on paper, but we've seen plenty of situations where that expectation flies far from the reality. So, bit of a broken purchase. Waynesburg, they've invested, but they've left enough in their back pockets to ensure that they'll still be able to buy next round. So good money management.
Frag. He just walks right through. Does not care at all. Completely ignores the utility, but it'll be J. Molly as well as Axolotl who get the party started. Rifles in hand now, things are looking pretty positive for Waynesburg.
Yeah, and because Axolotl got that kill towards mid, was able to apply the pressure on the lurk, it's actually all 3 members of the Gummy Bears coming from the exact same area. Of course, they can split up towards tree, but that means clearing it out, and that's precisely what's being done. Shadow Note's trying to do so.
Real Gamer, as well as Lily. A dynamic duo to be sure. The main issue here is defending the spike once it's under defusal. J. Molly coming through from wide, picks up the rifle. And does just enough to give Axolotl support, but really, Axolotl with the paranoia from heaven after from the shadows. That is the heroic play.
Did you see how close that bar was? I mean, it was milliseconds. The Gummy Bears just about had it. Lily was moments away from being able to pull that off, and understandable they went for the stick in that situation, but regardless, it doesn't work out. With 3 wins in a row, Gummy Bears will still be able to make a purchase, and it's going to be the operator, actually. Queen of Ashes, given an opportunity, will take that opportunity and convert it into an open up pick. And that's actually the spike dropped out in the middle. Queen of Ashes maybe realizing it, maybe not, goes for the repeat, but it's just maybe a moment too late.
Either way, a nice opening victory here for the Gummy Bears. Singular kill. This is going to be a decent amount considering the power that comes beyond that 0 point. The utility of Blazer and their ability to find those kills in these previous rounds certainly have been impactful.
This is a very slow approach, just passing the 1 minute mark in this round. And still, Waynesburg have yet to find a refrag for that early player gone. Looks like the anticipation is to commit to A, but they're still so spread out. I mean, This could go very wrong very fast, and it has.
Kragnock feeling the pressure mounting with
30
all
seconds
those
left.
utility pieces being activated at once. Lost in the sauce and taken down by the Nano Swarm. A bit of hesitation. Perhaps the use of a lockdown, but it is far too late to be utilized by J. Molly.
I was about to say, they're definitely going for the save, or Waynesburg, but
10 seconds left.
I am a bit curious at why the lockdown was thrown in there. I guess it will probably get Axolotl most likely. They're still going for this? Why? This is so late.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, I guess. It worked out. I have so many questions and 0 answers, Los. I can't even.
You know, this is one of those moments where we say, it's round number 19. Now let's talk about what is on the table for Waynesburg. They have the lockdown, a ultimate that was questionably used. Actually, no, I would say it was properly used because it was going to be a very late play for Waynesburg on A site. But now Waynesburg have their own lockdown. It can be utilized. What is the option going to be? Now that you have to deal with this operator in hand, this is a deadly scenario for Queen.
Well, but a little bait and switch.
Spike
Royal
down
Gamer
A.
in position where the operator was moments ago. There'll still be an entry purchased by Waynesburg, but it's at a
Spike
very
planted.
steep cost. Overpaid, I'd say. That's Axolotl once again doing the Lord's work in the back line on the lurk, making it a lot harder for the Gummy Bears to retake this site.
We're being broken. Kragnock, the first line of defense. There's a decent amount of damage. Kragnock here with a classic. That's going to be an issue. Queen of Ashes. Not sure where that kill was ascertained. Information gained, but 2 players are in hell. And if these Nano Swarms can provide to be lethal, it's going to be the Aftershock instead. Mochibento putting the pain on. Putting Potsdam on map point.
Well, it's actually a relatively close defuse considering how, I mean, easy that looked. It was sort of procedural, right? Like, yeah, just toss the Aftershock, take the fights, and I was like, yeah, I'm all on board. And then it was suddenly a little bit scary. Nonetheless, close, not going to matter in this case. It's a timeout, the final timeout, and what could be the final round if it goes against Waynesburg Orange of this first map. That said, this timeout, it's all in the attempt to make that not the case. Of course, the bad news, Los, is at least going into this one, they actually don't have any ultimates. I don't know if they're close on any. Maybe we can take a look and see in a moment, but yeah, let's see. I mean, yeah, Blazer's on the approach, and Fel could have an overdrive. Same thing with the Nightfall. So a few options with the orb play, maybe. So we'll maybe see if particularly that Nightfall could be in the cards. But on the other side of that, you got everything. Both the initiators have their ult. I mean, Rolling Thunder and Seekers in the same round is tough. If that's not the worst of it, there's a Blade Storm.
Certainly seems that the world is against Waynesburg. At least the elements of earth and wind and cabbage.
It's the little-known 5th element.
Yeah. it's a subsect of earth, I believe, plans.
That's fair.
We got to contact the Valorant lore that's essentially non-existent. Anyways, potentially last round, it starts off with the cabbages being activated. Seekers will find a great deal of information. It's up to Queen of Ashes to stay alive. And there's no chance. There's no chance she gets away from this.
Oh, are you kidding me? No chance. More like definitely getting away with it. How, though, is the better question. What happened? The bullets, did they curve? What? Was there a magnet somewhere off to the side? I have no idea, but a massive giveaway. Waynesburg gonna want that one back.
There's a read from Lily. Aware of this situation, knows that without an instantaneous commitment, there has to be a rotate. I'll stick around. They've got the Nano Swarms in hand. They may be delayed. Our cover blocks their vision, but it doesn't block anything from Mochibento's sight. And that's exactly the player you want to have clear eyes.
One enemy
They've cleared out
remaining.
this site effectively. Everyone but Axolotl is left alive, and they'll certainly be taken down in a few moments. As they realize the Shrouded Step not even allowed to find completion. But this map is completed.
Defenders
SUNY
win.
Potsdam, they'll take it 13-7.
Yeah, quick, easy in the last, really the last half. I was going to say last few rounds, but realistically, the gun round, or rather the big thrifty win that we saw from them with classics only, that's really where it turned. And there wasn't much left in the Waynesburg Orange tank from there on out. Of course, you got to give it to the Gummy Bears winning their own map pick. That's the expectation, and they deliver big time with a 13-7 victory. Lotus up next. That's the real question for Waynesburg, the measuring stick, if you will.
We'll have to see if they could step up in their choice of map, but if not, it'll be a very, very swift map 2. Though I do believe that Icebox may be on the cards for this series, but we'll find out as we head to map 2 of Lotus right after this. Hey, welcome back to NECC Week 8 of Valorant. We wrapped up our first map of Ascent. The Gummy Bears, they came out on top, but will Waynesburg be able to turn the tide as we head over to Lotus?
It's a good question. 13-7, the final score for the Gummy Bears over on Ascent. And heading into Lotus, there are some really cool looks that we were seeing from Waynesburg. It wasn't like all bad by any means. I thought that Axolotl did a great job on some of these lurks, did a fantastic job of holding for some rotations. Fell on the neon. It was pretty good, actually. There was a lot of moments that I was like, yeah, solid movement, getting involved early on. One problem though, and unfortunately it has to be said, is Kragnok. 2 and 17 just isn't good enough, particularly when you're playing on an initiator and you're not farming up those assists. We're not seeing that impact that normally I'm an initiator defender. If you're playing an initiator and you're struggling individually, but you have a million assists, I'm right there with you. That wasn't it, and it's just got to be a little bit better, I think, for Waynesburg Orange to take this second map.
You know, what's important as an initiator, you don't have to die. As long as you send out that utility before you, or you don't have to find frags, as long as you send out the utility. Just hit all your abilities and then go and be bait. You know, that's okay. As long as you provide that minimal value. That's what really being an initiator is all about, Vincent. Some people might not agree, but I'm going to have to take a stand about it right there.
Is this going to be the first time we've seen live the new agent on in collegiate? Certainly, Echo is available, so that's going to be pretty cool if we see 2 of them as well.
I would love it. Why not? Experiment. Queen of Ashes.
Select your agent.
Locking it in. Wondering if Blazer will do the same.
On paper, I think the Gecko is really strong here. Like, it's hard to say because we haven't seen it kind of get played out 100 times or whatever, but unfortunately, it is going to be Waynesburg sticking with something a little bit different. I don't know if I'd consider this traditional, just a little bit different. I think I'm going to stick with what I said, but I love to see the Gecko. Queen of Ashes going for it, and alongside that, Raze as well. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, and I want to imagine that the combination of the Gecko Ultimate for Detain as well as some Raze utility could be pretty frustrating. Definitely a lot of combinations that could be brought into play in terms of denial of sight, the paranoia, as well as the dizzy. Just a lot of fun that could be had, and that's how I imagine we're going to see Potsdam play it out. It seems that they are going to have fun in this situation, and maybe that, honestly, can make you play better if you're having an enjoyable time.
Oh yeah, I mean the fun factor is absolutely real. I am a little, maybe not concerned, surprised to see a double Sentinel though. You know what I mean? Like seeing Killjoy and Cypher in the same lineup. I don't know that that's ever been done really, like outside of your ranked games. So I don't know about it. I really don't know if it's good. I just know I really haven't seen it. And one thing that I am like kind of thinking about is imagine trying to approach a site with both Cypher and Killjoy. Obviously, they're going to play different sites, but just think about that. How painful that would be to try and walk into. You walk forward, sorry, trapwire. Then you walk forward a little bit more, alarm bot. Move to the left to avoid the alarm bot, trapwire. Like, it's just rough, man.
It sounds horrifying, but then all you need is a double satchel to entry onto the site, and then everything is destroyed. Or maybe one shock dart that ruins the whole plan. So it could be really intimidating. I would definitely be interested to see. Well, I am interested to see how the situation turns out. But the real question is how do they plan that? How is the attacking scenario going to look like if you're running a composition like that?
Yeah, that's always the question, and usually the answer is it's just not. So I'm just saying that's usually how it is. Actually, I want to double check who starts on the defense, who starts on the attack here, because yeah. So the Gummy Bears elected to start on attack for Lotus. So, and that does make sense. I think Lotus has been actually a bit attack sided. So that does mean that they get to start defensively. So if Waynesburg go back to that, or was it Waynesburg who were playing it? What am I saying? I don't know what the plan is, Los. I've tried to figure it out. Also, you poked a lot of good holes. I wasn't thinking about the fact that there was blast packs existing, but the other bad news, there was no raise on the Waynesburg side. So I don't know. There's no, how could you expect double sentinel? You just could.
It's a very unpredictable, unreadable situation. I would have to say it's off meta, not something that we would be expecting for any level of competitive play. But I'm ready to watch it. I'm ready to see it. I'm ready to learn how this is going to be utilized in game. And on top of that, the reaction that is going to be created from a use of a gecko. That's going to be a whole lot of fun with Queen of Ashes running that up. But this is
Los.
This is wild.
There's no AoE damage of it, anywhere. It's just the molly, and obviously that's not really relevant against all of this utility.
I think, mosh pit, but that doesn't even do that much.
Does that? I don't know exactly how it interacts with height. Like tripwires is what I'm talking about. Is it like other mollies where, for example, Nanoswarm, you can be in the air and still be being hit?
You know what? I think we'll just find out. I think we'll just find out right now, Vincent.
So here's how you do double sentinel attack with a gecko on Lotus. This is a plan that I'm down for. Don't know exactly what the plan there was, but don't worry, Dizzy's been recovered.
Frag knock at that first angle, but it's really Fell who's in the real position to have an impact. Frag knock there potentially to have the right click kiss from a classic, if you will. Sadly, Fell not holding the angle in the worst moment. And it's going to be a flood of Potsdam Gummy Bears onto C main, but it doesn't really matter when you've got Blazer acting up crazy.
Last player standing.
At least there's a good trade, but it's just a trade. It's literally all alone, and it's not exactly going to be easy 1v3. Particularly not when swinging into two players at the same time. So, good start for Waynesburg. Get to take the 1-0 lead into this series, or rather, this map. It's Gummy Bears with the 1-0 lead on the series. But, nonetheless, so round number one, I will say not yet impressed, but there's still plenty of time.
I think it's, as you said, the measuring stick when we're looking into Lotus. Potsdam, at this point, I'm assuming is checking out the defenses, seeing how this composition works, or rather, doesn't. I'm curious to see where that trap wire is going to be placed.
There was so many fun angles that were possible, and it looks like none of them were found. Eventually, going to be finding there. So. Exact same. I mean, there seems like an early default being set here by the Gummy Bears. I mean, it's a little weird maybe, but they are gathering some control now twice in a row in the same spot, which suggests there's been some planning with regard to this map.
Ragnock, the investigator, holding a crossfire with Feld and a lobby. With that use of the haunt, that should be a sound cue to realize that there is trouble from the back line. Just the wingman for the plant. Queen of Ashes has to get up close and personal, and they'll relieve Axolotl of the Spectre. Major win for them. They've secured a rifle as well as the site.
Now it's about just hanging on to that positioning, but I mean, multiple players coming from different angles. The right click, real gamer. Top frag last round. Good for it.
Needs to be some help. It's got to be Royal Gamer to come from the back line.
Save the day.
However,
Easy.
Fell, honestly, the hero in this round with a 3K, even though that was a save. That was a dangerous force, or rather anti-eco by Waynesburg.
It really was, considering that that's now the second time, which is a pattern at this point, that Waynesburg winning a pistol round, but then last time out, they lost against Classics, and this time it was darn close. And 3 players going down with such limited investment is actually never what you want to see. Here's the buy, and because of that damage, it's very, very poor on the bonus for Waynesburg. They've got barely anything, really, when it comes to additional utility as well as weaponry. Really 0 point. That's going to gather at least one information. I think that caught Queen of Ashes on the Gecko, but not 100% sure.
Slow play up toward A. First of its kind, Dizzy to check out Tree, and it'll be Axolotl caught by it, but they maneuver away at the perfect time so as not to be blinded. However, in the escape, Royal Gamer waiting in the wings, and this will be a psych taken. Sheriff's here for Blazer, but
Spike
this is
planted.
going to be a difficult one for Waynesburg to walk their way into.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, this isn't about winning the round, though. That'd be nice. It's more about damage. And some damage done to Valkyrie, but no frag to be had. It's just up to J Molly, which that's a little rough, but will just be the one member down. No, first round on the board for the SUNY Potsdam Gummy Bears, doing the good work, and at the very least, though, Waynesburg's sort of having to eco that last round, or at least sort of just small investment. That does lead them into another bye in the 4th, which sets them up well. They can recover very easily from this position.
Potentially headed towards C. Last time there was an engagement in this direction, and it certainly didn't work out well, and that was off the back of Fell and Blazer stepping up in a big way. With everyone making the commitment all from the same angle, this may go in the different direction.
This is the first time I've not seen a harbor, actually, on this map. Start not finding out some information. There goes the ultimate thrash. I'll lock down one member, and it easily opens up the site. I know exactly.
Moving on that wingman for the plant. And neural theft. That's going to be pretty critical now with the re-up of Thrash. Gives him an opportunity to send that shark one more time. Lock down a player. Gecko hasn't been tagged. Queen of Ashes gonna run it back. Use of Thrash. Go for a swing as long as it's covered. Fell somehow walks right behind them. But Axolotl now turning things up, heating it up with the Molly. Heating it up to Valkyrie and Mochi Bento, but the pressure and the pain is on. Blazer gonna finish it off with a 3K.
Blazer did not deserve that second kill at all. Was running behind a wall, and the bullet still somehow connected. But they'll take it no matter what. As mentioned, the possibility for a resurgence for Waynesburg is they get their 3rd round on the board. And, well, Waynesburg really hadn't enjoyed a lot when it comes to leading here, and certainly looking so much better on this second map. Vel continuing to do some good work on this Neon. Now, granted, it's still a rebuy. Gummy Bears near flawless in the previous round means that, you know, they're still okay. They're still doing good enough. This 0 point, though, could be a huge factor in finding early information, but Blazer's going to put it away. So now's not the time, Los. Guess it's time for just a little lineup here. 5 players in the same position, as it will be Dizzy trying to find some information, but no one home.
Come down to that door. That presence is pushed. Might be an opportunity for a counterattack, but Axolotl out from tree. Completely unchecked. Will relieve Royal Gamer of their royal duties.
One
And in
enemy
this
remaining.
hesitation, maybe they just hiccup of an attempt to get onto site.
Oh!
What? Queen of Ashes. Thought they were done with the fight, decided to turn around, hit a 181 tap, and give them their second.
A casual one at that. I mean, some impressive 360ing right there. We've all been there. Thought it was over, coming back for more, and well, hitting it. That's a different story. Queen of Ashes, something special right there. It'll be the second round up and ready to go now for the Gummy Bears. It's actually Waynesburg, the one who is just kind of been on a knife's edge economy-wise this whole time, despite being in the lead. Back in position to have some investment and a lot of B aggression thus far. Immediately going to use all of the utility. The wingman putting down to get the plant and the lockdown offensively here to lock out the rest of Waynesburg.
Lockdown destroyed with the orbital strike. Successful usage. Oh! Still coming in with the overdrive. A big moment for them. The pre-firing on that. Not sure how successful that will be, but Blazers certainly find a bit of their own with the Sheriff. The continuation of the overdrive is here. Activation.
Oh no.
The showstopper, but it's the Molly as well as the relay bolts. There was no way to make their way through. This is a serious issue.
Well, I was just about to say, if maybe you could find Lily, then it would have been at least possible. But no, it will be possible. Just a fraction of a second behind. Half a second to be precise. That's unfortunate. Waynesburg, they get all the kills, but they don't get the round, despite their investment, and it was heavy.
What a victory in the final few moments. Coming down to Lily. Not getting a kill. Simply being there to stop the defusal just for an extra second. Use that nano swarm to stop it for a little extra moment. And that was everything. That was the round, despite how many situations went poorly. The lockdown destroyed by the orbital strike. The showstopper burnt to a crisp.
It was a fantastic relay bolt. Timing on that couldn't have been better. Thrash is back in play. I don't think... What's that?
Yeah, that was secured. The range is crazy on that. Royal Gamer with the From the Shadows follow-up. Will be there to remove Fragnock from play. Axolotl can't do a damn thing to stop this plant from going down, but what they can do is create a nice setup for a retake from Mound. And Blazer kicks it off with a headshot. Will Valkyrie be the second victim? No. Instead, Fell will do the deed onto Lily.
Oh, this is now problematic. They got to watch every angle.
Royal Gamer continuing to put on the pressure. Put into a 1v2. Now the pinches come to fruition. Axolotl as well as J Molly. They made it impossible to survive that one in coordination.
You know, it really feels like once they get on the site, the Gummy Bears should be having a lot more success holding the site. Considering their composition and, I mean, for all the reasons we discussed at length. But they're not really playing it like they should. They're playing it as if they don't have two sentinels that, you know, for example, Lily can put down 2 nano swarms on the spike and can play the time. Kind of feels like instead they're sticking on the site. They're playing aggressively instead of trying to take position to play defensively. I'm a little confused at that, and I think that's one of the things that has actually made it so that this map has been so competitive. Waynesburg taking advantage of those moments.
Easy for information. It's left their head spitting and scratching. One player by tree, and it's checked. Fell will have free reign until Mochi Bento finally puts them to rest. But they have done enough damage and even more. Dragonock here with Bucky.
Bucky time.
This is going to be good. It has to secure at least one. There it is, potentially a second. But it's enough damage, enough prevention of access to site that Axolotl is free.
You know, there's another aspect of this game as well that's gone very different, right? I mean, Royal Gamer, we saw some good plays there in not the last round, but the round before. I think picked up 3 ultimately in that lost one, but it's that Fell, who was doing, very well back on the first map, is now 14-5, ended map 1 at 19-13, already simply 5 kills away in round 8 from that position. I mean, that's incredible. What a adjustment in the fragging department. That'll help you win a few rounds.
Certainly. Blazer simply waiting on sound cues, wants the flank. There's a door activation. Their angles flash themselves, and they'll retry that one a bit. Now it comes down to simply setting up for the post plant. Unfortunately, no post plant to be had. Blazer, with the patience and the utilization of the double doors, will extend that situation. Take down 2.
I know exactly
I'm in for a pinch.
Favorite ultimate. They're all done.
1 enemy remaining.
That's a lot of information.
1 enemy remaining.
Blazer continuing to find this damage. It's up to the 1-on-1.
Queen. Is there even enough time? No. There's no chance. Queen will just... J Molly will just take it. But it has to be a save attempt. J Molly will be sacrificed to the spike. And despite the well-placed flank from Blazer, that simply did not measure up. It seemed that Waynesburg were so scattered in that situation that they couldn't come for a cohesive retake.
That's a good point, but I actually want to go back to something interesting. We talked about at length a few times we saw Lotus ago at how the B side is just hard, like from the attack perspective. You can get on the site, but holding the side is just a nightmare. And it's kind of funny. The Gummy Bears have used it liberally, to say the least. They've gone there 4 times in the 9 rounds we've seen, if I'm counting correctly. And they've won 2 of them, but the 2 that they've won simply based on the fact that Waynesburg couldn't get in fast enough. They were close, and they got the kills, but they couldn't get the defuse in time. Which is really kind of funny when you think about how difficult it is to hold on to that B side. Even when the Gummy Bears win there, they actually lose a little bit because they lose all their members.
Yeah, it's 2 rounds where it was simply losing to time. Everybody sacrificing their lives for the victory. And, you do have to say, well, as long as you get the win, that's what's important. But if it's going to throw you down to Spectres, that might be an issue. Good thing is, that's also thrown Waynesburg down to Spectres.
That's a true point, yeah. Equal damage done to both sides. So it looks like some aggression being thought about by Blazer, but actually will elect to fall back. Does Blazer only have just the pistol here?
I think that's the case. We've seen a situation like this before. Oh, that's a commitment of Thrash. And... well, there's not any damage that would have occurred from Blazer, at least in the expected sense. Oh, the site's going to be taken. Royal Gamer, simply a sheriff sharpshooter at the moment, but it comes down to Axel the 1v4.
And this one's going to be maybe a little bit too big of an ask, though. I guess if they give away 1v1s like that, maybe it'd be a little bit easier. Though I think Thrash, 6 seconds is all that is going to be good for, but it delays Axolotl's push just that much longer. Despite the stim beacon, I think this is ultimately already over.
He's going to send it, which is crazy, which I love. I mean, it leads to nothing, but I appreciate the sentiment, right, Vincent?
I mean, I get it. You love it. You love crazy. I'm with you. I'm a little bit into it as well. I do got to admit that was ambitious, but ultimately they still have weapons, and that's the important thing into what is the penultimate round of this half. It's been so incredibly close, and Waynesburg have set themselves up with the fact they have 4 ultimates ready to go. to potentially walk away with a 7-5 if they play their cards.
They look toward B. You know, I really do enjoy the commitment that the Gummy Bears are making toward B, or just their willingness to take this site, because it is such a mess, such a grueling effort that has to be imparted to take this site. And even though they are setting most of their forces towards A lobby, A main, Valkyrie sticking around, potentially dropping a trap wire or their own body to catch a rotate, but we haven't found much aggressive plays from Waynesburg unless it's been a C hit. Here comes Fell. There goes Fell. But there still is an opportunity for Blazer to have
Spike
their
down A.
flame staked. And that'll be the case. One for them and they retreat.
Yeah, and actually, Paranoia and the paint shells both committed to that player, and now a full rotation from Waynesburg. They have the idea. They know what's going on.
We're looking for a flank. Blazer. Simply too much to
One
handle.
enemy remaining.
They're going to be far too late to make any damage here. Mike is out of their sight line. This is going to be a freebie. Well, not a freebie at all. Comes off the fantastic effort of Blazer.
Yeah, one of the
Last
better
round
plays
in the
I think
half.
we've seen this entire series thus far is a double headshot right there. And it's now Blazer coming into their own. I just got done mentioning not even that long ago, which is what's crazy, just a few rounds back, that actually Fell had been really stepping up the pace from map 1 into map 2. Well, that's not only true for Fell, it's now true for Blazer as well. The duo really collecting frag after frag, and together nearly have 30 here in this first half. But considering that fact, and considering both those players going nuclear in this early stages of map 2, you got to respect the fact that the Gummy Bears, they're still very competitive in this. And I think that does come down to a couple of those really unfortunate rounds where it was just lost by the time. If those go the way of Waynesburg, we're talking a very dominant, potentially like 10-2 type of half.
You know, I'm just imagining, I'm just thinking, with the commitment here of the double sentinel for the Gummy Bears, this has to be their time. It has to be just a grandiose change of circumstances, because they have done quite well for themselves, considering the lack of tools to enter onto site, and considering Lily at the moment has secured no kills.
Oh, yeah, that is a little bit rough. Definitely need to see that change. But of course, that can change at any moment. We're headed into the last round of the half, though. The lockdown invested in, well, the tools and utility that would have taken that out of play were used last time out with that orbital strike. It's all a bait and switch, though, back over towards C instead of the B hit. But even still, they got a player to tank.
Okay, interesting interaction. Nice. It will be the wingman to run all the way around and have that plant. Good aim. But what's most important is that nobody is on the flank. Waynesburg has always been such a threat when they're able to maneuver their way behind the Gummy Bears on their hits. Not going to be the case. The real issue is Blazer by the door. Information will be gained. They know right where Mochi Bento is going to be. Unfortunately, there's more angles to check out. They thought they had it all figured out. 3 from CT and 1 from Link for the rest of the take. Bell starts it up with the fast lane and the overdrive to jump into the backline, hoping for a kill. Running out of juice the second they leave the cyber cage, and this has been a flawless finish to Potsdam's attacking half.
The best round we've
Switching
seen
sides.
from the Gummy Bears this half, I would argue. Everything went right. They finally played a little bit off the site, or holding for that flank that has, as you mentioned, been so effective for Waynesburg. And, well, it worked out beautifully. They were able to hold on, and, well, of course, it didn't hurt that they had some good ultimates as well to get there. But nonetheless, very clean close to what was a relatively difficult half, especially when you consider how it kind of got out of hand at times. But it's still a 6-6 scoreline, winnable for both teams, no matter how you look at this. The pistol round going to set a tone for the second half as, well, one of these guys will be taking the lead. The other be forced into a save.
Shutting them down.
Quick start here to get on to C site.
Saw you, Mosh.
That'll be for them, for Blazer. That 0 point secures nothing. Mosh Pit forces the players onto the site itself. Blazer now stuck inside the cyber cage. However, Felt doesn't give a darn. All the way in the back of sight. CT is where they want to be. The fight will continue. Such a deep placement here from Waynesburg. And they will
Last
continue to
player
find value
standing.
in these fights.
That duo of Blazer and Fell just constantly being a menace against the SUNY squad. They couldn't find anything. Ooh, that was a nice shot. Queen of Ashes. I mean, good to get that frag, but there's so many left. 3 players remain, and I mean, it's really just about being an accident to at this point, I believe. Nice to see, but it's all still over. Blazer with another quad. I think that's second or third quad kill for Blazer as well. Now at 19. This is an incredible adjustment. Talk about peaking at the right time if you are Blazer and Fell. Nonetheless, we are going to see the save here for the Gummy Bears. They're good with these pistols, though. We saw them lose out their pistol round on the second half of Ascent and then instantly win back. And from there, they didn't stop. Maybe we'll see something similar once more. Looks like the plan is simple, Los. Hit B and hit it hard.
Oh, Queen of Ashes unable to secure the kill. And there's not much utility, not much resources that can be used by the Gummy Bears to take this one back. Perhaps the Classics in action. They could work something out that makes magic, but as it looks, as it seems, that doesn't feel to be the case.
No, I mean, pretty much everyone coming in from the same area as well.
Get him.
And
That's a good
maybe
start.
I spoke too soon.
Frag knocked down, and Royal Gamer working in tandem. Lily takes a kill as well.
One enemy remaining.
And this is insane. The last player alive, it's Axolotl. They dropped the Molly. It seems that this might be the situation. There's no chance left to secure this round.
Oh,
Yeah.
they might have it. It's close.
Last
Very
player
close.
standing.
Oh, man. It happened again. That's the third time, Los. All the kills gathered, but no ability to get the defuse. This time, the Gummy Bear is on the worst side of it. But you know what that means. No bonus. It's a buy instead for the Waynesburg side. Or rather, it seems they might not actually have a solution just yet.
Placing swarm grenade.
It'd be tragic to see Waynesburg go for a half buy here,
Placing alarm bot.
considering that they could just have a gun round. But it looks like they're going to go for the half buy. Just going to basically save into this so that they can get the full buy in the next.
That's a curious one. But oh my! Was that actually a self-flash for Blazer? Now a paranoia to follow it up. There will be no retribution. Royal Gamer sent it out to save their teammate. Now the dark cover is being enacted, but there's a Bucky in the back of sight. Royal Gamer ensured that there was a kill off the back of that one. Ochi Bento now has to work with the rest of the team, but it's all beyond the dark cover. Molly, as well as the fragment, those are going to be the dissuading factors. There's the fragment, there's the Molly, both used at the same time. There is no half of the spike, but it is going to be half of the team gone, as Blazer will still stay alive.
Suppressing.
All the paint
One
shells
suppressed.
could have created a big problem, but suppression will mean no more utility. They just got to take the fight, and Blazer with the clutch. That is outrageous. A round that really there was no business for Waynesburg to be in. That's another quad for Blazer? This guy's unstoppable.
That is insane. Blazer certainly stepped up in this map. Absolutely wonderful improvement from the KO. Well, Axolotl, both doing their parts, but when we're talking about individual fragging capability and power, gotta talk Blazer.
Yeah, and the crazy part about it is it's not like this has been the pace all map. It's just the last 5 rounds of the first and into the second.
What is going on here? Can Royal Gamer survive long enough to find a second? Not to be the case. One and done. No res. Not for anyone. Gonna be J Molly to have these secondary opening engagements to block off the retake. Kragnock will even further the investigation. A little bit of damage and they'll back it off.
Is this gonna be a save? Honestly, the timing is gonna be difficult unless they get a frag here and now, but no. Gummy Bears can't do so, and well, regardless of whether they'll be backing off or not, this round is all but over.
It's not Mochi Bento. Secures a double. Not going to be the case. And with that kill, that has secured the 10th round for Waynesburg. A resurgence of epic proportions for this team.
They brought it back. They've done the damage, and they've really just shown that they got grit, that they got staying power, and they got Blazer. I mean, it's not a one person show by any means, but the reality is that the key rounds have all been won by Blazer in this map. I mean, maybe all is a bit of an over-exaggeration, but the vast majority. I think we would both agree on that. No, Los?
You know, you don't want to say it, but you have to say it, right?
Yeah.
Certainly a career performance.
26, 11, and 11. The current count for Blazer on that KO.
Now Fel, someone who's been a hero previously, they're going to take that up close engagement. Oh my, the showstopper meaningless. Blazer
Where are you?
is blazing. And there's not a darn thing that Potsdam can do about this round. They just got to throw their bodies on the line.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's something still in the tank here, Valkyrie, with weaponry. But I think Valkyrie might be the only one, as they were the one to save last round. Oh, that's going to be another 3K for Blazer. Just stop him, please. He's been outrageously successful.
Oh, no!
He actually hit him with the fragment.
This is
You
an ace.
couldn't make it up.
It's got to be Blazer.
Know what they're thinking. Aim
They're on one. This is such a phenomenal performance. I cannot believe the power that is coming from this player.
I'm blown away. I can't believe it. What's so crazy about it isn't the fact that Blazer is playing so well. It's that it's all been in the last, like, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 rounds. Blazer was doing well before, but they picked up 2 quad kills and an ace. How do you even deal with that? You just can't. And I mean, this timeout, I'm sure that there's been some constructive conversation from the Gummy Bears, but I mean, if I'm the coach, I'm just like, yeah, guys, so it's really about killing this Blazer guy. He's doing all of the things. You kill him, you win.
Yeah, if he's taken out early on the equation, the execution for Waynesburg, it's going to change dramatically. Most of these opening kills, I mean, based off of the stats of the multi-kills that he's bringing in, all of the opening kills are off the back of Blazer.
Yeah. And whilst you could argue, yeah, not the best performance from Lily, realistically. But if you look on the other side, I mean, Kragnock's not really all that far ahead. And so it almost, I would say, doesn't matter the struggle that Lily's had. It's all about just the top of the leaderboard right now and what these individuals have been doing.
Real gamer. Definitely in a position of power here. A lot of the fighting, if there is any at all on A main, is concentrated there along with the Rays all the way in the back with stairs. That gives a sneaky opportunity, but spike potentially by Mound.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Ambitious. But it works out. No command comes in right afterward, but
Plant the spike.
Queen of Ashes will get away, so crash used, but I'd consider that well expended if you consider the alternative. That being death, of course. And with map point potentially on the line, it's time to commit the gummies.
Oh no, a lineup here is going to be terrible. Axolotl with the perfect situation. And this is all but inevitable. Mochi Bento. That's a good double kill for them. But with all of the dominoes that have fallen before, simply spelled out the defeat of SUNY Potsdam. The Gummy Bears, they gotta go all or nothing. It's gonna be all or nothing for the next 6 rounds in a row.
32 frags for Blazer. Oh my goodness. Truly impeccable. It's been a 2-horse race, so I don't want to pretend, though, that Fell hasn't been there. Fell, I think I mentioned at one point it was like 8 rounds in, Fell had 14 frags. Has certainly slowed down, but that's allowed Blazer the space to speed on up.
Yeah, now they don't even care. With this speed and efficiency, that Fell is now off the back of the gruesome twosome, the dynamic duo themselves and Blazer. Now they actually get experience of what is waiting for them on A site. It's Mochi Bento as well as Valkyrie. Sadly, all that utility did not add up to much. Royal Gamer putting in some presence in the final moment. A last-ditch effort. It's the lockdown.
Initiated.
It's time to step up. It is now. I mean, we talked about the need to deliver in these moments. Well, that's a fantastic ice wall, though. Just makes it all the more difficult. Actually get a forward position. So the lockdown goes through with...
Got one.
Might not be enough, but that's a good start.
Axolotl with the molly. This is going to be such a hellish event to walk through. And Axolotl moves into the staircase. And this is it. Back exposed to J Molly.
Attackers win.
There was no chance. No hope in hell for the Potsdam Gummy Bears. And the reason being is just one individual. And that individual's Blazer.
Yeah. I mean, rarely have I seen an individual take a game by the horns and just pull their squad over the edge like we just saw from Blazer for Waynesburg Orange. And, you know, I guess, to be fair, it's pretty incredible. It's impressive. But is it going to be consistent? Is it something that you can rely on? That's what is maybe a little bit of a worry for Icebox, but I just want to take a moment and just discuss that impact over the course of, I don't know, the last 3 rounds of the first half and the first 4 of the second. I'm pretty sure that Blazer had kills in that. I'm pretty sure that there's like a 7-round swing of 20 frags. That's what it was, and those were all high impact rounds.
I mean, if we're talking high impact, you gotta talk Blazer. But as you said, can they keep blazing into Icebox? I'm not sure. There's going to be a little bit of a cooldown period, but if they can't keep it up, I think it'll have a similar situation to back in Ascent, where it was the Gummy Bears in the driver's seat, in the power position. But the time will tell as we return back to NECC Valorant right after this quick break. We've done it. We've made it all the way through. It's time for Icebox. The Gummy Bears and Waynesburg are battling it out on map 3. But the real question of the day, can Blazer keep blazing?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that the traditional wisdom is probably not, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'd love to see Blazer continue playing this well. It's fun to watch, but the reality is that it's hard to keep that sort of level of play for longer than just a half or two, maybe more than a map is definitely not the regular, not the norm. With that being said, I think there is going to be some question marks about the squad as we head into Icebox. The other question I have is, well, the First Bloods were fantastic actually for the Gummy Bears. They actually got more First Bloods than their opposition. It just was the late round. It kind of fell apart. So get onto the site and hold it. That's what we need to see from SUNY here coming forward. Of course, they do get to start on the defense, so there is that.
You know, pouring over the data right now, and I'm seeing that Blazer only has 1 First Blood. And I realized he's a baiter. Blazer is a baiter. That's got to be what it is, you know. All previous accomplishments erased.
I mean, to be fair, maybe a little bit of a bait in there, but if you're winning the round every time, I don't care. You can bait me all you want. But besides, it can be part of the plan as well. Listen, we all remember Hiko. We all know the plan is just, you know, let him clutch.
Okay, you know, honestly, can't really disagree with that one, right?
Select your agent.
If the results are here, if the proof has been displayed, does it really matter too much? I guess not.
Oh man, this is crazy. This may be the first time I've ever seen a 3-man series where Neon is picked every single map. I don't think that's ever happened before.
When you like something, you just keep doing it. And honestly, it's worked so far. It's done. Yep. It's done wonders. It's activated Blazer.
Yeah, I said before at the very beginning, like, definitely stick with what you're good at. Fell showing that they're absolutely able to deliver on Neon, and despite it being a little, well, very non-traditional here on Icebox, maybe a little non-traditional when it came to Ascent, and just fine on Lotus, it works pretty much the same both times out. So I don't see why it wouldn't here as well. Other things that I'm noticing, the fact that we have a Fade, that's a little bit out of nowhere, but I guess to be fair, Fade can be just as good on this map specifically. So why not? Double Initiator has been it's been the pace for a while. So it's just about which initiators you pick.
Flash out from Blazer. No one there to be on the receiving end, but it is the 0 point that's going to be an issue. Follow it up. Royal Gamer activates the vulnerability onto Cracknock so that Roomba secures the kill, but Vel will do you one better with this simple one tap.
A good start. I mean, it's 1 for 1, but good enough. Blazer will end up putting that spike down, and Waynesburg have an advantage now with Axolotl finding some timing there up through the tube, and will end up getting taken down. But time ticking now, Los. Gotta go if you are the Gummy Bears.
Good stuff from Queen of Ashes. Securing safety inside of Kitchen. Blazer beyond yellow. Even with the double team, they'll stay alive. It's all about the 3 remaining players. Queen of Ashes, good use of the shock dart, but it's still not enough. Blazer finds the kill, and beyond the toxic screen, it will be a flurry of bullets against the Gummy Bears.
So that'll be the pistol round in the favor of Waynesburg.
Again.
2 players surviving, and once again, it's Fell leading the way, leading the charge, finding those frags, 2 of them to be precise. One of those very crispy as well with that ghost. So Spectre's in hand now. Ooh, are they going to do it again? Are the Gummy Bears going to go back to the strategy of buying a few of these light armors on the eco round. Yeah, they're gonna go for it. This was the way they won an eco, a thrifty, back on Ascent. Maybe we see it once again.
Never liked the plan. Never should have worked. And I think this time there will be the true reality behind what the capabilities of this situation are. That's 2 immediate frags. And the third one to surely follow if Queen of Ashes wants to take this fight.
Yeah, it's not looking good. The chances are dwindling, to say the least. But maybe I can be changing quickly on. There's 3 players, and they're all approaching from the exact same locations. Well, Blazer not going to be looking the right way. Oh, fortunate. Queen of Ashes doesn't push a little bit further forward.
Are they aware?
No way. They didn't hear? They didn't hear! Whoa!
Oh my god. They've done it again, Vincent. The
Fight's not over, you
classic shields did it again. Why?
I don't even... I mean, can you even credit the shields? I think that's got to be on Waynesburg. They've got to take the responsibility for that. You really just can't allow that to happen. And I said they didn't hear. Clearly they did know something, because otherwise why would they check, right? But I don't know, maybe just miscommunication. They thought one person was going to be looking, and they weren't. Whatever it was, it's a massive giveaway, because now they're going to have to fight for both the economy and their positioning.
Royal Gamer dealing a great bloody toll of damage, but they still survive. Comes the extra effort, though, from Axolotl, and that's a Vadal recovered. A big-time situation. Lily might be taken down, but it'll be a series of trades to and fro.
A lot of aggression as well, outside the A site and through into basically the entirety of spawn, but Valkyrie falling will actually split up these defenders. They're now sort of all over the place.
Timing, if this fight with Queen of Ashes does go sideways, it's up to Waynesburg. Ragnarok, they'll be the bait. Or maybe not. What a series of timing worked in the favor of Waynesburg.
Shadow notes, though. Took a back seat. Now back in this one, looking to step up. A big clutch moment right here.
First engagement with Kragnok. Shadow Notes wants to isolate this fight, turn into a 1v1, and Kragnok will be the first step in it. Plenty of time. Lab burst, but J Molly has been sighted. The tap off of it, and Shadow will survive. But in this buy, it's going to cost them everything.
It will, but at the same time, it also was relatively expensive for Waynesburg. Not as much. They're gonna be better, doing better by a significant margin. But the rounds win the game. It's not necessarily the economy. We know what. I mean, listen, Potsdam, they had nothing and they won the round. It doesn't matter if they have stingers. It doesn't matter. They had 5 classics and they won. They only have 1 classic this time. You see what I'm saying, Los? It's just the math doesn't add up.
Placing sentry.
You know, I've come to believe, or at least come to accept, that I believe in nothing in this situation. Nothing makes sense, and that's okay. Went here.
Is it okay?
No, it's not, but I just have to deal with it.
Okay. You know, that's fair. It's 1 for 1. And that's a bit of a rough pink shell.
Nothing makes sense, and we just have to live with it, Vincent. I say once again.
Well, Blazer continuing to find some of that success. No command is available, though that seems unnecessary here. And a nice shot from Kragnok. Here's the classic. Maybe would have expected that to be more towards the front of this fray, but instead bringing up the rear. Lily will collect 1 for the road, and that's actually Blazer gone down.
Interesting, the commitment stick around and fight this rather than run away and save. But, you know, there is money in the pockets of Potsdam, and that does hamper the economy a little bit for Waynesburg, but there's still plenty of bucks to buy.
Los, running away is for cowards. The gummy bears are not cowards, all right? Better watch what you say.
It's called a save, Vincent?
I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that before. I've heard of the gummy bears though, and they have a bye in this one. It'll be Waynesburg on the other side of it, and they're pretty set in their decisions early into this. We've got everybody towards this A Sentinel command invested.
Overdrive as well. And nobody on the site, nobody they could see. It's Queen of Ashes up top, and they've been spotted. Quick removal from the fight. But you can see that Fell wants just a bit more.
Yeah, but, I mean, speaking of saves, the thing I haven't heard of, now might be the time to start figuring out what that means. Especially now.
You mean be a coward, Vincent?
Yeah.
You think Royal...
Big fan of cowardice.
You ever imagine a Royal person could be a coward? Absolutely not. It's not anything that we've been led to believe. Not throughout history. They've always been good.
You're right. There's never been any royal individual that's been a despot or anything like that.
No. Oh. But sometimes,
just to be clear, not suggesting royal game or anything of that nature.
I mean, it's entirely possible that Royal Gamer does have some sort of royal dictatorship,
royal ancestry. That would be pretty cool. I hope Royal Gamer does have some sort of royal ancestry. That would be great. I always want to know the stories behind the gamer tag, you know? It's it can be so deep or so simple.
Mine is because my name is Carlos.
Yeah. I also am Vincent because my name is Vincent. Other people are creative and good with their names. We're lowly plebeians. We can't have all that creativity.
Listen, I'm not saying all that. I'm not saying all that, okay? I may be maybe Carlos, but that doesn't bring me to a lowly serf. Certainly not. Shadow Notes here is trying to serve up some knives here. But they're going to have to go inside of the Viper's Pit, which I feel like is the least effective environment for that.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, first either, but not great. I think the choices are starting to evaporate, though, and that's a judge. We do enjoy a bit of judge play here. The blades are not going to be at all effective. And a flawless round. Waynesburg taking it with ease. A round that you didn't expect to win if you're the Gummy Bears, but still, it's beautiful work to see this. Nearly 9K there for Kragnock, who's now having a fantastic start to this game.
Finally, if you're looking back at the beginning of this series, Kragnock, very underwhelming. Map 2 on Lotus. Kragnock starting to wake up. I think by the end of it, what are we looking at for Kragnock? I believe it was 6 kills. And now we're only in round number 7. Kragnock about to break that record. Real Gamer activates the Viper's Pit, though. That is a risky maneuver. It might pay off if they catch Kragnock on the left. No, they're simply going to pass each other.
Well, I mean, to be fair, just keeping this... Well, all right, never mind. I was going to say, keeping the pit going, that's priority number 1, but unfortunately that will be stopped in its tracks. It's now up to 2 players, and one of those is Lily, who's desperately low HP now. 2 directions, one here on the flank. And that's one way to get it started. Now it's 2-on-2. There's a res, actually, going to be used.
And it's on everyone's favorite opponent, Blazer. Lily makes it a bit easier. The lockdown forces the last 2 members of Waynesburg out by yellow, out by green. B main. But unfortunately, there is just not much that could be done. Lily was pressed for time, hope to clear out some angles with the last remaining effects of the lockdown, but all these pressures combined simply were impossible to overcome.
And investment, once again, right there, pretty significant in the Bladestorm last round, but this time it's both the Viper's Pit and the lockdown from the defense, and the Gummy Bears still can't find anything off the back of that. It's really impressive to see how Waynesburg, as you were kind of alluding to a moment ago, pretty much the entirety of this series have had one or two players significantly behind. Now everybody delivering.
I got spike.
Spike down A.
Queen of Ashes, an ambitious play, but it does find the fruits of her labor in terms of 1 kill. Sadly, though, it is traded instantaneously. There are about to be 3 players watching this mid cross-section. 2 straight up and 1 through the tube.
This is Prowler gonna create a lot of leeway. The showstopper, a good idea, but one that isn't ultimately gonna deliver.
Team only considering dropping the barrier, but they have to continue the fight. Shadow Notes will happily oblige. This simply leaves Cragnot, who struggled previously and will continue to struggle. But through it all, now boasting 8 frags here on Icebox.
Valiant attempt there from Cragnot specifically, but a 5-3 scoreline now. The economy that I was mentioning, remember 9K on Blazer, I think it was, or no, it was actually on Cragnot there just about a few rounds ago. That's going to continue to be a factor moving forward. So just 1 round, it's not enough. You need more than that. If you're the Gummy Bears trying to resettle yourself, to regather this positioning. And from here, it's all up to a timeout. Waynesburg. And this actually does beg the question, what Waynesburg noticed that would require a timeout in that last round? Seemed pretty standard to me. They ended up losing the longer range gunfights to Shadow Notes, and that really was what sealed the deal. But clearly they thought more to be discussed, and I'm very interested to see what the conversation outcome is next round.
Chicken Panda back in the cut, in the call. And, you know, I think we are going to get a major rush, because there's one thing that'll tell me that, and one thing I know will be the case. It's the fact that Overdrive is at the ready. So once this is used, once this is ready, Fel doesn't have any restraint. It is going to be activated instantaneously. I may be incorrect. I may be proven wrong. But I don't think so.
Face your fear!
There's the Nightfall. I'm going to allow entry at the very least, and actually that's a good amount of information.
Watch out!
So this is going to allow a freebie onto the site. Free plants are what we like.
Oh, but Shadow Notes was sitting there this whole time and secures a kill into Blazer. Not as free as they would have liked. Dangerous arrow to be sure. Shadow Notes back on the rafters. In a high verticality situation. The peaks are deadly. But at this point, they won't be able to secure that bomb. They have to destroy the wall to even get through. But I have no idea what is happening anymore. The composure, the consistency here from Waynesburg simply doesn't make any sense. But I think there isn't any time anyway.
No time indeed. It's going to be another round that is ended by the timer rather than anything else. Players still alive defensively. Get away with it. Though, to be fair, Axolotl deserving a lot of credit in that endeavor as well. Not taking anything away from the post-plant utility that was actually something I mentioned maybe lacking specifically from the Gummy Bears perspective last map. Nonetheless, 6-3 on the attack side. What a way to start this out. Map 3, and looking for what it would be a maiden victory. Both of these teams, I mean, credited with a win, but both of them courtesy of forfeits. So different when you earn it. Oh, that 0 point. If it actually gets information. Oh, they've got all 5. Los, they see the entire team with one ability.
I'm out of here.
That's so critical. And Fell running the race,
Almost out.
beating the case. All the way over to B site. Now it's been a delayed activation of the rotate.
Bring them down.
And there's an expectation. Maybe Axolotl can catch some players off. It's going to be Lily who wants to make that treacherous cross through mid.
Spike planted.
Oh, that's a critical victory for Axolotl. Though, maybe this is going to turn around. The pistols, Queen of Action's pistols have been phenomenal.
However, the potential from this one has been reduced, but Royal Gamer increases the likelihood of success. It's 3-on-3. Valkyrie shot out of the sky like a clay pigeon, and it was a wallbang, no less.
Remaining.
It's all about Royal Gamer. No smokes to speak of. Certainly not anywhere close to that spike.
No, it's simply a wish in the minds of Royal Gamer, or in the mind of Royal Gamer right now. Well, that's a little bit unfortunate that Blazer goes down, but as I've been mentioning, it's not like Waynesburg are hurting for cash at the minute. The operator was recovered anyway, so it's all good. Potsdam, they really need to find it around now, actually. It's sort of time to put up or shut up. That moment, well, it can pass you by very quickly. There's just 2 rounds left in this half, and this is the gun round. So, if you lose it here, the Gummy Bears would be forced into just a force bind situation where, you know, they're probably going to have something, but not everything, and not the best of weaponry. Back towards A seems to be the plan for Waynesburg. And a chance for Blazer. Couldn't quite connect it there. It's Fell to lead the way. Has been the case in the opening pick. Delivered again.
No, the big victory. No one having
Spike
the
down A.
idea to look up towards screens. And there's a plethora of players on the other side. Here through CT. They're all surrounding. Nobody wants to actually traverse the toxic screen, but once it falls, there will be safety.
Oh, there's Lily. Big delivery. And that's going to be the lockdown as well. This could be the turn.
Squashed.
Oh, and it's a critical kill from Royal Gamer. Vulnerability activated, but Jay Molly removes 2. It's a Molly on Molly situation. The spike is within that lineup's reach. Royal Gamer, they're actually hidden.
Oh no. They might have it. This might be free. Oh, so close. Axolotl will take it again, delivering for Waynesburg
Last
in the
round
clutch.
before the switch.
And that is the 8th round on the board for Waynesburg Orange. The Gummy Bears at just the last moment denied. Seems like that's an unfortunate theme of this last map, and Lotus as well for that matter.
Final moments. Unable to either defuse the spike or simply running out of time
Recalling my bot.
when it comes to its explosion. This has been so difficult, such a tumultuous attempt for either team to be able to truly win via defusal.
Possibilities of 9-3. It's tantalizing at this point. Would be the most dominant half we've seen yet. After 2 incredibly close maps, especially across the first half. Obviously, the second halves were a bit different, but still. I love this control right now that the Gummy Bears are gathering. They have a fast flank set up, but they can get flanked themselves.
Spike planted.
3, sitting right outside. Had the opportunity. Fumbled the bag. This is Queen Ash's big moment.
Silence.
That's going to be a major crippling effort. That's the op gone. That's Kragnok out of here. 2-on-4. And both of these players in the post play, they're retreating. They want to take this safety angle. But at the end, it comes down to the defusal.
Oh,
There's no chance. Axolotl is simply just going to send something through. Hope it actually comes out.
That was Just a hope and a prayer
Switching
being
sides.
sent up, really. That said, it'll be the half. 8-4, not bad at all for Waynesburg Orange. They're in position to close this, to pick up their first series victory of the season. And here in week 8, it's where those victories, they taste the sweetest. Of course, the Gummy Bears standing in their way. Now on the offense. They've certainly got the tools at their disposal to do this. But I do also have to wonder how difficult it's going to be to contend with so much utility, because it's not so normal to see the fade, which means that you're not going to be familiar with playing against it on this map, probably.
You won't have those instant ideas of where the haunt may end up or where the C's lineups might occur,
Right.
as you would with a Sova Dart or potentially a Trailblazer that you would expect to come around the corner. But the unexpected certainly will be read by either team soon enough. Bell in the back line sends out the relay bolts, a few shots as well. Plenty of them, none lethal though, but they put in enough damage that Kragnot can help remove the pressure. Fell wants them all for themselves.
Well, Shadow Notes and Lily, though, both taking some critical frags, both in the Nanostorm setup, so Lily just has to survive, but survival, that's a tough ask, especially when you swing into 3 defenders in a row.
Yeah, off the flank. Blazer here, as well as Axolotl. Nowhere to dash in that moment. So it starts off in the second half with Waynesburg kicking things up another notch. And they're going to have the money. And this is just a slippery slope to series point, Vincent.
They're on the way to it. I mean, it's incredibly fast how you can see 9-4 become 13 if things get out of hand. The Gummy Bears, though, it's these rounds, actually. The second round of every half has been insanity. Gummy Bears have this way with pistols, and it's a little bit insane, but it's been working for them. Going back to that right now, we'll be seeing what they have to do with it. Attack and the recon bolts. Not really going to catch too much information, but maybe they can find the opening pick.
It's actually going to be J Molly. Through manipulation of the wall. Now that is frustrating. Move your teammate and then go and hide. No way, J Molly takes down all 4.
Down B.
No, Valkyrie will have some retribution, but there's nothing for them to do at this point. Walls are closing in, both in this round and for the Gummy Bears in general.
Yeah, the Gummy Bears, they've had their way on those second rounds before. This time it's not so much. It'll be the standard buy in the third instead. And against what Waynesburg have to offer, it's actually got a very good chance at success. Though, I think a victory here in this round specifically, for me, that would be the convincing I need to say, yeah, Waynesburg, they have this game.
Look toward B. They know they gotta be close.
What? So
Sound
ambitious.
cues. Both of them falling. Laser and Axolotl. So confident, and it led to their demise.
I mean, just take your gun out at least. Pretend that you think they could be there.
Nah, they don't care.
Go, go, go!
Spike
Simply not.
planted.
Alarm bot out!
So over here with the post plant, I mean, you're looking at 5 players with rifles in Waynesburg, simply 3 on Spectres, on Speckies, if you will. But I don't expect this team to be able to turn this one around.
Good attempt.
Oh, good read. Hey, Molly. Very aware, and okay, there's another one. It's evened up, but the closing part of this is the hard
Last player
part.
standing.
Oh, if that kill came through, if Lily was removed, that might have been everything they needed. It would prevent the nanostorms from being activated. I mean, you know, there's the possibility of a flank as well as the snake bite. In the end, a little bit more economic damage than SUNY Potsdam was hoping for at the end of the round.
Indeed. but it's still just a 5th round on the board for the Gummy Bears. They need more. I mean, they're what? Double that at this point? That's a tall task. Even more so when you consider the fact that last round was on easy mode compared to how it's going to be this round. And with everybody on the Waynesburg side delivering, it seems like all the weaknesses that we saw in map number 1 and even map number 2, where, yeah, it was a 1-horse race, and that horse was going about max speed. It's now everybody.
Gamer, this time it will be Blazer who finds success. And they simply don't know how to keep the gun out. Again, they will falter, but we can't say the same about Waynesburg over on A.
Yeah, fortunately for Blazer, despite what was, I mean, not the greatest of situations, as the rest of the team helping out, though that's a very punishing moment for them as they peak 1-on-1 and giving away audio cues leading up to that as well. They had this round unlocked in Waynesburg, but they've allowed an opportunity, an avenue for the Gummy Bears to get back in, and oh, this is going to be the longest of rotates.
One enemy remaining.
You should run.
Okay, just take them all yourself. Why don't you, Axolotl? Just as easy as you can. Didn't need the res, didn't need J-Molly, not at all. 11 on the board now for Waynesburg. Close. What? My heart can't take this. The roller coaster that was last round is ridiculous.
That round was finished by Axolotl before J-Molly and Blazer could even rotate to the site. That's frustrating, but also you gotta give it up for Axolotl for taking that fight, taking the initiative.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. It could have also gone the other way, and we'd have been singing a different tune, but, you know, results are results, as I think you mentioned earlier today. As we get down to the wire, this is looking more and more like Waynesburg just going to be able to close, but there's a null command in their hands. We'll see what they can do with it. And a very initially passive approach for the offense, but they've gotten aggressive. And it'll be J-Molly putting shadow notes down.
Real Gamer, though, has a rebuttal against the Kragnock. Possibility for a Viper's Pit here. Oh my god, this could be terrible. And it certainly was. A double kill for Lillian, Queen of Ashes, Waynesburg, halved in a moment.
Revealing area.
They were down before. Maybe they can do it again. Gummy Bears, they've got a site for free. Though I'd also say Waynesburg wouldn't necessarily be the worst idea if they wanted to just save these guns either. I don't hate that per se.
Placing swarm grenade.
Can't see that first swarm grenade.
Yeah, that was interesting. They will make the commitment. Pull out the gun. Pull it out.
No.
Oh my. Honestly, Queen of Ashes put that round on her back. Well deserved for them to get the 4K.
Eyes up.
And this is a lesson that Waynesburg just is not learning.
Yeah, gun out. Just take the gun out. That's the reality. And this is why I was kind of mentioning the idea, hey, save wouldn't necessarily be bad here. Plenty of money to buy 3 guns. The problem is the rest of the team. For Waynesburg can't afford them. And so they'll meet in the middle. Find a happy medium. We got 2 bulldogs, some light armor, got a Bucky. We'll see what that has to offer. That's on Kragnog here at B. This, yeah, I didn't think it was going to go far enough to gather that information. So Kragnog's position still good. Could get a freebie if this Bucky works well.
If we know the Bucky, it certainly will.
Revealing area.
Oh, this is going to be frustrating. If they can adjust. Yeah, it could be good. Axolotl falls for that one. But can a trade come through? It has to. Bucky survives, but will Kragnock? Certainly won't be the case.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little too greedy there at the end of that endeavor, but at least one grabbed. It'll be now a rotate. 3 players, now just 2. It's Valkyrie towards mid, able to find positioning, and Shadow Note's actually trying to get the heck out of there. Doesn't necessarily want to take this fight. Wants to rendezvous with the rest of the team.
Well, here for a 1v3 inside the Viper's Pit, which we know is one of the most favorable conditions that you could find yourself in.
I want to see the overdrive used. Just spam through the Viper's Pit.
Think about that, it is the ultimate tracer because it leads right back to you. Not quite good for spamming, I don't think.
You're right, but also it was 1v3. I just wanted to see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, if Fel just decided to really go Fel mode in terms of making some irrational decisions that somehow worked right.
Alrighty, time to see what Waynesburg can do on this round, where actually they've intentionally gone for the Judge and the Marshal. They had enough for the rifle, they didn't go for it. The Judge, I kind of get that. They do have there is a Viper's Pit. There's a lot on offer here, actually. 4 ultimates, to be precise, for the defense, 3 for the offense. Could be a bit of a crazy round at the end of the day. Especially if they can get onto the site and plan. I mean, Hunter Shuri, you got Blades, you got Showstopper. Lots of utility to deny the Waynesburg retake.
Presence on B. No one there to meet the Gummy Bears in garage and throw their life away, essentially. So that's a bit of an improvement in the change of pace for Waynesburg. J Molly's simply waiting on the other side. Queen of Ash is going to wait out the barrier. But Royal Gamer, simply a shooting range they're dealing with by Yellow.
Gamer's been stepping it up big time. Oh, that's great work, though. Queen of Ash is in position and just waiting for that wall to fall, and then immediately walks forward, finds 2 players caught off guard. The A site's open. No way to adjust, at least not immediately. Blazers in that direction. Gonna hear the rotate.
Last player standing.
Unable to make that shot connect. Blazer falls, Shadow Notes will reign supreme. But now it's all onto Fel. They've gotten 1. Not bad, but it's another time that it's a 1v3 here for Fel on a retake for A.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I mean, okay, gotta go for it this time, I guess. No way. Got away with that one there. Royal Gamer, though, who's been so incredible here, just constantly delivering. And the opening pick department as well. I feel like Royal Gamer probably has 5 or 6. The Gummy Bears might be their way back into this game. They've really closed the distance. It's been 3 rounds in a row, and 4 out of the last 5 to go their way. Now they're just 3 rounds away from actually making this comeback. We're seeing another half by a hero rifle in the hands of Kragnock. But is that going to be enough? Is that going to be the deliverer?
Can't imagine so. Fel could have desperately used an overdrive potentially this round. They're stuck. The lone defender by Yellow. They've been revealed. They've been reviled by Potsdam and destroyed subsequently. Spike will go down. Nothing there to stop it. But this is an interesting development. Viper's Pit activated. I don't think it's even close to the Spike site.
Placing swarm grenade.
I mean, it's, I guess, close. Not close enough, though. You're absolutely right. This is interesting. One of the most interesting Viper's Pits I've ever seen.
Yes, I have to agree with you there. And it's already over. I highly doubt that there's any situation where anyone will willingly give themselves to close the gap and fall prey to the Judge.
Yeah, that's sort of like walking straight into a trap, isn't it?
Enemy
You see the
down.
bear trap on the floor, and you're like, you know, I want to stand there, actually. That seems fun. Well, at least 2 for the road.
Bit of a blunder there, but Axolotl recoups 2 kills. I mean, they have money now. They can bring it into perspective. Chicken Panda calling a timeout because this has been 4 rounds in a row where it seems that Waynesburg are completely lost on the situation.
Yeah, and they have finally elected to take the timeout. And I guess I say finally, like it should have been, you know, ages ago. Not really. This is actually pretty reasonable because it's gotten close. It's gotten a bit scary. And I think the scariest part of that is that the Gummy Bears, it's not like they've had to do anything all that crazy. They've just done some standard things. They played together. They have stepped up in a couple of big clutch situations, I guess. But with Waynesburg, it's really up to them to change what's happening and to figure out how to bring this back. One thing I have noticed as well is they've been sitting on these ultimates, No Command and the Nightfall for so long. They really got to figure out a time to invest those. And well, at this point, it's starting to get to the situation where it's actually going to have to be very good because you're not going to get another chance, or at least not very many.
Just a few rounds left in regulation time. And the bulk of Potsdam, they're looking at B because they've had easy entry onto B previously. So known as Beviously.
I can't really understand why we're seeing Kragnog have the Bucky again. Has 1750 in the back pocket. I can kind of be okay with a Judge being like your main weapon. But a Bucky, there's just so many more weaknesses.
Nothing truly gained off of that owl drone.
Toxins going up.
Here comes the toxic screen. Time to make a maneuver.
You should
Shot.
run.
Poison orb. Good use from Axolotl. Able to secure 1 before they're forced away due to the lockdown.
Yeah, but there's so much utility available here to counter this out moving forward. This No Command, not only could it be a huge way to make sure that none of the utility can be used and that they can get at least half of the defuse, but also no Showstopper, no Blade Storm, no nothing. And there it's going to go.
Flash.
No Command is critical. Because now they won't have the ability to bring in the lineups. The Nano Swarms won't be activated. Shadow Notes moved out of position with a beautiful fragment. Wall to keep Kragnog safe. It's all
enemy
about
remaining.
sticking around, staying alive, and nobody had the chance to break through that barrier. And Waynesburg, after what seemed like a millennia, have secured map and series points.
You know, ultimately, it doesn't matter how you get there. It doesn't really matter the scoreline at this point. Just got to do it. And it's got to be a huge weight off of the Waynesburg shoulders at this juncture for them to confirm that this will be at least overtime, if not a victory for them.
Breaks over.
But still, even with the deficit lengthened once again to 3 rounds, the Gummy Bears, they cannot be losing hope. They still have all of these ultimates that they've hung on to for so long. They still have them, and, well, the No Command may have denied them last time, but that No Command is no longer a factor. They can pull those out at any juncture, any moment they see fit.
Here.
I don't know, has the information. Blazer's there. Pop flash into look with nobody. Valkyrie here with the Showstopper. And it does as much damage as it always has. But it will be a hit onto A, followed up with the Viper's Pit, and a kill onto Blazer to start it.
That's a key member to take out of this round. Of course, Fell still hanging on the side.
Well, oh my. Walks
One
right
enemy remaining.
into hell, essentially. Now it's up to Kragnog. 1v5. Certainly 0 chance that this will work in their favor. But they have to give it a go.
it feels like every time Waynesburg have like just a little bit of a step in the right direction, right? They don't even take steps back. They're like pushed back. You know, it's like a football drill or something. They just get pushed 2 steps in the direction. Of course, that is helped out by some of those key ultimates that we were just talking about. 2 of them used, only really one of them being a heavy impact, and that was the Viper's Pit. But still, Waynesburg still yet to use this Nightfall, and it's starting to get to the point, Los, where I'm just like, why? Is there something wrong with the ultimate button?
App's key is broken, and they don't have time to set a new bind.
No, that's probably what it is.
Deleted.
Oh my. It's desperation here from Waynesburg. They're looking for solutions, and they can't find any. Fell. Sure, it's a nice one, but it will be removed instantaneously following. And this is certainly going to be a Potsdam round. And we may even be looking at overtime if they're unable to make that commitment in the following round.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, this would be incredible. What a comeback storyline for the Gummy Bears to be able to pull this off if they do. But one round going to be the determining factor. We go to the maximum. And after 2 maps, 1 and 2, where the opening half was incredibly close and the second was blowout, we get the opposite here. The opening half blowout. And the second, it has been comeback of the century. Here we go for the Gummy Bears. Blades are available. We better damn well see this Nightfall.
Chat, send your predictions on the usage of the Nightfall. I say no.
You say no? Oh no. I hope you're wrong, just because I want to see the Nightfall. For my sanity and Waynesburg's, when they watch this back, please, Nightfall. Well, Shadow Notes is kind of here for free, which is pretty nice to see. It's also very, very convenient of that toxic screen from the defense to allow them into this position.
Scanning
that's
ahead.
more catered for a retake scenario. Nobody
There they
in
are.
sight. Information not given. Finally, it will be. Here we are back on A.
Spikes down.
Full 3-player setup. Well, they won't be alone for this retake. They will have some help, but depending on how this situation goes, we'll see how much help they do get. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a lot for retake. Royal Gamer just spamming through the toxic screen. They're having a fantastic time. And it'll continue. Fell falls as well. Or on the rush from under rafters, but Blazer
enemy remaining.
with the up has put in the work. Axolotl as well. They have an opportunity. They have to destroy the nanoswarms, and I think they do. It has
my
to
goodness.
be Lily to rush in. Lily won't find the kill, and there was no Nightfall for victory. Waynesburg finally does it. 13-11. All the way to the end of regulation, but finally Waynesburg was able to close it down.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Waynesburg, they played a dangerous game. They waited to the very last minute, and it took a bit of a miracle there. 2 frags from Axolotl and then 2 from Blazer, both essentially at the same time, and a 2v4 clutch moment, but they made it work, and that's all that matters. They get on the board their first fit, and that is exactly what we were looking to see. Waynesburg Orange, what a incredible series from them. Losing out as well on that first map, that's a reverse sweep.
They're feeling strong after that. And we have to speak, of course, the reason we are on map 3, you got to give it up to Blazer. A career highlight for sure. Being able to come in with 33 frags at the end of it with multiple in 4Ks, as well as an ace on their own in, I believe, at least a half buy, maybe a rifle round. But as time went on, what's good is that they weren't needed. They didn't need to fully pop off on Icebox, Fell, and Axolotl. Other key pieces started to come into the fold, and that is what's critical. That's how it allowed them to make it all the way to this map 3 and find their first victory. So congratulations to them. But that's going to wrap it up for this series. We've got another one coming at you right here at NECC Valorant. Don't go anywhere. The action continues right after this break.
Welcome, everyone. It's time to get back into the action here at NECC 2 Electric Boogaloo. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Orbital as we're getting into our last match of the evening on this fine, wonderful Monday. Orbital, I need to know how you are. We got to see a near overtime in that Game 3 epic in our previous match.
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm excited. I'm ready to be here. It's a Monday. It's a fresh start, and hoping to get some good action. I mean, the teams have been ramping up, whether some unfortunate misses or just some awesome plays. It's been a good time, so I'm excited.
Yeah, it's got the spectrum that we're able to see. And of course, we're not going to end that any sooner than we have a best of 3. So our map says we're going to see them today. We got Icebox, Ascent, and Fracture. Not quite the Collegiate Classic, but a couple of classic squads as you have U Ottawa in gold versus Clark Red. Now, Orbital, these guys are a little bit all over the place in terms of the spectrum. You have U Ottawa, who's having a great season, and of course Clark Red, who's kind of in the thick of it, trying to get to their main position in the seeding. Well, let's check out the Cougars here first for Clark Esports.
Of course, we got Kioya, Scorpion, Aventus, Rubius, Haggard, and Emanon. Those are the teams that those are the players that'll be joining us here today to see if they can bump their score up any further. And it's again second to last week of the regular season, so it's a big chance for them. It's a big scary moment for them. And of course, on the other side, we do have an amazing squad going to be rolling in. It's U Ottawa Gold, a team that has been amazing so far. Only dropped 1 series.
Yeah, this is a great squad, and Mr. Raccoon, Genatron, Mr. Planet, Awi, and of course, Elric. Now, for everyone that's been able to kind of see all these squads, and especially this one in particular, this is a very senior squad. I say that. It's got 3 seniors that are going to be starting into it. So I can't wait to find them as they are representing the GGs of U Ottawa Esports, but also a comparable opponent between this one and U Ottawa as well as Clark Red. Both these teams have been able to go 2 Game 3s. Opposite outcomes, though, as Clark Red hasn't been able to find themselves a win in one, whereas U Ottawa has been able to get one every single time they have gone the distance. But when they do that comparable opponent for Holy Cross Crusaders, my goodness, both these teams met their fate at their hands. So I do wonder the consistency of these squads as we go so near into the postseason. Of course, map number 1 is going to be Icebox. We saw a whole lot of this one just a moment ago that nearly took us into overtime of that Game 3 here, Orbital, and I want to see more of it. I can't get tired of Icebox, you know?
I mean, I can. I mean, I like the cold just as much as the next guy, but there is a point where it gets a little bit stale. But I agree, it brings a lot of fun and a lot of interesting mechanics. And again, it was the first map to really bring about, I always like to say it, and I know people get tired of hearing it, the rise of Viper, right? It brings with it the verticality, it brings with it some opportune moments, and then A is now one of the more highly prioritized areas. We get to see those teams start to ramp it up, try and figure out exactly where they want to go and exactly which angles they want to hold. And you know, we see some early aggression coming out from the attackers. Usually we see the defense either hold very deep or push up very far. It's really up to their own metrics there, and mid's just kind of left for a free-for-all. So I'm excited to see what they can bring here as U Ottawa out on the defense.
You were talking about the rise of Viper, the mom that's trying to take care of the kids. And I do like that we've seen kind of a Sentinel shift, but this one used to be kind of the mainstay. You would have a bit of Viper, but you would also have a lot of Chamber. That one has gone the opposite way. An interesting pick into this, though, we actually may be seeing double duelists, which we have seen a bit before out of the Harbor. So floating onto that Viper is Mr. Planet. Elric is going to go onto the Harbor, and that makes for such good staggered sightline compositions because you can be able to use that right side, wind it around corners, and then that has frequency use, whereas you have to full commit with your talk screens onto those Vipers a couple different ways. So I like into this, but it's also going to come down to our difference of how many Sentinels you'll get with maybe the Sage full denial moving through Kitchen, but
Select
it ultimately
your
could
agent.
roll down to our duelist. Scorpion staying onto that Reyna, and Aoi onto the Jet. That is burst versus some blinds. What's your take to those 2 duelists?
I like blinds. I will always like blinds. I will never not like blinds. It is my favorite thing in the world. I currently, when I'm playing right now, I play Harbor pretty much exclusively. I love the agent. Harbor brings just about everything that I really enjoy. So I enjoy making sure people can't see. So some people may hate me for that. Some people might love me for it. I don't know. But I'm excited to see. Either way, as you said, Scorpion bringing out the Reyna, an agent that we don't see too often. The fact that they're deciding to run it means it's more of a comfort pickup here. but it's still a duelist. It can still output a lot, you know, with that Empress, as you were talking about. So we'll see how it handles here, and I want to see them get very aggressive. They have the Sage, and they are the ones that are going to have a little bit of healing on the back end, which does act as an enabler for those duelists. So really, I mean, you know, the term Pocket Sage is not for nothing. So I want to see him be able to play very well. I want to see him play aggressive, and I want to see him fight for their opportunity to tie up their current score.
It's interesting too because you fight with aggression behind Scorpion on the Reyna. That is the only blind on this entire map right now, and it's a good one too because it's going to push through walls, and there's a lot of paper thin metal, but it's still some hard corner walls, and so you can really kind of get some aggression with Lear. It looks like we're going to make this in kind of a 3-lane. We at least poked out, put these 3 out down lane. Anyone will come out to the B, but up out into main A, and everyone just threw shots around. It basically is a duck hunt gun. We can't quite get a kill early on in mid.
I love it. I love it. The only way that would have been more perfect is if they bowed to each other and then walked off, right? That would have been the only way it was any better. They emptied the full clip and said, you know what? First round ain't looking too hot. Second round maybe might be a little bit better as we already get a chase in. It is going to be Clark Red chasing inwards here, but it is you Ottawa Gold that are already prepped and ready to go. Awi able to take one. Kyo able to find Mr. Raccoon. No more digging in the trash there. Scorpion off on the angles, and right now Clark Red sectioned off away from the site that they planted themselves. Kyo able to find one. Kyo makes it a 3K. Are you going to get a 4? Come on, Kyo. We want to see it. We want to see that Viper 4K. We want to see the ace come out here if you can. That'll be a nasty setup here, but Genetron, you're already making a lot of noise, and you're up on top, and Genetron gets the headshot. Beautiful shot. Elric is gonna find Scorpion down. It's Genetron lights him up like a Christmas tree. It's a 3K answered back.
They should be able to get this one straight at the last second, or 2, nearly 2.5. Oh, plenty of time. It was sweating it out. Genetron, she comes in big, going absolutely supernova to be able to finish off all the damage that her teammates have been able to put down range. And so good job on the retake. Go the GGs. That one looked like it was Clark Red in a great position. They'd gone for that high nest plants. They've been able to put the sage wall up, and that's a great attacking specific sort of setup to be able to really deny it, especially into pistol rounds. So I like that kind of bend and the blend, and so far so good. Clark Red, they're going to try and re-hit this over to B. They're going to be in a worse off buy. We do see at least one Sheriff come into play. But they're going to try and pressure this up. Why not pick and prod and push into maybe some B-type antics? Elric, they're going to walk away. And I do like what Harbor can do. I mean, you've seen a lot more of Harbor. Can really kind of slow the teams down as they try to work through these cascades.
Figuratively and literally. There's only a few times that'll happen. But agreed, it slows them down, and I love the fact that the walls come out very, very quickly, and the fact that you can curve it also means it's very malleable. It's one of the few walls that I really do prefer on the attacking side. It means that you have pure definition with how this wall is set up, so I really, really do like it. The fact that you Ottawa was allowed to fully rotate over to this B side, and Clark Red have not been able to entry in, means that this is going to be a chance for them, and honestly, you Ottawa off the back of the Harbor plays feel great. They've gotten 2 kills. They don't want to give over too much more, but Emanon able to find Elric, who was scoping out on the back of B, means that it's now a 3v3.
The problem, though, is that they early rotated and put that spike right into a nest of hornets that is in the form of the GGs. As they're hanging out back there, you Ottawa has collectively found the spike, and they're going to protect it for the next 20 seconds. They're being shot at distance. That Sheriff is very deadly for Emanon, but they're going to have to get some of those as hard corners will protect Mr. Planet. Captain Planet, if you will. They find a third, looking for one more. Now, you got to play for life here. You don't have very much into that jet, so they're going to have to run away, and they're going to do exactly that. There's not enough time to go and get this plant, so they're going to play for that second round win. They're going to go up into that next buy, and Scorpion and the gang are trying to chase him down with katanas. This is like a samurai horror movie.
Samurai horror would only be if the blade was dull, and I love it. Scorpion and Genetron just go, oh, okay, we met our doom there. Still, though, that's going to be 3 kills that I think Clark Red are going to be very happy about. Remember, with the change in the economy, it's been a little bit more difficult for teams to bounce back after that second round. So keeping your teammates alive is very, very important. You want to be able to keep at least 3 or 4 members alive. To drop 3 right there means that it desperately hurts this next round here. So you, Ottawa Gold, are going to try and do the exact same. You can see the Marshals coming out. You can see the Spectre coming out. And then, of course, a Ghost and Classic on the back end. Clark Red are going to try and do what they just did to you, Ottawa, which is stay alive, you know, just stay alive, make sure that you get a good round, and you go into that 4th round looking real pretty.
Better not let them get this one, because this one should be your power round. This is a power play. They've got big rifles in every single one of them. Good tag onto that owl drone. They're going to make sure the minimap is lit up with a jet marker, and you will have the Leer as they will push into Maze. Aoi is able to have a great push off of that Ghost. They do get a dink, but they are sunk as Emanon actually with the fade away by Mr. Raccoon. Okay, all right, a bit of a scrappy one with the Scrap Master. So they haven't been able to plant as of yet. It looks like they're playing for that nest position again, and I think because of that tag, they're actually gonna have to go low, or else they're just gonna get absolutely just pushed through that wall.
Oh man, this is not where Clark Red wanted to be. Kiyoya able to find one, Rubius Haggard able to find another, so that is going to eat things right back up. But they need to clean this up nicely. Remember, if they drop another member, it's going to be a difficult 4th round. And that's a snipe. Elric says you made it easy. Rubius Haggard going to go down just as hard, and it's now in a 1v2 situation with 20 seconds left. Oh no, no way. Oh, you shot the back.
Oh,
Elric had the headshot lined up and it hits the back instead.
Oh, that's much like my 70+% body hit percentage instead of headshots. Only 8% people. That's what that one's looking like. 0%. But you know what? They just don't grab the bonus round. So unfortunate. It will be Clark Red though. The Cougars will be thankful to be able to give that one. So we go into real rifles. Looking at what Rubius Haggard, Keeper of Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts, and maybe some Guardians that are going to be put into the hands of Clark. So because you do go into a rifle buy and then you're on the worst end of it, dropping a few bodies, you don't exactly get to have the best weaponry. So they're going to have the single shots, but those are pretty good guns. I don't know. Are you Guardian gang with me out here? No?
I'm more of an Odin fan. I don't care for actually aiming. I just spray and spray as long as I can. Oh, the wide swing. Gina said, yeah, listen, I don't care what happens. I'm going to wide swing and take your head off.
That's fair. That's fair. I like also that we're already seeing a Viper's Pit. So they're investing these ultimates early. Don't keep it too far deep in the pocket. And Elric is going to go forward to try and spam, and they will get it spammed as well. Good wall bang as Rubius will drop. Kyo try and put a snake bite out to at least deny that sightline angle, but Elric is being a menace and a bully from outside. Emanon will be traded by Mr. Planet, but they've only been able to have 1 remaining. You got 4 ready to venture forth into the slime.
I mean, the slime kind of hurts, so you do have to be a little bit careful, so you don't have to send everyone just yet. There you go. That is going to be the Owl Drone spotted out. Poison goes out. I think it ricocheted off the wall, so it didn't actually get there. So, yeah, that hurts a little bit. It is going to be you, Ottawa, carrying 4 over. And around that should have been a little bit closer, but we'll see what they can do here. Clark Red, they have enough for at least 3 or 4 members, but not enough for all. So a timeout's going to be called. They're going to try and figure out how the heck to change this, because those were a rough set of rounds right there.
Yeah, that was a big investment off of that Viper's Pit. I do like that they used it within the first 4 rounds, so you're going to be able to get that one back. We've seen Kyo be pretty much a part of every single attack, so I doubt that they're going to have a hard time being able to go and get it. But instead of being a 2-2 break, we go into 3-1. That means Clark will probably be leaned away into a save for the most part, and you, Ottawa, has been fairly decent about their retake. We've been able to see them kind of be repelled, but they are a bend but don't break kind of squad. Really don't kind of worry of having to give up early numbers. They're not going for those early duels. We do have one Viper Pit online, but on the defensive half for Ottawa, and we are 1 away from being able to see that Hunter's Fury. I wonder if they're going to go up, get that mid ult orb on A, and maybe take a step back just to deny some default plans.
Oh man, this is
Turret out.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. Genetron being able to run over and grab it. She's been very, very pivotal. You can see with 5 kills under her belt there.
Right.
Although it looks like it actually is going to be flagged over to one of the other teammates. You don't need that Hunter Sphere right away. At this point, I feel like you want to save it for a much larger extent. And so instead, they do hand it over to one of the teammates. And this way, you're actually going to have about 3 or 4 ultis online for round number 5. You saw everyone within 1 orb away. So, I mean, this time around, it feels okay. And, you know, you lose one, that's okay. You have a heal coming out, so Rubius is going to be able to get HP back. But honestly, if you Ottawa are going to play this right, I don't think they're going to lose any other weapons. If they do, it'll be very surprising.
Plus, now the ultimate is already online, as Gina actually does drop now based on Scorpion being able to get him with a Bulldog. And this is kind of your bargain bin buy. Elric is going to show them what a real rifle does in fact look like, as the defense is getting the kills that they should be finding, especially into this cluster of a round. Scorpion will be brought back. Oh, but not off their temple or their flanks at all. So as they come right back to it, get done, and they do it. 4-1. This one an expected outcome, and you have pretty much, not just pretty much, all ultimates are online, and Ottawa has set them up for a pretty successful future. It should be big rifles going to this next one.
It should be amazing here, but as we said, the dangerous section is those 5 ultis, right? Like, this is the full denial composition here. If you look at you, Ottawa, this is the ultimate no. Like, just capital N, capital O, and a very, very large period at the end. Clark Red, if they're not careful, they will get annihilated. If you, Ottawa, decide to actually launch all ultimates, at most, I expect 2 or 3. I don't expect them to expend everything. I do expect them to at least drop 1, though. 1 should at least be used here. If not, that just means you, Ottawa Gold, are just that confident that they will take this gun round without too much problem.
At least a reckoning, I would think. If they have done what they've done for the entirety of this game, for the most part, they're gonna be repelled away. They're gonna bend back. They're gonna lean out, and they're gonna just make sure that they don't die early. There will be a big trade. Aoi will be there. The lockdown was at least flirted with. Mr. Raccoon a little bit on that hair trigger, but has not invested fully into it. The Empress does get activated when they do have rifles. Now they're gonna try and open up some space on the activation side, but it is gonna be Genetron that is trying to get rid of it, and they're able to. Actually, they're not able to read it. They don't know where it was planted, so this one will push out some space for Clark to finally try and get this plant to go. And now the lockdown in opposites, we're trading them between. That Empress will be able to take down Mr. Raccoon.
This is a round that they were not fully expecting, and I mean, I did say I expected 1 ulti. I didn't expect this one. I mean, it's surprising that they dropped it, but now they leave themselves wide open. But Elric able to find Kioya. Kioya had it lined up, and Mr. Planet comes around with a single dink. Rinky-dink Dink says hello, and that's going to be a catch. Mr. Planet finds a second. It's down to a 1v2. Of all the sprays to go through, you're not really going to find it. It doesn't matter how much you spray. You aren't going to get that kill. You find one afterwards, but the round is done. You, Ottawa, feel great after that round. It was a little bit dicey, but you made it work.
I really love... Like, I mean, whenever we first saw the kit for Harbor, when it was first coming out, everyone kind of looked at it and said, this is like off-brand controller. Not really the smokes we were looking for, but that Cove. That Cove was always something interesting because it provided just a bit of a short-term surface as well as just an illusion in front. And that is able to, alongside the High Tide, to really give a delay to go and get that defusal. And then Reckoning gets invested. You actually had 3 ultimates go forward as you had the Reckoning, the Lockdown, and the Hunter's Fury. Only... Well, 2 of them really kind of got some big value because it pushed the Cougars off site, and then the Reckoning was able to kind of do the rest. Oh, able to get this one with a stinger. Those bullets are so just, they're like little pieces of mache. They just don't do the same kind of damage that maybe a Bulldog would.
It hurts. It hurts. It's a pea shooter at that point. Rubius, though, saying, I want some action here. Aoi saying, Scorpion, you are no fun. Let me clip your stinger. Make you useless. Slow orbs doubling up here as Aoi is slowly crawling their way here. They're hoping. Wall goes down. No eyes available for Clark Red. There's a quick tap. Ventus able to find Mr. Planet. Around yellow here. This is going to be dangerous. Again, Spike is ticking away, so you, Ottawa, got to make a move, and they're going to go. Genetron tries to prop it up, and now the swing for the rest of the team. Oh, someone's going to get surprised, and Ventus finds it. Rubius finds Genetron and Ventus with the 4K.
Here we go. All right, you got to have an individual effort pop off in order for the Cougars to get themselves established. So job well done. They do find a second here in this first half. Still have the Viper's Pit online as well as now Bladestorm for Owie. Let's see if they'll be chasing down anyone with it. I don't think they will just yet because we still have big rifles moving into it. It looks like that it's actually going to be a buy. Actually, no, they will be using it. So full shields is priority to be able to take some of these big fights. Mr. Planet is going to have a Bulldog. Otherwise, it's going to be Vandals across from him. But Owie, I got to wonder how many big trades they're going to find off of that Bladestorm. Just waiting for the opportunity to do it. But they got to make this read first. And they've been playing box screen. They have not delayed in laying it down, and Elric has to escape with their life.
Elric has been a master of getting out of sticky situations, but honestly, not being able to fire back feels bad. You've been able to scout out where the opponents are 2 or 3 times now, but you haven't been able to capitalize. Normally, you want to try and get that exit frag or that single tap just to try and even give yourself the odds advantage. It hasn't happened. Instead, you are just the information guinea pig. You are just the one relaying all this to your team. Another wall comes out, so doubling up on the walls to push them out of A or out of B. And now on mid, Mr. Planet hiding inside of their own smoke. This is going to be a little bit dangerous.
Two Vipers knowing the same play.
Ooh. Emanon found it, but you know what? We don't care about that one. We care about this mid. Oh, they're going to meet each other. Hyoya's waiting, and they're going to swing, but Mr. Planet cheats out further.
It's just enough. Mr. Planet is actually waiting for the full swing. They have a shoulder straight into the box, and maybe the repick. They're going to try and counter strafe. They do get a dink, and they will have an assist off of that one as Genatron is able to help them out. Rubius trying very, very swiftly to put a wall down. It's a couple of Sentinels that now have to hold this full Fortress of Solitude to themselves. Mr. Planet doesn't have any viewpoints as that wall is down, and Rubius is just hanging in that corner. So within Maze onto that. Well, they've identified Rubius as, okay, great giveaway. They know they're underneath them, but it's just a swing that finds big value. Now it turns into a 1v1. Owie, the tailwind up. They have to be able to turn this into a cat and mouse game that they, in fact, can win. They're getting shot by the sentry, and they're going to be denied. There's not enough time for them to be able to get this, so they've gone up to the rafters. They're thinking about walking away, but they're still going for the duel. Ventus is okay with sticking around, but they're just not going to be able to make it back in time. So for all the efforts that Owie was able to get, it's going to be another big win for Clark Red, and they can't even get away with their gun.
I mean, I don't know if we want to call it a big win, right? You lose out on a lot of your weaponry. That means you're still going to be locked down, but it is a round. I am agreeing with you there. It is a round. It's one that you're not super excited about winning. You want to make it clean. You want to make it a lot better. For the side of you, Ottawa, that one hurts. That one hurts a lot, right? 2 rounds in a row now. You are now looking at a 2-round difference. You want to hit that round 6, and you want to hit a round 7 on top of it. So it's a little bit of time. Of course, you're working with the bargain bin, so if anything does happen, it'll be Clark Red slipping up ever so slightly. And so far in the last 2, they've looked pretty okay here with the default setup once again.
To me, it's big only because it sets up for the next one. Because that eco does slouch a bit. So one can become 2 rather easily. A lockdown is a decoy. They're setting it up high. That beacon, though, because it is so high up, is just going to be, all right, they're up there. We take them down, pop the pinata. Now the attack seems to be moving over to B. It's going to have a free sight, for at least the most part, but Elric is going to be back all the way to Snowman. They did not exactly put down their utility super quickly. They're going to use a wall as well as a talk screen to have a double surface, but Elric is able to find Rubius's forehead so easily. I wonder if they're that good about finding some Easter eggs. We're so close to the spring. Why not be able to spring straight into a retake?
I mean, that's one way to do it. The spring is needed, and as you said, it worked wonders. Now we're going to look, and we just a slow walk, like a leisurely pace, able to find Emanon. It's down to a 5v2. Remember, this is a round that you, Ottawa, were not slated to win. And Elric with a 2K on the Sheriff. We did say a round was going to be given in this time if Clark Red messed up, and I think they did. I hate saying it, but they chased him to be a little bit quickly. We're not able to cover their tails, and that lockdown attempt, you have to read the gun advantage. If you knew that the guns were not in the hand of you, Ottawa, I don't think you would have used the lockdown.
Yeah, it's that's one of those that you really are trying to put your opponent on their heel in a thought process, not quite in a mechanical process. And they didn't have the weaponry, the arsenal in hand to really have to worry about that. You do see Scorpion. They're going to force into this Bulldog. This is kind of a force round, so they're trying to go for it into this ladder 3 remaining into this first half. This is real rifle as it gets, but they're also trying to play for the overheal if they can be able to get a trade. So Clark does seem like they're going to at least commit into it. They have a revive. They can keep Scorpion on the field if they are unable to go and get those overheal shields. But it's going to be just 2 players here in defense. Really, Ottawa hasn't been too stressed about going and getting those early first contact points. Mr. Raccoon, in fact, does find Rubius, and the other one, Owie. They're just kind of taking apart the Cougars at the seams.
Yeah, this is the downside of what just happened with Clark Red, right? This is the repercussions or the consequences of their action. They are now locked into this dangerous scenario without really any big ticket ultis, which they could have used this round. They could have really used that lockdown, right? And now they're faced with an uphill challenge. Emanon saying, hey, maybe I can find something in mid, but the shots go out and quick rounds up. Mr. Planet looking to try and chase away, wasn't confident in the gun duel. Instead, opens up an opportunity for Clark Red to rotate out. A is no longer contestable. B site it is.
The Planet used to be on the map, and then they took a bullet to the knee.
Left.
Used to be an agent much like you, Genetron. I believe they saw 2. It's a bit of a lineup. They're lucky there's still one standing as Genetron does get one and then trade away. They're now surrounded. This is a rough position for Kiyoya. They're going to get seen on this bridge. Actually, Elric is actually going to wait for this to go up to Nest. They got him from behind, though. So, 7-3. So, 70% goes over to the GGs here for Ottawa of the first 10. And this is a rough position. Again, Clark, they were kind of in a mid-buy. They look like they're going to keep kind of chasing that buy unless they really want to save into those remaining 2. I gotta think they would maybe do some sheriffs here, maybe some light shields, but they may also just force into it.
I mean, I think the force is something that you only really pull out of desperation. Yes, there's only 2 rounds left, but that also means that you have a second afterwards. So why hard force here when you can really save it for the last round of the half? It looks like they are going to do a hero rifle, which I can appreciate. I can definitely appreciate. What you need to focus on, though, is how to flush out Elric. Elric has been an absolute pain in the butt for Clark Red every time they go on this B site. And they really haven't had the proper answer. Look at that. Even in mid, Awi finding an early first blood. I mean, this is so well done again from you, Ottawa. They've identified that Clark Red don't really have the weapons, so they're allowed to push up and flank out. You can see A side completely overrun because Clark Red just decided to all push in B. Now they're going to have a little bit of a problem. Ruby is setting up the wall, getting a plant out in the open, though I'm not sure if this is the most optimal spot. It is going to be a chance, but they chase out Emanon with that Guardian saying, hey, give me a chance. Ruby finds one, but that's going to be the kill down. Awi saying the Vandal works in much stronger ways.
What a very cheeky, nervy sort of plant. Right out in the open. 3v1, and they blind fire through. No, Mr. Planet does, in fact, take care of business. This will become 8-3 at best. Looks like Cougars will be trying for an 8-4. They got a little bit of extra credits in the bank, and I want to see what that ultimately builds up to. What will we see in terms of full build? Looks like we do have enough for buy. They're on that negative trend, so they're being given some streak bonuses into their eco. So they're going to have just enough to be able to buy fully. But right now, you Ottawa, they have been very calm. You've been talking about Elric. They're up there at 12-5. Everyone's single digits in death, and you got doubles opposite of that for 3 of them, Mr. Planet, Elric, and Owie, who has been just exactly what they need. And Elric, at least right now, floating onto the operator. It looks like they will commit into that, so they're aiming for a trade straight up here, and they get it off of Emanon.
That was mean. That was mean. We don't see this very often. It's a trade of weapons. You basically juggle all the way to site. But the fact that you throw an op shot and you make them think that they're almost out, now swap over to the Vandal, it means it's so much closer to the Phantom. I'm so sorry. It's now going to be a problem here. Oh, we're trying to throw up the wall, but now getting cut off on their own. They're very, very low inside of that poison, so got to try and heal up. Hunter's Fury does nothing. Genetron does nothing more than just send a stern warning the way of Clark Red. And Ventus is Scorpion, able to fire back, able to find one of Keith, leading it at a 3-5. And now the shots come out from Emanon. Emanon trying to find something of their own, doesn't really find it at all, but the lockdown is going to be more than enough to push you Ottawa out of here.
Oh. Trapped in a position. Mr. Raccoon has a high sight line. You're staring at a
Oh
wall.
my
The computers are really cool looking, but 3 players are detained. They're now just coming out of their lockdown. Scorpion has to be able to win it by themselves in a 1v3, but that's just not going to happen. Into that 9-3. We didn't even see them get the plant down because that round ended off of their death. So 9-3 curse, call it what you will right now. Ottawa, if they're cursed with success, I think they'll take every curse they can find.
I can't believe I'm so mad that I called that wrong because I thought that was a lockdown on the side of Clark Red, and it wasn't. It was you Ottawa. So well done by you Ottawa Gold to even find that, and Clark Red just didn't feel like they had enough. So as you said, very, very clean, very, very nice. Now into this round, 9-3. The curse may be real, but I don't think it is. You Ottawa, they've been in situations like this before, and they're ready to push. Again, for them, I feel like the Harbor brings a lot more. We know the Harbor held down on B-side before, but I feel a lot of Harbor's utility is best used on the aggressive. You get a push, force line of sight differences on Clark Red, and you get such large opportunities. This is going to be an A-side hit with all 5 members of U Ottawa bracing for impact.
Oh, quickly, they were kind of fanned out in a very aggressive format. Maybe receive this attack. Big blind actually causes always some level of issue as they went straight into mid, but you know, they gave away all of their duelists, so they're in a pretty good position. That Frenzy trying to be a sniper from that distance, and quickly Mr. Raccoon is just going straight into the fray, so Rubius will have to at least blend backwards as his defense still has all 5 players on it for Clark. That's one of the best situations they really could be in into this pistol round, and it looks like the rehit will begin at least feinting the rotation. Elric is thinking about committing their high tide. That does go forward. You have both controllers on site, and they're going to try and pick this one up. Do they see the maze? No. Yes, they do. Mr. Planet goes down, or takes Scorpion down, and Ventus is able to get rid of Elric. That's a big player off the field. It becomes a 2v4.
Clark Red showing a few signs of life when they're the ones allowed to react here. New Ottawa. I mean, they're looking. Mr. Planet able to find one. Ventus is down, but now you got a peek, and Kyoya said, hey, listen, you got very low HP, but I'm going to make sure you're dead. But they line up for Genatron. Oh my gosh. No way this happens. Emanon saying, I know my mirror matchup is low. They have to have the call there, but a very quiet zipline up means Genatron might not be found out just yet. Emanon, you gotta look. You gotta look on the side. They are passing by like ships in the night, and they do not know. But there it is. Emanon with the fake defuse, taps it real quick, and makes it their home. Clark Red get 4 on the board.
Genatron just John Wick Ford both those players, and then just couldn't finish off the thriller that was that movie in the making. A couple of Sovas trying to go against one another. You know, in that nervy situation, really want to come out on top of, because you don't want to let GGs of U Ottawa get to 10 first. So Clark, take the great first step. Gotta be able to take more big steps. They're gonna buy into these Spectres because why not? It's more or less a full saves. Well, at least one extra. You put a great gun onto your duelist to see what they can go downfield and do, and they're gonna be a tumbleweed of death if they can into B, but they're gonna take it slow. And this is what I was wanting to see out of both of these controllers as well. They can stagger these main lines of their walls. This wall right now is a pretty hard surface, and everyone's already rotated over.
I love it. I always love the walls. They're so trolly, but so much fun. And it's going to slow them down again because, again, you do have to use those pistols. It's so painful to get through them. And you Ottawa know exactly where they all are. That's going to be the poison holding down. Mr. Raccoon able to find Kyoya. That's going to be a great frag. Around yellow, it's Genatron looking, but Mr. Planet able to find Rubius. Clark Red have weapons, and yet they're having trouble. They are struggling. Elric going to land themselves in a bit of fun water and opens up and realizes the Kraken is there to slay him. Emanon able to find Elric's life inside that zone. And that means the spike is down. It's 4v3. Still very, very doable. Emanon finds Mr. Raccoon. Scorpion finds Awi, and Mr. Planet falls as well. Emanon with the 3K, making it look easy. Genatron, the last one alive and scouted out. Now, you're not really going to have it. 4K by Emanon. Puts Clark at 5 now.
They tried to plant so deep to rope just around that lower screen area. They had a cloud burst off of the jet, and then they had the cove supplied by that harbor. And they went, all right, cool, I've got both these, right? This cool. But they didn't know the defender was right there, just hanging out with them. Emanon just was able to have great emanating lethality within that corner. You cannot just run blindly into it. But you know what? You trust into your controller smokes, and sometimes it just ends up being the other direction. So 9-5. 9-5, a good business. Clark does grab what they needed, which is a 2-round lift into the next half. But Ottawa, it will be on their weapon buy. So want to see what they can do into this pushed attack. You do have them primed. They've left this one sort of default. Didn't they get a pick in as they lead to B? Emanon is trying to pull off some Elric type shenanigans. Ooh. But this is a deep run as they're trying to play for the bonus real aggressively from the side of Clark.
I mean, I can appreciate it. I can definitely appreciate it. You know, you Ottawa are strong with weapons. Might as well give it a shot. So, you know, it's a 50-50. Now it's more like a 20-80. And Elric says make it a 10-90. I'm sorry, guys. Clark Red with 2 alive.
Planted.
There's not much you can do except hope and wait. Scorpion still can't finish off Mr. Planet, who's currently sitting with a decent amount of HP. Probably no shields, but up on the top rung. Genetron makes Scorpion past tense. And it's down to Ventus.
Turrets
At
destroyed.
150. How many bullets can you soak up? It is a flawless round as Elric gains a 15th kill.
We finally get to 10, doubling up on top of Clark Red. And we go into the big rifle buy. This one's going to determine a lot, because if we get Ottawa being able to get to 11, it's a downhill skid, especially because Clark Red, you see their buy right now, they're basically priming themselves. If they lose, that they'll have to save and guarantee that. Well, actually, no, because if they lose into this, if they lose into this one, then they'll basically almost guarantee, unless thrifties happen, which they can, that the GGs will have a chance to get to 12, and then it's the biggest uphill battle that you can see into a game number 1. Icebox is unforgiving mistress. This map in particular, you have to really run around some of these 90-degree angles, but with a minute and a half to go, Elric is just seeing if any of that aggression will continue to come from Clark, and we haven't really seen them have to play around mid. They've played mostly away from mid for their attacking half.
I think that's appropriate. Mid is one of those, I don't know, I call it a scary point, but it seems very few teams have the ability to take over mid on the attacking side. It's just, you know, you sit there on the defense, you have those long range DeMarcels, you have such good range and such good positioning, and you don't feel like you need to do that on the attack. Why worry about that when you're winning on the sides? And so far it is going to be one you Ottawa carry over in a 4v4. They lost one on B's site, but the spike is already down. So you Ottawa Gold say no one in mid, no worries. Let's go ahead and temper down, get ready for this retake.
4v4, Ottawa has a lot of damage onto a couple of them. Mr. Planet caught in a bad position, as you do have the Cascade coming through and slowing everyone down, but they will use the Hunter's Fury. It's kind of a pocket delay. A lot of swarm grenades, and they will put at least some damage out downfield. And Elric will get 2. Now it's just a free spray. Looking to be able to get it to half. They, in fact, can. But that's just a swarm grenade between them and Success. Pressing up into it. But Genetron will take care of business as the final one, and Keo will be taken down. So, into that buy. Well, and no one escapes with their guns. So, let's check it out. Right now, the full buy can be obtained by you, Ottawa. Much to the opposite is Clark Red. They commit into either a hero or otherwise, it's going to be a very obscure sort of buy in the final one. So, I don't know. You either play with confidence that you can play around the 12-5 and find 7 in a row, or you're going to try and find some magic here in this round.
I just feel there's no reason to chase there. Clark Red kind of chased up when that Hunter's Fury was going off, and they got caught in the crossfire, so they have to be kicking themselves here. As he said, though, it is a chance. It's very low buy by Clark Red. They had the hero rifle ready to go. Rubius, though, able to find Awi, so it's not a trade for not. You Ottawa Gold, currently sitting with 4 members alive, have a Viper Spit of their own in which to contest. But with the wall going up, it's going to clear out enough line of sight. So, they get the plant down. Elric just outside of the poison. That one works to their advantage. Spike is down. Clark Red to retake.
Poison Orb might go down as well to try and take it around that 90-degree angle. You actually do have the Cove that is still up, and they may begin diffusing, just seeing how much of it they can actually get out. I think that the Swarm Grenade is going to pop off. They're going to commit into this if they can. Oh, nearly being able to get all of it, and Genetron will put a few extra bullets down range. That was a sliver away from having a great, just sneaky defuse by the Cougars, but can't last long enough, and they're seeing their HP just dropping by every millisecond that went. So it's 12-5, a situation that pretty much has to have Clark get all 7 in a row if we want to see OT, but fate may just be railing against them at best. They got Spectres, they got Guardians. Got to see what they can do off of a couple of mainstay rifles. Emanon has to be able to find value off of that Hunter's Fury. Really, really does.
Yeah, that's the key to victory here, right? It is the Hunter's Fury. If the anger comes out, maybe we're gonna see a roar. But Awi was ready, and so was Mr. Raccoon. Down goes mid. I did say it's a little bit difficult to take over mid, but it looks like you Ottawa Gold have done it. Clark tried a cheeky mid print, and it did not work. So now 4v3. Clark Red are spread thin. 1 in B site, 1 in back, and 1 on A. Challenge here, 1 that they're not ready for.
Trying to take on the world in that conga line. Now we just waiting to usher everyone through on their teammates. So Emanon has 56 HP. In a dream, they get 1. That's the first big one. They find it on a blind shot.
No.
Straight through into the Viper's pit. They're like, you know what? Someone might be standing there. Oh, it happens. So into a 2v2. It's a turnaround. They've got a Phantom in hand. And now they're going to send in the Owl Drone. Can they tag anyone? Is anyone standing nearby? No one on close angles. But Mr. Planet is safely tucked away here in screens.
There's no way, right? They don't get away with this one. Scorpion goes with the defuses. No one checking.
Player standing.
Oh my gosh!
Attackers win.
I thought there was a chance, but it became too minuscule to really navigate to. It was so close. They had coverage on the crossfire, but then as soon as they lost and died on that dual orbital, it just got boomed away. So they almost got away with it. They just couldn't completely get away with it.
I'm not gonna lie, the number of heart attacks I think I had here in this game, number 1, whether from very rough moments to genius moments as well. There was so much going on, and I loved it. Again, the very narrow calls with those spikes, the very narrow kills that we saw as well, swinging the tide for a lot of you Ottawa Gold's rounds. They were playing on a knife's edge. So, it worked out well in the end, but hopefully they don't make it as close in game number 2.
You know what? We'll be seeing game number 2 in just a moment. After a short break, it'll be Ascent on the other side of it. Please stick with us. NECC 2. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into map number 2 of our final match of the evening here on NECC 2. I'm Hale Monkeyman in the booth alongside Orbital, and we're getting into U Ottawa and Clark Red, the GGs versus the Cougars. It was, in fact, Ottawa that said GGs to the Cougars just a bit ago, 13-5 over Icebox. But we're heading to the age-old, most well-known map in all of existence. If you've never played it, you're not actually playing Valorant, you're just pretending, and it's actually Super Smash Brothers. This one is Ascent, and I think we're ready for this one to be maybe not the equalizer, but it's at least a level playing field. I expect it to be in some strand or form, Orbital.
I hope so, right? For Clark Red, this is a map for them to try and get back into it. And yes, we saw glimmers. We saw really good glimmers every so often, right? Players stepping up to bat. We saw some really nice usage of util to clear out some of the sites. And as well as on their attack, they were aggressive. They showed that they were ready to try and take those fights. However, Ottawa, the GGs, had everything under lock. I don't think there was a moment where it really felt things were out of control, except maybe round number 1 when we saw 2 players empty clips into each other and just had to walk away kind of dejectedly without getting a kill. But overall, it was, Ottawa keeping pace every single round. It wasn't really Clark getting the better of them. It was Ottawa slipping up. And as long as they shore up those issues, and I expect them to do it here, they're going to be fine. They're going to be really, really happy, and I think they're going to play exceptionally well.
It does look like we're getting some role switch ups as well as maybe just running against the current meta. You have your comfort picks that come into Ascent because this is the one that everyone has played. Usually we see KOs and Sovas and at least a little a Phantom Man himself, as Omen usually kind of makes a play into this. And as well as little Killjoy, they seem to be setting up for something different on you, Ottawa. A lot of fade that can be kind of an in and out composition between themselves as well.
Agent.
Aoi wants to stay onto that jet. You see that a lot. Mr. Raccoon maybe bringing back some 2021 Rays. That is locked in. Genatron has shifted over as well off of Initiator onto Controller as they're going to be on that Brimstone. So this is going to be some big differences made. We actually do not get a Sentinel for the side of Ottawa. So interesting, they're not going to really have anti-lurk passively set up for themselves, but that's their defense. That we get to see how well that is defined here on this first half.
Listen, it doesn't matter as long as you kill them, right? I think that's what Ottawa are going for. It's just like, listen, if they're dead, it doesn't matter. That's all we're gonna do here. Running the double duelist is one that we have not seen in too often of a time. It tends to rear its head every so often, but I think for what we saw Ottawa do, I think it's going to be perfectly okay. You were talking about role swaps, and I will always talk about the fact that some players just feel a lot more comfortable on certain maps than others, right? You learn the lineups differently. I know a few players that, you take a look at Ascent, Icebox, Diffraction, and they're just like, hey, I got the lineups on maybe like one of these maps. So they like to kind of swap it around and have a little bit of fun. So maybe that's what they're doing here. And again, this is Emergence. These are players that are still kind of getting their feet wet and being excited about some of their rounds. You were talking about it earlier, these teams earlier on. We weren't saying that they've only played 2 full 3-game sets. These teams have each, I think, done over 4 BO3s all the way through. Like, they have gone the distance each time.
Taking a lot of 3 players in a row. You're able to get a big trade, and wow, okay, 6 players left the field as if they didn't want to be in the lobby anymore within the first 15 seconds of this round. So it becomes a 2v2 for this last retake. The plan does go through for the Cougars. Mr. Planet trying to find anything with that evil cabbage as the Prowler does get expended down main lane, and gonna be able to find another one. No, Rubius does, and Genatron trying to avoid the hop right click foundations of the classic. So Mr. Planet is gonna rotate away. Everyone thinking that they're still pushing through that main lane, but they've actually swapped sides. They're not able to finish their job, and Rubius hangs on to it. Okay. All right, this is what I wanted to see out of the Cougars, because the end of that last one faded away. Can't even remember how good it was because it looked like it was all Ottawa. They grabbed this first pistol round.
I'm glad to see it, and I'm glad to see they were doing it with conviction, right? There was no stopping. They kind of just kept moving forward until they got the spike down, so I appreciate it. A little bit of a difference, a little bit of a chat, so we'll see if it continues forward. Right now, you can see the Bulldogs and a Phantom coming out here, so very much investing into this round, which can be a double-edged sword depending on how you look at it, but they're hoping to get the good edge here. That is going to be a little bit of a topside look. No real information given, as it is a complete give by Ottawa Gold. They're going to go for a 5-man retake.
No one ever clears that corner. I'm really concerned because Emanon, even after they just saw the Sova be there, I know they're not there this round, but they just assume. And gotta be a little bit worried. Emanon is able to get one off of Mr. Raccoon off of the other crossfire angle, and they're operating with only classics, dropping onto the spilled oranges. That's not how you want to die. Emanon is able to get their doppelganger, and it's becoming a 5v2. They know they're both backside flank. There's nowhere else that they could be as they've cleared every other angle. Should be able to get 2, and that'll be done by Ventus. So the first couple go over to the Cougars. And you, Ottawa, they're all right, cool. It's a cent. You let the first couple go.
They expect this to happen too, right? You expect, especially with the weaponry given by Clark Red, you expect this to happen, like 100%. And you're happy about it. You are happy that, hey, now you get a buy up. You, Ottawa, we see what they can do with weapons pretty often. So I want to see if they can do it here. This is really the telling round, I think. Clark Red, it's not very often you get a match weaponry across the board. So the fact that you got 3 rifles on your end as well means you, Ottawa Gold, might be in for a nasty surprise if they are not careful. And that'll lend in the way of Clark Red if they can continue giving some ground while taking other spaces. Up in mid, though, we do get a little bit of a challenge. Smokes go out, and there it is. Emanon gets tagged out a little bit. 85 left on the HP bar. But the planet not looking on the other side of Pluto. That one hurts.
Neutron, Cloudburst is going to ruin them. Does Keo. They just stomp right through. They're going to pick up and be able to upgrade to a Vandal. This bonus round is looking very bonus heavy. Mr. Raccoon is going to check outside of window. They get one trade. Will they find another? And this is starting to look like the no sentinel route is a bad way to go. Owie, though, they are a duelist. That means they get a shot. So Rubius, they do find them on the back way, and that is a bonus round completed off of the buy. They've got a fat stack of cash in a hurry in just 3 rounds, and that's forcing the GGs to go to a save very, very quickly.
I don't really expect to see that, especially with how they played in game number 1. Game number 2 looking vastly different here. And going into that ping pong economy, you're not ready for this. You're not excited, you're not ready, you're not happy. So really hoping to get at least 1 or 2 frags and keep that econ issue under control. You, Ottawa, if they can make it expensive each time, hey, you know what? You'll take it at this point.
This is what I was worried about. They don't have to worry about specific util to have to walk through. It's all active util. Well, Emanon will be able to get this plant. They're thinking about it. They look very concerned. They think that someone is coming in through heaven, and they don't want to get caught looking like that. Mr. Raccoon is in fact there, and they're creeping along with a box. As soon as I see him, boom goes the dynamite and Mr. Raccoon all at once. They will drop that spike, waiting for Keo to get that plant through. And this is a field stretched very thin. Robot fighting time happened mid. Scorpion takes down Blue Spirit, who is in fact a trade, and we have a difference of players here.
Okay, that was...
Find you.
Mr. Planet was looking at those and trying to take the frag, was waiting for a teammate to round the corner, but Neutron was not able to get in position because of that. It is a flawless Clark Red. Surprisingly enough, 1 round away from tying up their game 1 score in a much more dominant fashion. You can see here, this is going to be a timeout. This is something that I was, expecting to see earlier. They take it now, and I think it's the appropriate time, right? You gave 4 rounds in a row. You got to change something. You, Ottawa, got to get their heads in the game here. Famous words of Troy Bolton, if you want to know my age there. They're going to get it in there, though, I think, because you, Ottawa Gold, this timeout should let them know, and especially with the guns coming up next, slow things down a little bit. Yes, you are getting caught out in different corners. The initial gunfights are not going your way. You're playing without sentinels, as you said. Hail, Monkey Man, you said that they were playing without that key equipment piece. Because of that, your game strategy has to change as well.
That means they have to be very reactive and be able to read these plays as soon as they are being made, less having to work through some main gadgets. I mean, usually you see a killjoy onto this. You have to get through swarm grenades, the alarm bot, and sentry. That is such a multi-layered depth of defense, which I'm showing a little bit of cybersecurity. But hey, it pans out into this one because the security just ain't here, and they are getting absolutely hacked to death. 4-0 right now, and that, hey, I'm loving seeing that early timeout. Something that needs to be said. Remember Elric that was with us in the first map? If I'm not wrong, I do not see them on the roster, at least in this current room. And we were talking about specialist people that play comfortably on different agents. Maybe the same is true of roster as you have Blue Spirit that's been traded in. It's kind of a big player, a weapon out of their arsenal, if you will, to not have them there with how well they were playing in the previous map.
Gotta agree with you there. I wish I noticed it earlier, but your eyes are so good, Monkey Man. That was a spot and a half. But even then, right, Blue Spirit is actually still at the top of the leaderboard. Elric, you know, was leading the charge, holding down sights on their own. I give a lot of credit to Blue Spirit right now. It is going to slow him down. Clark Red facing off against the second gun round of U Ottawa. If they win the second one, they're going to be able to hold their heads high. They're going to sit there and say, we are more than halfway to that 6th round.
You have the Prowler that's going to poke and prod. And this is now going to be the No Fun Police parade. And they be able to escape, get beyond tree, be able to move into sight. They have to get a couple of these kills, and that will happen. Clark Red are ruining the likes of Ottawa. And you have 3, but Mr. Planet at least does get a trade. Have to run away from the fragment, and lucky for them, they were in the box, but they got popped like a jack in the box. So Blue Spirit and gang are trying to be able to retake this very, very quickly. They're going to pop a flash, and they do see them from sight. And luckily for them, they get trapped under Archway. Now the retake is real.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, but Kioya holding it down here in hell. And this is going to be a pain, this right here, because it gives so much time for them to rotate. Blue Spirit all left alone. The sub coming in here can't do much. Hail, Monkey Man, that is the second gun round that you Ottawa Gold have lost. And, you know, maybe it's time for me to face the music, but it looks like you Ottawa Gold aren't too practiced on this map here. It looks like they are losing out on multiple proper angles.
It feels like they went for something quirky, going off of this Raze and Jet combo. And honestly, I love quirky. I think that's great in people, in friends, and also in players. But you also have to be able to get some success off of it. I want to see that happen into their attacking rounds. We may not get much more than a 12-0 featurette of that. Oh, and of course, if you are just getting lit up by Emanon, who is turning mid into a shooting gallery. It's basically a carnival game, and they're the one winning every stuffed animal. It's a 5-3 just inside the first 20 seconds, and the Cougars, you know, you're talking about not being practiced. That's not something I expect here on Ascent. I think it's straight up composition that's ruining them, and of course maybe just for the timeliness of having their players ready to go.
Either way, they still have a little bit of time to try and remedy this issue, right? It always starts with a single round, and Genetron able to find one. Emanon though with the 3K, like they want the ace. That's a 4K, and are we running for the hills? This is a dangerous scenario. There ain't nothing left to do except wait for your demise. You can see it there. I love it. You see Emanon really like, come on, give me that ace. I want that ace so bad. Always gonna make a lot of noise, and that'll be the shots. And Kioya able to find Awi. It is 6 rounds in a row. Not a single one dropped, and every single one done with kills. 6 rounds, 6 deaths on each of you Ottawa Gold.
You see some weapons that were bought before, but because they do go into a streak of losing rounds, you start to slowly build up that kind of bonus eco, the game patting you on the back saying, hey kid, come on, get back in there. There's gonna be some ultimates in the hands of Ottawa. They will have the orbital strike, blade storm. They're not gonna invest into that one, but maybe some of these retakes, I want them to start playing for life. They have not been able to be as measured as they were before on their defensive half on Icebox. This audio cue should be a giveaway. The lockdown is looking to be flirted with being invested, but they're looking for a trade as well. Maybe something to come out in mid. Lockdown does get pushed. They're going to see if they can get anyone to bite, at least be able to clear that site. And they're going to wait for a good portion of it. They're going to use the orbital strike to get rid of it, so basically force the hand of Ottawa to have to get rid of that ultimate.
You know what? Anything to give yourself an edge, I think that's appropriate. Make sure to lock down Clark Red. Don't allow them to play at their own pace. And you know what? Hey, maybe it works. For the first time, Clark Red don't really look too enthusiastic about pushing into this A site. That means time is winding down. You got about 50 seconds left, so Clark Red do need to make a decision at some point. It takes about, you can technically make it over to B site in about, 20 seconds, but that is if you're willing to run into B site, guns blazing. So instead, they are going to take the chances here. That's going to be a Nightfall going out, getting a lot of information, though. Genatron and Mr. Raccoon able to find one apiece. Blue Spirit able to find Rubius. And hey, look at that. As soon as they are put on the back foot, it looks like you Ottawa Gold has sprung to life.
They're going to use the From the Shadows to get that bomb. That spike is down on site. Teleport coming in. Keo is going to try and go over to it, and there's no one currently body blocking to it. They, in fact, do get it, so they're going to be able to get this plant off. That is a great mindfulness to your ult. Now, they do get the spike down, but they are in way lesser numbers. It's about 2 versus 3.5 just because of the health pool that's in Mr. Raccoon. This rotation doesn't have to come too quick, but they do have to be ready. They have to find out these off angles. This crossfire is set up already. Scorpion, better be ready for it. They find one. They will not find another one, but now opposite of them, big blind. They won't be able to hold it. So finally, the streak will be broken. Ottawa Golds. You know what? It was the Cougars that got 6 in a row. They're taking their first step to maybe doing the same.
I mean, don't give me hope, Monkey Man. I mean, I don't want to say that you Ottawa are going to do it because it's the first step, right? You can see the econ still working heavily against them. Clark Red have been able to stack up so much even after buying. The lowest amount is on Ventus with 3K. That is ridiculous, right? That is just saying, yeah, you're not getting away for this for free. What we are looking for is for you, Ottawa, to utilize that Nightfall as well as that Blade Storm to try and make a big point happen. Awi is running that Spectre, so absolutely they're trying to take it slow, but Emanon saying, Mr. Raccoon, you ain't got a chance. Down you go over there in Connector.
That is something that was missing by the first contact kills for you Ottawas on that previous round. They cannot go into these early trades right now, at least at this moment, and die early. That is something that has plagued them in these opening rounds, and now they've already given up one of their duelists. If you're playing active duelist, no sentinel, your duelist better be up to be lethal. That was happening all the time. The Blaze Storm is active and online right now, and they do have a Nightfall in their back pocket, but that's opposite of them. Look at this stretch. They actually have the spike lended over to B, but it is a 2-person move. You do have the Blaze Storm, as Aoi's able to get Rubius down. Emanon is doing the same onto Genatron, and then you have actually the fragment. They have to pop away from it. They do have a safe spot, but they got 30 HP. Cloudburst is going to have to cover their trail if they're going to dash out of here. They have all of an updraft, but they're going to get seen by Mr. Planet. So into this 3v3 we go. It's 6-1 right now, and the plan does eventually occur because you had that long rotational call to come from B to go to A.
It's a little bit of a call out, but Mr. Planet, given the chance, this could be an opportunity up there window. I mean, it's broken. You gotta check.
Oh,
You gotta have eyes, and now they're gonna pitch in Kyoya, setting out the Nightfall, but they gotta swing the other way, and no! They say no one's there. Mr. Planet is able to swing back, but that is a disastrous situation. You almost entered into sight with a full 3v2. And now you get the chance, though, with the Nightfall. It's easy to tell where they are. A drop down means Mr. Planet gets a 3K. And that will be the round. You know what? You Ottawa Gold, they expend another few ultimates, but they make it happen 2 rounds in a row.
they're able to find value out of both of them. We got to see 1 kill off the Blade Storm, and then the Nightfall is able to keep everything hush-hush quiet. Even though they did pretty much know that they were coming, able to stop it. I like this. Clark Red, recognizing that we're going into what? We have 8 rounds. We have 4 left. That they're going to be able to time out, stop this roll before it starts getting worse. What is being broken? They got first blood in that previous round, and it looked like they were in control. They were even able to make the rotate and take control of sight, but that one could have been all different if simply great trigger discipline to be able to let both go by. But if that had been a 2K up in heaven, that would have been a completely different round. But the woulda, coulda, shoulda is maybe starting to play in favor of the GGs.
Don't want to keep second guessing yourself, but for right now, I do agree. Things might be looking their way, but this timeout is bold. Remember, in Valorant, you get a timeout per half. Might as well use it, right? Take the time, go ahead and say, hey, let's look at things from an objective standpoint. We are 4 rounds up. We will always have that first half on lock. At this point, every other round afterwards is just an extra bonus. Play it smart, play it slow, play it to your own advantage. Don't take crazy peeks. Make sure to have trigger discipline. This is something that Clark Red are very, very excited for. They had it before. Trigger discipline, I think it was on Kiyoya, who was able to find one. See if they can do it again. Let's see if they can stop you Auto Gold from getting a third round.
I didn't know that bear was there. Thank you, observers. Thank you so much. Show me where that bear is. I barely knew it was there.
Ooh.
I know. Amanon has been that player that needs to lead the squad from the previous game to this one. 17 and 15, able to be the top of the mark onto that KD. Scorpion finds Mr. Raccoon. Why Mr. Raccoon is putting themselves in positions for just... I know that it's the Rays. They want to be aggressive. They want to make this double duelist kind of composition work. Forcing it in the early seconds, they have died within the first 15 to 25 seconds, up so many rounds, and now running into a triple swing. So Aui's gone. Both your duelists are off the mark, and now you have to be able to get this retake because they're priming the spike to be able to go over to B. I think they're going to be able to travel it out. They got a trio over there. Plant will go down. There's going to be first contact over here as Mr. Plant is going to try and swing out, find that battle bot, but they will be able to win it over Scorpion.
I mean, they got it. They made themselves a small opportunity. A 3v4, much more doable than a 3v5. They gotta check every single angle. Take a look at where they're going. Genitron has better look up. Emanon waiting for the opportunity. Blue Spirit chasing in, gonna throw out a couple pieces over the frag. Now they're gonna look to the corner, but that's gonna be the little bit of an arm. And Ventus said, "Hey, I baited you out." Kiyoya finds the Blue Spirit. And it's a 7 for Clark Red as they look better and better here.
That was a very well set up crossfire because you either set them up opposite angles, but that's if you have control of CT. That one was from B main over just outside of sight. So love that positioning, especially because when you do have a sentinel, then you create some havoc off of your utility. The alarm bot makes you look down, and then that means you're not looking level for some heads. So very cerebral into that moment to be able to get U Ottawa off their game, and now they are into that save composition again. It's not very good. Clark, they've been able to find these good first contact, first bloods. You got to be able to walk away from it. You have the sentry lined up. Ventus waiting for anyone to come to their gun, just welcoming them. It looks like they were playing around maybe kind of a weird quirky buy for heavy rifles, maybe some bulldogs, and this has been something that I've loved out of Clark as well. They are not afraid of rotating between B and A.
Oh, man. It's been a bit spicy. Now a little nanoswarm goes out. Now we're still waiting. Praying that the gun beetle isn't poking around the corner. If they find that right opportunity, it's going to be huge. There's the shots. Ventus finds Blue Spirit. And there's still no movement. All we have to realize with that frag, it is a large opportunity for Clark Red to get the plan down. And there you go. That's going to be another one. And now Ruby assigns Awi. It's a 2v5. Clark Red wait them out and get the A site control.
Both players jumping at the same time and dying is just, you stay resistance. Beautiful Valorant moment that was, as we have into a 1v4. Genitron, well, she's got his ghost. Well, she became one as well. So that becomes an 8th over to Clark. Much the opposites of the performance that we saw in the previous map. And, you know, you're talking about Awi with that judge. When you hear util being thrown, like especially when it comes to having that haunt go out, you got to press up. That thing, especially as a jet, you have so much quick motions. Just wiggle your way through. Use that judge, spray him down, and gotta wonder about that individual swings. The communication seems to be a little bit lag time right now for you, Ottawa. And we very much, into these last 2 rounds, they gotta be able to pick up the pace, or we could be seeing just too great of a hill to climb, and maybe game 3 around the corner.
And if it does, you Ottawa are gonna have a lot to think about, right? This is gonna be one of those things that we see them go back and it's like, yeah, maybe we messed up a little bit. Maybe we shouldn't have been trolling in that game number 2. It is going to be the lockdown. It is going to be them. And you can see Awi rush into that corner, that well-known corner that everyone hides in. That lockdown goes into play. No one detained, but spotted out. Awi might as well be good as dead. And there it is. Emanon finds Awi. And no one else is in this one. Slows down the assault from U Ottawa Gold.
Aoi on the jet trying to pretend they are Soldier 76 and getting the auto aim onto 5 heads. Would have been great. Maybe even all Cassidy there, but right now the retake has to be real. The Haunt will identify a couple. See him hanging on top of the box. Genatron, who was so prolific for being 18 and 8 in their previous map. They have the orbital strike. They actually are just pushing through. I don't know what Raccoon's looking at, but they got to be able to get some kills, and they will, in fact, clear sight. So being all of a decoy, all of the bullets rolled towards them. Look, hey, if you stick around, stay alive, and stay good to go, then you can just simply be something else, and the rest of your team can be able to mow them down. So good looks by you, Ottawa. They got to get one more for me to start really believing, but we go regardless to the final round of this first half, and Mark Red's done a lot of good jobs. We're going into a better position here, Orbital, where we can at least get a small cluster of rounds depending on what Ottawa does. So we see how maybe that double duelist composition really works.
I mean, we're going to see that double duelist pop off, I think, in the attack side, whether we like it or not. It's going to be forced or not, right? Like, that's what's going to happen here. We're going to see Mr. Raccoon and Aoi go, listen, we can't stay at the bottom of the scoreboard the entire time. We got to go crazy. We got to go ham. I expect them to do so, but right now, it is still on the defense. It is the last round of the half. Maybe you let that, 3-9 curse really pop off. Kyoya, able to stay alive. That paint shell could have done a lot more, but you're still down to 65 HP. Not impossible to work with.
Especially off an Omen who does have it from the shadows. You see that bomb currently just hanging out into a default position. Cougars putting themselves in a very measured place. Does look like they're going to start to rotate it away. And actually, now they're going to stick to at least a B main idea. Have one hurt player. No shields. Always going to hang onto this tight corner angle because of the sky smoke coming down. May put a few pepper shots into that corner. You have all of a Blaze Storm and from the shadows a Nightfall if they want to be able to retake this. And right now, this is the patience game. They're going to have to hit this with about 35 seconds to go. I think that's when they're going to start running it in. They have a sentry bot waiting from behind, and they're going to start letting the duelist and their initiator run it up. And are we going down? That's the pick they needed.
We just couldn't wait any longer, and you swing the peak and get annihilated for it. Because of that, you, Ottawa, have lost majority share of their hold over B site. And that one has to feel bad. Blades are out now, as Eminon says, hey, this is easy for me. I know what I have to do. 2-2 split. They're going to take their chances, but they're going to run into at least one. Look around the corner. Scorpion able to find Blue Spirit. Mr. Raccoon and Genatron, though, able to find one apiece. Mr. Planet finds another. No way they get away with this, right? No way they turn things on at the last moment. In the last round of the first half, Mr. Raccoon finds another. What is this, Hail Monkey Man? It is a brand new U Ottawa Gold as seen as they see the halfway point.
You know, I guess when they finally are given a moment to go forward and say kill, they want to kill. They go forward and they take their duels. They're winning them. When you have, okay, I found the motive of success. It literally was the one thing true for 3 of their 4 rounds. Mr. Raccoon not dying. That was what happened, at least inside the first minute of play. There was one of them they straight got lit up when they were hanging in Cubby outside of Catwalk. Opposite of that, boom, keep them alive. We actually have both duelists at the bottom of the totem pole right now. Aoi not at all near where they were at 15 and 13 on Icebox. They're hanging at 3 and 11. That's not a great position, but still Ottawa getting away with murder with these retakes. And that's something that they have to have happen a lot. Got to start off with a great pistol round if they want to find these first couple and get this down to just a 2-round margin. Busted up at A. I want to see how they push into A main. It looks like they may flirt with the idea, but this also may be a dance battle out in mid. I don't know.
It's wherever they decide to find some lives and bodies. I think that's all it is. Look at that. The Eminon dash into the wall said, nope. I'm not going anywhere. It's that's all there really is to it. Oh!
Okay.
Observer just being mean. The Nanostorm, though, hurts a lot, and that catches almost all of you Ottawa Gold. They are working with low HP and just a few bullets, and that's a dash forward. Oh, that door is going to bring some spice. Another Nanostorm to go out, but they cleared out just nicely, so Clark Red will actually find the kills. Are we able to find one? It still lives to tell tale. This is a little bit crazy. Rubius, though, able to fire off one. It's still to death. I'm a majority share of Clark Red. Scorpion, though, going to trade it into a 2. And you're looking at a 1v1. Oh, my gosh. Throws the orb. It's going to slow him down, and Scorpion should get a half. That is more than enough to slow things down. And there's a peek. Oh, they're going to play for time. Gina, you have to be careful. That's another little deke. You're at 48 HP. Now he's going to look. Another little cheat, but you don't take the swing. And if anything, if Gina had just hard swung out, that would have been it. But Scorpion able to find it.
So much damage was done unto Ottawa. I mean, just when they moved on to site, you basically could have whispered bad things about them, and their feelings would have been hurt to the point that they just died. They just had nothing to stay, and yet it still turned into a one-on-one. Gina trying to outright go win it instead of playing for that second half. Great use of the fragment util to keep her from being able to peek further on that initial half defuse. But Clark Red, that's what they needed to really start this one off with a bang. They've been able to straight up dominate this map for the most part, and they're looking at 10 very, very quickly if they can. Been able to go and get the buy up. Oh, hey, I even like the Phantom. Don't mind that one bit on Rubius. But does look like we're having a flirt into mid. It's a conga line. They've given up mid because really none of that has been traversed. Oh, Mr. Planet's going to be able to upgrade very well.
Spike down mid.
That was a kill and a half, and now they have the main advantage, but Emanon said, not today. Blue Spirit goes down and is turned into a Spirit. Emanon looking for a little bit more. Look at the sprays, though. You aren't really finding anything as Awi able to get Emanon. But look at the HP difference. 2 full HP over 3 low. Make it 2. Ventus more than happy about that frag. You Ottawa Gold. We get a little bit blinded out. Oh, this little blind should be enough to spray through the wall, though. Mr. Planet finds it. It's down to a 2v1. They don't have the spike. It's not there. Mr. Planet's going to chase out and find Ventus. So they do block off the site. They say, we know what that last member is. Let's go ahead and chase out. They're going to run straight up mid, right into
30 seconds left.
a site. You can see the pings going down.
Not gonna lie, whenever Jet was running up on Mr. Planet, they looked like someone from Sims 4. Like, I thought they were about to... He's saying the weird Sims language. It's weird. They're waving at him, say, get the spike, and let's leave. And that somehow worked out. Big mid fight. No HP in this. That means they got to split up this positioning. Ventus has a chance if they can be able to turn on a dime. But they're going to be facing both Hell as well as Archway, which may, in fact, be a stairway to heaven. Ventus, they know they're on opposite sides of each other, so they got to be able to get them baited out with the sentry. They take a quick swing, and they'll be able to get 2, and that will be just enough time. My goodness, they didn't even think about sticking back on those peaks. So it becomes 10, Ventus unperturbed. So inside of 14 rounds, the Cougars looking to be 3 away from maybe sending us to a game 3.
I'm worried. That's all I'm gonna say here. I am worried because Ottawa looked good on game 1, and now they put themselves in a hole. It feels like if they just had the right composition, like you said, a little sentinel to help them out, they would have been fine, but they're fighting an uphill battle. At this point, Clark Red understands that they have to take advantage of it. You can see the smile face out of Genatron. She's like, look, we understand. If we go to game 3, it's not going to be impossible. But look at that. Yo-Ya fires away, gets a second, able to find it. And now you're going to look for another. That op just made it so difficult to enter into this B site. You can see almost a full stack of 3 ready to go.
Don't often see a op in the hands of an Omen, but they also can be tricky. Able to get nice kill. Spray down by Mr. Planet. Okay. Making use of their buy-up round, but Scorpion finds 2. A third. An absolute killer robot. Skynet has been activated. You hit the headshot? Yeah, you do, Emanon. Able to just take down Mr. Planet from distance on the catwalk. Turn on the catwalk. Turn on the catwalk. So, you do have a weird situation right now. It's much the same of what we saw for Clark Red before. Buy into this and you don't find value, you're pretty much done. Because the last round will just be worse. You do, well, it's going to be messy. We had some half shields. You got some bulldogs. They're just hoping and praying, and they got to run against a fully equipped arsenal and an operator. And hey, you got the From the Shadows online, of course. No, actually, rather, you have the null command on. Either way, this defense looks pretty good.
I mean, they look great so far. There's another frag there, and I mean, Ottawa, you're working with a You're working with a whole lot of nothing there. Mr. Raccoon, though, able to find Emanon in the back of Wine. They make it a 4v4. Hey, maybe he can find another one. Maybe he can start biting back. It'd be a heck of a time to do that. Right now, mid is currently occupied by one. Ventus hiding around the angle. If anything does happen, it will be on the back of Ventus, who has that catwalk covered. No one on U Ottawa wants to make the wrong move, though. Oh, a very, very nice shroud goes down, cuts off line of sight.
Not gonna have free looks. They know that previous shots just came around catwalk, and Ventus is giving them all the audible intel that they can from opposite side screens and have 4 alive, but they've not been able to really take a assertive moment to move 2-2. As you have 2 here out in mid, 2 in main. Planet and the gang are trying to clear. Prowler expended. Ventus is going to make that call out. The Haunt sees all, at least where they are. Oh, Mr. Raccoon was trying to clear that corner. Planet will get them an opposite, and they're playing around that Vandal. Now, Blue Spirit, they'll be able to get another no. Rubius and Keo just clearing them out, and becomes one very hurt Fade. They're going to be able to shoot at their feet, and they're now just stuck outside of Garden, and that means that Scorpion can lay them to waste. 12 or map point could be sending us the distance.
There.
I think at this point it's all but expected, right? This is Clark Red just saying, hey, you messed up, and we're not gonna let you get away with it. It's one of those kind of prideful acts. If you allow a team to get away with a composition like this, it just feels bad. So, well played so far, Clark Red. They just need one more frag to really seal the deal, or one more round to seal the deal. And for the side of U Ottawa, they bought up. They bought up in that round, and because of that, this one's more of a half-hearted buy. They don't have much working for them. It's a very painful reminder here. Oh, that Kioya was spotted. Teammates ready to help out, but Mr. Raccoon said, Emanon, no chance in heck. Great frag there. Paint shell's working. Kioya murks Mr. Raccoon.
One thing that most players don't expect, depending, because you said this is emergence, they're still kind of getting better grips on the game, but as well as the strat. Oh, good trigger discipline by Scorpion. They know that Aoi is right there, but it's stepping into util. You don't fade away from it. You do not get afraid of it. So that's why that operator shot was able to land. Scorpion, good flanking, good strafing. They're going to move around. They're going to put that fragment out in distance so they can't get traded. So this Ottawa attack is starting to thin by the moment. They're going to pick up that Vandal, play around them. They have to get some of these trades. It becomes 2 left. The Grasp is able to find 1. Planet's going to use their Nightfall before they ultimately die. The Operator will be able to lay Mr. Planet down, and so does it do the same to Genotron. We're going game 3. This one's going to be a wild one to the very end. So we're going the distance here in our best of 3 tonight. Orbital, like I said before, both these teams, it's opposite sides of history in game 3s. Ottawa have been able to win all theirs. Clark still looking for their first game 3 win. Was this all of a map 2 fluke mess up?
I have to be honest, I think it's more on you, Ottawa. They messed up, they slipped up, composition kind of went to the wayside, right? Double duelist, it's fun. Don't get me wrong, it's fun, but you need to make sure you got your Sentinels in there, at least the way that they play, right? There are some teams that get away with no Sentinels. There are teams that are just overly aggressive, and they're constant, just beat down. They just punch the opponent into oblivion. It can be done. They did not have that aggressive bone in their body, or at least that over-aggressive bone in their body. So for right now, going into game 3, U Ottawa should play a little bit more standard, and we should see Clark Red be up for a much tougher challenge.
We're going to go over to Fracture here in a moment. We're going to take a short break here for NECC 2. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into map number 3 of our final series tonight here at NECC 2. Again, I'm still Hail Monkey Man. That is still Orbital. And of course, you guys, I hope, are still with us. This one's going to Fracture. This one has been a weird series because it has been fairly lopsided. 13-5, then 13-4 between Icebox and Ascent. And something of key note, I said it before about both these teams in terms of history of going to game 3s. The last 3 weeks of competition for Clark's Red, they've gone to game 3 and they've lost every single one. It feels like you're just trying to beat down a wall. Orbital, do they beat this one down tonight?
I'm not sure. However, what I do know is they, in this season so far, with 1 week remaining, they have just crossed over, I believe, the 300 round mark. They have played over 300 rounds with that second game in, and that means I can only assume you Ottawa have done the same. So if anything, we are going to get some spice. Remember, Gecko is enabled, and we are seeing some spice come out on you Ottawa side because we also have another player swap. This time it's a Genatron hopping out as McNuggies is coming in.
Yeah, this has been interesting. I know Ottawa, they're at 6-1. They're maybe looking at just trying out all their players and seeing kind of what sticks on the wall. But this seems a little bit weird, a little bit strange. It does look like we're going for maybe a burst package here out of both having the Brim and the Neon for Miss Planet and Owie. Opposite of that, it's going to be more of stagnation. My boy Breach coming in for Rubius Hagrid. At least they're flirting with the idea of it. You do have Keo that is on top of that Brim as well. Good orbital strikes that can be used. And I do like the Killjoys that are back online for both sides. Mr. Raccoon went to Adventus, is sticking with it. And it looks like this is going to be a slow down things kind of composition for Clark, whereas it's just going to be Ottawa trying to go fast.
I would hope so, right? After that second game, I expect them to be trying to move at a faster pace. I expect them to be trying their hardest to get in position and kind of face off against Clark, because I think what we have seen is you Ottawa, they do have a tendency to win the gunfights. How often? You know, that's yet to be determined, but more often than not, they do. The big question is, are Clark Red being allowed to set up properly? Are they allowed to get into their own position? Are they allowed to set up their crossfire situations? That's really what I'm thinking here. So you Ottawa, as you said, with the Neon, a little bit more fast, a little bit more pacing for themselves. I expect them to be able to make some situations happen, especially with that Brimstone, as you were talking about earlier. I expect them to be a little bit more practice, and we'll really have to keep eyes on McNuggies, as this is now the third different duelist player that we've seen here today for this team.
It looks like they're trying to see just you know, final looks on the season before they head to the postseason. What will this look like? And again, they are starting from a defensive position, so speed is going to be more about response based on being A and B and trying to this one onto Fracture. But otherwise, they're facing into a very disruptive, very pressuring kind of composition, especially when you have a Breach that can take over everything with Rolling Thunders. He's the loudest Swedish guy I know and really can yell about what he wants to do, putting fault lines down and being able to open up space. I like the split as well. We'll have that, I guess, the keynote Sentry Bot on Chu Ventus on the south side of the map, whereas everyone is going to try and crash in through Arcade in the north. B seems to be inside. At least I want to go.
Yeah, they're going to push quick and push fast. And as we said, it really depends on the team. So you Ottawa, they got to make sure to try and lock down some of these early gun duels. Scorpion saying not today. I'll make sure that I'm in position. First orb goes their way. You Ottawa now fiercely rotating over, sending one on a far lurk. And of course Clark Red have the same. A deep lurk from Killjoy. Emanon though, and Kyoya finding a molly. Are you kidding me? A random kill out of nowhere like that.
Oh.
Blue Spirit sends one right back. Scorpion able to make heads or tails of it, but it's still a 3v2.
As their tails flip of the coin, if anyone's gonna be able to take on that fight. Classic from distance, hitting them with the good old duck gun, and so that's gonna happen with Rubius Hagrid. Now just holding onto this long angle. It's into a 2v2 buddy system. They see that fat thigh of the Brimstone, and they're actually going to hang on to this from very long distance. I think they have the swarm grenade, and there's a couple of key shots. Ventus headshots onto Mr. Planet Raccoon. Work their way around, look for the right clicks. They'll be able to get a couple of extras, and so now the swarm grenades have to be dealt with from distance. It's a Killjoy versus Killjoy situation, and they actually will be able to pull it off because of the half. Halving that was so clutch, and it will be Ottawa that actually steals away this first round.
Not just that, laying down the util to be a little bit of a buffer zone, using it as actually extra cover was what was done there. You could see it. Raccoon was just on the edge of that zone, just on the edge of that defuse situation. And you're happily able to just, okay, I got this. Had no fear, and Clark Red just were none the wiser. Of course, the problem comes down to the fact that you Ottawa gave over a lot of kills, right? 1 kill apiece for Ventus, Kyoya, Emanon, and so on and so forth. I mean, they're going to be looking real pretty on the ulti charges later on. So you Ottawa Gold hoping to make this round count. A little bit of a spray down means a little extra damage on that enemy jet.
Gotta see what McNuggies is made of. You were talking about how we've gone through 3 separate players, especially into the duelist position. That is a very active, very fraught with acceleration style position. That's gonna be Mr. Raccoon that actually gets that one onto Emanon, who has been that player, that person, down to 1 HP and now down to none. Scorpion trying to hop around and survive. That's just not gonna happen as a Spike is actually down outside of Dish. The defenders are starting to crash around, and they will have 2 that will be able to provide some overwatch. And this wall with just pistols in hand really separates the Cougars from any extra success. So they're going to have to break some bricks if they want to be able to climb this mountain. Apparently very hard to be able to get through. Look, it takes a lot of bullets. It takes a lot of saber shots. So 40 seconds to go. It's going to be a tough one. They're going to have to go in blindly.
And more blind than normal. That's going to be double smokes locking out along that wall as well. Awi, though, with the hard spray, locks it down with the 3K. This time, it is going to be Awi leading the charge here. 3 frags on Raccoon, 3 on Awi, 2 on Blue Spirit as you Ottawa find their advantage.
Awi saying, oh yeah, just walking out of smoke. Nice little spray down off of the Spectre, and so we do go into the buy-up. Vandals and full shields in hand. Right now, Clark, they're having to shrug this one off. They just had a fantastic ascent round. They cannot be punch drunk from having a great bit of success. They're going to be facing off against Spectres and Sheriffs and maybe against Ottawa looking for a bonus. But look at this split. Doing the same thing that they did in the very first round, crashing slowly. But now they're set to burst. They're going to try and find him running away. And Emanon is able to get Mr. Planet early. Oh,
such a gorgeous frag. Now Blue Spirit locked into a little dangerous situation. Last time they were able to find some, but Awi able to find Vengeance. That's going to be 1, and now Blue Spirit had a chance, laid down some good damage onto that Brimstone, but Kyoya still draws their life, looking for a little bit more. That Molly going to slow him down, but Mr. Raccoon finds a headshot. Emanon dashes off to the side, make sure they don't get their head taken off as well, but Emanon makes it a 3K. Nuggies is down. And Raccoon is the last one alive.
Don't invest that lockdown. I would be that guy that would have made the bad call to put that one underneath sight. It would clear it and force them away. There's no one that really can get rid of it unless the aftershock is still in hand on that breach. But it's 3v1. Mr. Raccoon has a great weapon, and you've been able to see upgrades across the board. Trade? Oh, it's as easy as making sure you know where your reticle is on the head. Something I can't do. They very well can, so they do not let the bonus occur. So we'll see real rifles across the board. We have a little bit of a pause for the moment before we head into round number 4, but Clark Red at least makes this one a bit more kosher.
That's enough. You know, you'll give it, and I think that's appropriate. You know, the start of the round, we aren't seeing anything crazy. We got to turn off our own sheets here. You know, got to make sure we don't go into the sneaky area. Remember, kids, don't cheat. It's not fun. Right back into it, though. You Ottawa Gold, ready to... Oh, wait. No? Cheat all we like? Is that what we're telling people? We're gonna cheat? Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? I like the cheats though. I like the fact that Valorant isn't. No, they're not actually doing that. We should flip right back to the tech pods. Please don't actually cheat. For all that is holy, please. Orbital did not endorse cheating.
I really want to see big head mode Valorant.
Yes.
Please, like look. April 1st is right around the corner this Saturday. If big head mode is activated, I will be so happy. Just come on, that was one of the best modes in like GoldenEye. Bring it back.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, people are gonna complain though. Like they're gonna be like, "Oh my gosh!" And I love this, right? It's the it's a sacrificial. Please get back online for all that is holy here. I love it. Look at this. What do you think they're chanting? What do you think they're chanting right now? Like, what is the chant to have someone reconnect?
Please come back online. Please come back online. Look, it has to have clapping, or it's not a proper chant. Okay, that's how all my chants go. Especially when I'm going to work. I want to keep my job. Bah, 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 bah. It's just driving along.
Well, that sounds so depressing.
It's real.
Right there. Oh my gosh.
It's also not very safe if you're clapping while you're driving. I don't suggest anyone do that. Please don't.
Oh my god. like I'm over here like Orbital's endorsing cheating, and over here Hail Monkeyman is like, hey, yeah, we're endorsing clapping in traffic and all that stuff. We got some questionable things going on here, I think.
Oh man, that's what the B stream devolves into here for the NECC. And of course, if you guys are with us tonight as well as this week, this one I think is either the last or second to last of full collegiate competition before we see the postseason for this spring semester. And we call it spring semester. We're only like the second week of spring into it, and the rest was winter. But we're finally saying goodbye to all the cold, and it's because all these awesome collegiate players have really heated up with us. And right now, Ottawa in a position that they can really secure their seat at the top of the rock, especially at 6-1. But Clark Red, they've been looking for success. They've gone 1-2 for the past 3 weeks. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, hitting that game 3 and just slamming against the wall. And that's really tough to have to deal with. And you got to be able to keep your head on good, resilient shoulders.
I would hope so, right? Heading into playoffs, and to give a little bit more context, yes, this is second to last week. God, the sprays get better and better every single day. I love it. To give a little context, this is week number 8. We have a week 9 coming up here next week, and that's where teams will really lock in whether or not they're making it into playoffs, which I do believe most teams do in their individual divisions. It's more who do you get placed up against, right? It's do you actually want to face one of those big powerhouses early on, or are you going to wait a little bit? So there's a lot of questions on the board, so I do agree, ramming your head against the wall, you played quite a few games as well. That means that you should be quite practicing at this point. Ottawa, they know that they can drop a game and still be in top 2 or top 3. I don't think that's going to change at all. What's going to change is the starting roster, and I do agree, if you are ahead and you know that you're already there, test stuff out. Try and mess around with the composition, try and mess around with some of the player chemistry as well. I don't think it's a bad thing at all, as long as that is what you were intentionally going into the series with, right? You don't want to be swapping up players saying this is our best roster and then getting this kind of situation.
That's very true. I mean, if anything, if that was what they were kind of aiming to, they just learned that McNuggy's internet is bad. So maybe don't start McNuggies.
Oh, the old days of dial-up right there, right? Like that's like, what was it? There was if you were facing off against your a good buddy of yours, and you're just like, hey, someone go turn on the microwave real quick.
Oh my god, send a fax, please. Yes. Make sure to call their mom. See if they're ordering pizza. Oh my gosh. That's rude. You don't do that. Well, none of you get affected by that anyway.
Did you ever do that?
I did do that.
Oh my god!
I specifically made phone calls. I'm like, oh, they're on what? I have DSL. They have. Oh, okay.
You are terrible.
Yes, I am.
I don't want to game with you. I don't want to be known as like, but that is so scummy. Oh my god.
That's fine. Look, we're teenagers once, right? I think so. Just you do the fun bad things. You don't do the bad things, and I think that one's fine. Okay.
Oh my gosh, you are. Let it be known, I I do not endorse this either. I do not endorse trying to mess with anyone's internet. There is a thing that is called DDoSing. I hope everyone knows. Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's DDoSing if you do it the cool hacker way, but you know, my way was just phone calls and like laughing at the guy whenever they started, you know, kind of stuttering around the map. But plus, hey, look, it's clapping. I don't endorse some DDoSing, but if you do like it, say you live with like, you know, a teammate or something, then, you know, just throw like a little squishy ball at them and just have them freak out for a second. But it does look like that we are still hanging out. We've been given the 5-minute ETA for trying to chill for the moment, but we're gonna take a little break. So we're gonna be back. We have someone that will eventually reconnect. Maybe McNuggies went to go get some extra nuggets to fuel that fire. We'll be back on the other side of this short break. Maybe we won't take a short break. Okay, so we're chilling. It's all right. We're just hanging out here. So, all right, we do have this couch. I feel like this is the streamer couch for Valorant. You got like squirrel. What would you name the squirrel? Do the stuffed animals have names?
No. You don't want to get into that, Monkey Man. You don't want to get into that. I think they all already have names, and I just don't know them.
Okay, well, that's happening now. Hold on. We got time. We got time.
Yeah, we can go research. Someone tell us in chat, please. Like, what are their names? Are they just like Bob, Joe, and Fisk or something? Is that like they're just very generic names?
Oh, they actually have. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay. So,
hold on. Observer. Zoom in on which one you want us to name first. You have to zoom in on which one you want us to name first. Which one are we looking at first? Come on, give it to us. All right. Observer. Oh, also, Bolby is awesome. Bolby is our observer. Okay, we're gonna go to the bear first. Bear first.
All right. Okay, so these are all quite boring in this position. That is Tactabear.
Oh, okay. I can see it.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah. So that's Tactabear. Next to them, okay. All right. This is Tacta Squirrel. I'm not making this up. There is a list. It's on the Valorant.fandom.com wiki. So that is Tacta Squirrel. You're not going to believe.
Guess what the third one is then.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Okay, what do you think?
Am I seeing Tacta Bunny right now?
That is Tacta Bunny. Tacta Bunny. Okay, there we go. That's what.
So what's the bear's name that's stuck in the tower then of Icebox? I want to know that one now.
Is there? I think they're all It's like Tactabear clones or something.
Oh,
let's see if there's.
So fun.
So this is called the Tacta Friends Collection. Is a cosmetic collection of primary. Oh, okay. All right. So that's all of the ones. There's other cooler names. Oh my goodness. There's actually a lot more of these guys. And I didn't think there was so many. So there's okay. So there's. Where's the corgi? Or is that just part of the sprays? There's Bruno the corgi. I
want to say that's just a spray, right? Like
it is. I think so.
All right.
We did see a lot of penguins on Icebox.
Yeah. Do they each have individual names?
They do. It's Dan the Penguin. I cannot make that up. It's
that is one.
That is one.
There's like 17 on that map.
Okay, they're all Dan. Dan 1, Dan 2, Dan 3, Dan 4, Dan 5.
I've just learned my name is extremely generic.
You're a part of the Dan like encore of penguins.
The best part is Time to Light is also Dan. I think. Like,
oh my gosh. So
we are just as generic as you can get. Oh my gosh.
The pig is named Theo.
Ooh.
So that's a kind of a cool one.
I like it.
That's right. So I thought that they had done the cat off of Grumpy Cat. Apparently its name is Mance. Like M-A-N-C-E. Mance.
Like Salamance.
Yes. Yes.
All right, hey,
sure.
Man, that little buzz right there. You don't play Pokemon, do you?
I do, but I also completely forgot that was a Pokemon because that's a salamander. It's the purple and black one, right? Or the whatever it is.
All right, you're hurting me right now. You are.
It's the fire one, or is it the dark one?
This is going even worse. This is the wrong. You know what? I gave you a shovel to see how bad it would go, and you just went ham, bro. You're like about 20 feet in the ground.
Look, the best generations of Pokemon were the first 3. Prove me wrong. All the other
you can't do that. We're about to get murdered here.
all the rest are just bad. Okay.
Okay. All right. Who's your favorite starter then? Let's start there, and we'll go over this because I think the other generations had some good ones.
Okay, my favorite starter like ever, like or is it okay ever? Okay, all right.
Because if it's not in the first 3, then you're in trouble, right? Like that.
I mean, I am, but that's also why I love Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil's bomb.com because I love Typhlosion so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I was a big Blaziken fan.
Okay.
I will say Blaziken was good, and then I also liked Infernape. As you can tell, I love fire starters. So
right. Yeah. I mean, I think fire like pretty much like the best of like the starting elements. Now everyone will fight about that, but I love the variation. We got like fire fighting, which was pretty rad. I loved Charmander. That was actually my first ever and was the Pokemon with Charizard that actually won me my first Elite Four because I had to use what was it? I was so weird because when I watched the original show, I taught all the moves that Ash taught Charizard or used with Charizard.
That's cool,
so I used Seismic Toss with Charizard, which is ridiculous.
I mean, it works. It works.
Yeah, it did. And then the Lapras at the very end with Gary blizzarded me, froze me, used Mist to clear it, and then I killed it with Fissure. Like, how does that work? Like, whatever.
That is impressive, actually. That is very impressive.
That's how I beat the Elite Four. It was awesome.
I love it. I may have learned that Blaziken, or no, who was it? I think it was in Black and White that I did this. I learned that, so if you play Black and White, there is a Pokemon called Darmanitan. It is
big guy.
Right? It's a gorilla that has massive forearms, and it hits like a friggin' truck. If you don't know this Pokemon, they did it in a lowland version. Or no, it was an ice version in the recent games. But back in Black and White, it was a monstrous, just like glass cannon, right? It's a fire type, and it literally lives in like a desert ecosystem. I learned with Darmanitan with hammer arm or something, you could straight up like one-shot all the Elite Four.
Wow. Just bonk them.
Oh, just straight up. That and Blaziken. Those were my 2 that I just ran through the Elite Four to see how fast I could go.
Did you ever do like a full like same type like run, like just all fire or all like? Is it that? Because we did that as like way back when I was still in the military. We did that as an office. We're like, all right, we're gonna roll this die, and you have to pick like based on this thing. You will do Pokemon only of this type. So we did like fire, ice, grass. Some people got screwed, and they're like, all right, you get to keep your starter, but you get dragon. So good luck getting a lot of those.
Oh man, yeah, that would hurt. What?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to. And then it's like, okay, as soon as you can find your type, you have to throw away all your other Pokemon.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
Yeah,
I have never done that. That actually sounds really fun.
Oh, we did it! All right, cool. He's back. We've got
old heads like crying about Gen 1 through 3 of Pokemon. I think just like, all right, we got to get back into Valorant, guys. Hurry up.
All right. Everything's good to go. We are round 4, believe it or not, of game 3. We just had to wait for McNuggies to find some extra ketchup so we can go and start dipping. They ain't quitting. Let's see if they're good to go. I'm glad everyone got reconnected.
Yeah, we're happy. We're happy because we're all really here for Valorant, not to hear Hail Monkey Man's horrible take on which generations of Pokemon are the best. We are getting some shots. Yeah, we're keep running there. McNuggies gets those shots off. Doesn't take anything, but is able to lay down at least 1 or 2 shots, and you can see the shield broken on the side of Kiyoya. But a big eye is currently set for Clark Red, as of course for them, they want to make this 2-2. They want to tie things up, but you Ottawa want to force and get a 3rd round for themselves.
Not been able to really kind of clear this site as of yet here in these 4 rounds, and I want to see what McNuggies was able to go into this duel. You do have real rifles, and they do get the signal from the sentry that there is someone lurking up here on drop. So Ventus getting caught out, and you actually have that long flank by the Neon who's coming up, and Aoi actually gets taken down. They were waiting for that pick. Because that did happen, they actually have to force Ottawa to consider that they're going to be rotating over to B, but they stick to their guns, literally in hand, and as well on here on main A, but they gotta start picking a side. They have 40 seconds. They gotta figure out what they want to do.
I mean, they have one member down, or they took out one member. You Ottawa Gold are currently still spread in a 2-2 position. Mr. Raccoon being spotted out now means Clark Red have the advantage. They know exactly where this player is, but Mr. Raccoon might be able to slow him down. This is a chance. 30 HP. Can you get another member? You spray, you don't get anything. But the crossfire is not going to be there. Mr. Planet actually dips out, decides not to take the shots. Because that's going to be a free plant, this is going to make it much easier. Clark Red saying, hey, we know where 2 members are. Maybe a third around the corner as well. This is going to be the stim pack. They're going to try and chase the way in. Down goes the orb on the top side, making sure that drop is close. But that's Kiyoya, ready to go. Ventus ready as well. Mr. Planet falls. And down goes McNuggies. That is a cleanup. Only Emeron falling.
You know, Ventus went up to drop and then never came out to play. They were doing their best McNuggies AFK impression, just hanging out up there, not really having to do too much. But that's because the rest of the squad rolled in deep. Nuggies left with numbers to have to deal with, and because of that pick, Aoi was getting really clever onto that flank, but it opened up the door of opportunity to have to split this defense, and Clark Red just stuck to their position. Sometimes rotating over be the best bet. Sometimes just staying the course and forcing Ottawa to make a decision was even better. That forces Ottawa into this rough bye. They're going to have sheriffs in hand, but good rifles still stick with the Cougars.
I think they're going to be okay. I mean, the Cougars just saying, yeah, we're good. We have no worries here. It is interesting for the fact that they are currently sweeping out very, very heavily. They're not deciding to push in anywhere. And that does beg the question a little bit. Are Clark Red keeping track of economy, right? I mean, I feel like this is a round that they would like to push up. They like to kind of play because honestly, the slow pace I think gives a little bit more over. But Emanon said, "Hey, we ain't playing slow. We're just waiting for the opportunity." Caster, you don't know what you're talking about. Blue Spirit also getting locked out and smoked out, and now they have to run for cover. 84 HP on them.
Are we losing Spirit Fingers in that moment? They're trying to trigger it, but they didn't know when they'd be stepping around the corner, recognizing that they could have had a little bit better into their back pocket. That's a big kill by Mr. Planet off of the Frenzy as they get Emanon off the board. So a big player, massive weapon, no longer in hand. And now Ventus, will they be able to find this timing? It's a big flash, but they are taken down. Trades abound, and it becomes a 2v2. Not a lot in the pocket for either of these teams. Blue Spirit, even if they can hunt anyone. You actually have the orbital strike, and Mr. Raccoon took a jump too soon. They slowed down, so Kia will find them. And now Blue Spirit's just gonna have to walk away with that gun. It's so unfortunate. They didn't start their forward movements until it was too late. They just were hopping and just died from the sky laser.
And the fact that you Ottawa were washed out, they did not save a single weapon. They were not able to. Means that Clark Red are looking better and better. Again, taking advantage of what feels like a little bit of a weaker U Ottawa Gold roster right now. McNuggies currently sitting at the bottom. Blue Spirit having come in game number 2, still struggling to find their footing. And Clark Red, they're saying, hey, look, if the opportunity is granted to us, we are going to try and chase because, you know what, for you, this might be practice for us. We need this win. We need to push to 4-4. We need to push and make ourselves look much better in the current standing. Kiyoya sends McNuggies flying. Mr. Raccoon, though, finds Emanon.
Both Jets off the board. And they're actually flirting with the lockdown. Got to think about that one. Right now, this is the early minute and 20. You have a lot of pressures currently coming up into drop. If you have a commit from drop, maybe so. Ventus gets rid of a swarm grenade. Revive does come up to Emanon. They were very much looking for one of their greatest pieces to the table. And now the lockdown is invested. Now that's in this corridor, so they won't have a safe spot. They're looking to get this plant on, but actually they're running away Spike. Everyone's here on A. They're rotating into A. As soon as the lockdown happened, they recognized it wasn't safe. They left. They got out of that. Orbital strike went down. This is a huge ult investment round. And now we get to see Contact Scorpion maybe going into a duel with Mr. Planet.
A little bit worried that Suncout's fallacy might come back to bite them. Mr. Raccoon was able to make it to 3K, and Aoi might be able to capitalize. 3v2 left on the table. Aoi is going down. Rubius Hagwood is ready. Don't mess with the groundskeeper if you can help it. Scorpion getting on the edge. Knew someone's coming around, but Mr. Planet was ready. That's going to be the plan for Rubius Hagrid now. You are locked and loaded in. Mr. Planet sends Hagrid to the grave.
really loved the initial idea. Oh, we're being put up by this lockdown. We're gonna stick to. We're gonna move through. It's like, oh, hey, how you doing? Let me just get past you there. Oh no, and then just go straight through A and then run your way to B. Cool, but they, sunk cost. They saw a couple of ultimates get expended. Why not stick around? But then on the retry, you had all of Ottawa actually in good position to have to receive them. So we do go into another rifle round. It looks like Emanon is going to be going into a blade storm. I want to see if they can pop off with it. We've not seen more than a single blade kill whenever these are activated and online for these jets. McNuggets is having a rough time of it so far. For the first time in a long time, or these first few rounds, they won't be seen in like a triple swing.
I mean, they like to, but they won't.
They
do. We'll see what they can do right now. Yoya swings just a little bit too far, and Blue Spirit sends him to the spirit world. Awi finds Ventus, and it looks like Ottawa have found their mark. Again, they do have a little bit of a gun advantage, and the knives going out. Emanon misses two, misses a third, looks for a fourth, can't find it. The hard spray tags him and slows him down, but Awi finds Scorpion instead. The Sage is now down as Clark Red work with two alive. Emanon finds McNuggies, and hey, Emanon's been running train every so often. So this is an opportunity, but with Spike down, it's much easier for Ottawa to convene and ensure that it is not picked up.
Are we just going to keep kind of a sentinel position over that Spike? Same for Mr. Planet, waiting for this rotation, but in through sewer, trying to very secretly, sneakily go in and around. Don't have a lot of time to pull off this maneuver, but that's going to be Rubius that does drop. So Awi pretty much just going to be able to stand on this Spike. Emanon has to pull off, regular jet things, get a 4K to end the round if they want to be able to win that. That's just not going to happen. Blue Spirit coming in large and in charge. So Ottawa is able to get their lead right back.
Feels good for them, and it'll continue. Hopefully, they look better and better as each passing minute. And again, for them, even though they're ahead, even if the roster is somewhat experimental, you don't want to give it up, right? You don't want to give up any sort of advantage. You want to make yourselves look presentable for the end postseason. This is the chance, right? This is that chance. McNuggies now 0-7, as we said, struggling a little bit here. Has the knives themselves. Maybe, hey, you can do a little bit better than Emanon. That might give Ottawa even more flavor. Clark Red sitting with weapons out. So it is going to be a challenge. But right now, don't want to give themselves away. So it's a very, very deep default, a 4-1 position. Saying we are going to wait. We think Ottawa are going to try and push us.
They haven't really shown their hand to be that aggressive in these early rounds. And yes, Tactibear, yes. What does it say? Oh, they're not coming. Okay, good. All right. Surveillance says that they are staying in place, which is something that we saw out of Ottawa. They are very happy about just sticking to their positions, not biting out openly. Now, I say that you do have Alwi that crept around into that attacker side spawn all of once. They have learned their lesson. They're sticking around B for this position. Keo, it will be sighted out, and they will be able to win that duel against Mr. Raccoon, so that'll take that sentry offline. McNuggies is blades out. One of my favorite one, knives out into, those mystery themed, but mystery is right now, where is the Spike? It looks like the rotation is fully going to stoke over into B.
30 seconds left.
Right now it's a chance, as Ventus says the knives were out, but we got the kills. Right now, McNuggies is nowhere to be seen. All 5 of Clark Red make the surprise happen. And Alwi gonna have to break that wall. McNuggies ready to go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I was worried. I thought they were locked into place. I saw him running against the wall, and I was really, really worried. But that is McNuggies with the reset. You get one, you can get another. Awi was ready to go. That's going to be a flurry of deaths. Are you kidding me? McNuggies out of nowhere. That reset was enough. The hamster's kicking. That's going to be a wash. You don't get the kills, though. And you know what? The right click was so close. Awi with 9 HP. It looked so good for a moment. But at the end of the day, Clark Red finished it off with the 3K.
They were an inch away. Just too far to the left to be able to hit that right click. So McNuggies looking for a moment. Coach for Clark Red is actually calling a timeout. They actually go and obtain a tie into our first 8 and locking this at 4-4. So what was almost a necessary pop-off moment by McNuggies falls just a little bit short, but Cougars will take that. They will rest on their laurels, and they're going to talk about it. And right now their attack has been playing with pace. They've been able to kind of push in, see first contact, see if they can be able to get that kill. But otherwise, this one was slow. This one was very slow orbital by comparison.
Oh, absolutely. They are really, really taking their time. It's like they just decided to take it easy, take a cup of tea here and there, just take their time, walk it out, and as we see, attack the bunny once again, just happily sitting there. I don't think they're gonna stop, right? It's this pacing, and it tends to happen every so often. I do see it every so often. It's the mentality shift. It's the, okay, we're in game 3. We got to think about every single thing that can go down. We have to think of every single possibility. And although that's great to think, sometimes doing will get you better results. And sometimes the, hey, does this work? Yeah, sure, go for it, right? Don't even stop. Don't even take a break. So we'll see if they do. Every single round, as you said, so far, or most of the rounds so far, have been on that last 20 seconds. So we'll see if Clark Red decide to change things up, if they decide to kind of push the pacing a bit more. And it looks like they are. That's going to be 2 and 3. A split over here towards the B sites.
This is a lockdown expenditure play. They're going to be able to clear this site if they want to, and if they do. Yep. All right. Now, the key thing here, there is no counter breach to be able to get rid of it, nor is there a Sova. So this one's just going to keep everyone offside. They're going to wait for it to clear fully, and they may actually bait one way in the back. I think there may be a tiny corner, but no. Aoi was just waiting for first contact. They find one, trade one, so it becomes a 4-4, and that becomes just enough. A heal comes through. Scorpion is going to try and put that wall in, but it's not in time as McNuggies does get Rubius to the ground.
Beautiful shot, and as we said, Ottawa, they're feeling a bit better here. Clark Red, they did push the pace. It was a little bit quicker. It's a little bit more medium time. Now they have to defend. They've done it before. Done some awesome work, and that's been on the back of sometimes Emanon. Hiding around the corner. Getting around this wall. Ready for some of the opponents. Blue Spirit is going to send it in. Emanon, though, doesn't need the abilities to amplify one. Kiyoya finds Mr. Raccoon. Blue Spirit finds Scorpion. Is down to a 1v3. 1v2, I can count. Don't worry. Kiyoya currently suppressed, wondering how the heck they're going to play this one out. But that's going to be the defusal. That will be Mr. Planet gathering a 5th for you, Ottawa.
All right, Ottawa. It's a good retake off of the null command. I was thinking, yes, it was Kyo. I don't know if they had just obtained it off of that death, but they were looking for a chance to get their orbital strike online, but recognizing that that ultimate would be just basically able to lock them down and away from their key buttons on their keyboard. So they had to go and peek out into a 2-man swing, and protecting them was, in fact, Blue Spirit. So this has been quite the back and forth. And what this is my opinion only, but maybe also true. I feel like both these agent compositions are made for their opposing side. So we may be like it just feels like that. Clark is running a very defensive setup, yet they're able to take control of site in a good push. Ottawa has the makings for being a crazy attacking force. I want to see if it's as this balanced in this first half. It might be crazy dichotomous going into the next.
We'll have to wait and see, of course. The lightning ain't gonna do jack right there. Rubius Haggard beams down Aoi. Mr. Planet finds Ventus, and it's down to a 4v4. Ultis are up and alive, though, for Clark Red. So this defense is going to be great. McNuggies finds Emanon, though. Down to a 4v3, and it's counting. Ottawa slowly finding those opportunities. Kiyoya, though, finds McNuggies. If it's a back and forth they want, it's a back and forth they get. Ottawa gold down to 2.
You have the Rolling Thunder. Mr. Planet is going to be spun somewhere else into the solar system, and you actually have an orbital strike that's going to try and clear it out. They're going to do the same thing with the lockdown. So you got to step into the possibility of, just clicking their head, then they're dead. They find another one. Mr. Planet, though, into this 1v1 to the Sage all the way in the opposite end. They recognize that they have to get away from the lockdown, holding their nerve, and the defuse button, and getting the kill. Mr. Planet coming up large. That one could have been tied 5-5. An exchange of space lasers and lockdown globes turns into Ottawa breaking away, finally 6-4.
I mean, these teams are playing on the absolute edge of just, we want to make something happen, right? That last round feels like it shouldn't have happened. You saw the amount of util that was thrown in. You saw the amount of ult economy that was chucked at that round just to try and get an advantage. And now we're going right back to a gun round. McNuggies, even with the operator, you Ottawa are not letting up. They know that they have the half. They are at least able to sit at 6, but they want even more. Clark Red, hearing the operator cry out, going, oh crap, we can't really go the way that we were already planning. So A site kind of locked off, at least from the southern side. Mr. Raccoon locking off satellite as well. Oh, and Nuggies sends one straight through Kiyoya's chest.
Yo, just getting a new belly button, and one they will not be able to remember too fondly. Mr. Planet will be waiting as the Sky Smoke gets expended, so this is starting to get some momentum. But Scorpion is able to get a kill. Ventus, the infiltration, the single taps are looking pretty good. Always going to try and maintain this from distance with the Guardian. Where is that spike? It is in the hands of the 2 at South into this 3v3. It is a full map split. McNuggies, will they find them lurking? Yes, they do! And they have the Blaze Storm active as well. Trying to be able to put a few extra knives in, but they actually have to just quickly hide within their clouds, and they will run away.
Oh, so good. This is some spice here right now. I have no other words. As the knives go out, Rubia says, I'm too big, you can't kill me. Mr. Planet says, but I can kill your friend. 50 HP on Rubia's Hagrid, and that's going to be a run out. Oh my gosh. Oh, and the molly to slow him down. Rubius has to walk through it. You are forced into this scenario, and I mean, you don't really have enough time. I think that's going to be it. The wall denies it all. And Mr. Planet makes a mockery of this round unless they kill. Oh no, unless you kill, you come around the corner. It is so close. Woo.
That's why they put me
you
in
Ottawa
charge.
though. They manage a 7th, and this is the closest we have seen these two teams, I think, of all 3 games.
Don't save a thing.
That was a horror movie.
Yeah.
People that don't know this game and maybe just haven't been able to seat themselves into it, you've been watching, but you've not been playing. When you know that the round is secured from just not dying, that suddenly becomes the toughest thing in the world because you're being hunted. And 2 large men in Brim and Breach chasing one another is so funny and horrific because you know you have to just live. We go to the final round of the first half. This has been so close, yet the breakaway is beginning, and Ottawa is trying to keep up that heat, see if they can get to an A4.
Oh man. This is I don't know what's going on, Hail Monkey Man. I really don't. These teams are going back and forth. It feels like the teams just I've kind of given up on certain aspects. They're just like, just send it. Just go for it. Please just go hard. See what happens. Right now, Rubius has been one of the stalwart kind of concrete players that they've been able to work off of. Has had some very key moments, even if the score sometimes doesn't reflect it. Right now, knives are out. And on. An opportunity. Are we holding him off here on this corridor? It's gonna be another draw. A little bit of a breach play as they are locked down.
It's rough. You have one up top, so they're trying to distract all the way from. You do have the spike that has the hard entry. Emanon is actually traded, as you do have Ventus that infiltrated into tower. There's a 2-on-2, a very familiar situation. 2 very hurt, actually 1 very hurt player as Ventus on this attack is able to get 1 more. So McNuggies, can they be able to find the top of Rubius's ponytail? They're just waiting on this turn.
Ooh.
Didn't ever think they would come to him. Now Ventus is waiting to creep up into it. The half and the full. They're not gonna be able to get there in time.
Oh.
They do get a kill. They get 2.
Jeez.
Can't use that yet.
Every time it feels like either you Ottawa make a very small slip, or we see Clark Red make a very small slip. There have been multiple times where we see the spike being diffused, and it just feels like it shouldn't be allowed. And you Ottawa, taking a look here, they cannot allow that to happen either. If that trend continues, it will be Clark Red getting an advantage. We need to see you Ottawa buckle down. It is 8-4. They have a chance here to spring forward, and you called it earlier. Hail Monkey Man, you said it earlier. You said it feels like you Ottawa on the attack feel a little bit better. Let's see if that prediction comes true.
This one could be a runaway train. We go into this next half. It was balanced through what, our first 8, and then the breakaway by Ottawa as they really just started being able to gain some steam. I want to see these two comps seem to be perfectly made for their current half positions right now on defense and attack. Amanon able to get up. That is a great first blood to slow down the rest of this gang as Mr. Planet is going to hit the floor, and McNuggies can't get much more than a couple of extra taps onto the sentry. Very aggressive positioning. Ventus is able to grab another, but they're traded by Blue Spirit.
And the way Clark Red's still up a player. And Ruby is getting a lot of information. Hearing the run on to this A site. It's like a little bit of blind out. A little bit of smoke to keep him away. But look at those blind shots. Mr. Raccoon find the frags.
Last player standing.
And it looks like it is Clark Red taking this one in style. It will be the Pistols to run it out as Clark Red get their first round of the half.
I was very curious about this one because apparently coming in through Dish wasn't recognized. And that's actually what gave a free look Blue Spirit clearing Ventus for them to be able to get onto A side. But then it's just getting aggressive into the cloud bursts from that jet smoke and taking them down. Winning the duels when you have to. Clark Red able to get first pistol. They got to be able to get that next one and maybe be able to build slowly one step after the other. But breaking it could be you, Ottawa. Got to really kind of break them down here, Orbital. It feels like if you give up this round, we'll just be playing a little bit too much tic-tac back and forth. That is a bulldog, and it will bowl over Owie.
Blocking sight.
And right now they have a little bit of a safety net to work with, right? Those 2 extra rounds that they had in the first half, you know, you can kind of flub it back and forth. It's not too bad. You still want to take a couple members of Clark Red out. You want to make this expensive for them. You want to make sure they don't have such an easy time, and it looks like the util that was laid down over there on A site has warded U Ottawa off, and they're actually going to chase into this weaker side. It's only 2 members. Down goes the Stimpak. They're going to chase as quickly as possible, but Scorpion gets a blind shot, gets a 3K, and Mr. Planet is finally going to find their life. The damage has been done, though. 2v4.
Yo, fade away. We'll put a little bit of extra damage. Rubius will finish the job, and this becomes a 3v1. Ottawa happy that they've been able to at least get one gun, but they do have a bulldog in hand, so maybe some magic can happen with 100 HP and no armor in a 1v3 situation. Taking the rope very quietly, but they're going to try and cover everything. And in fact, they do it. The sentry bot, which will squeak, giving away where they are. Looks like all they got to do, find a couple shots. This blind fire through the box. It's a too hard of a corner, and that's going to be a lot of damage done. And though they will get 3 kills, they won't be able to secure this one. But interesting situation is that does break a bit of this buy because all of them do die. So you won't have full bonus onto Clark Red. They're going to have to stick with Sheriffs, which really could be you Ottawa just bowling over this round.
Yeah, and I'll actually give that one over to the side of Clark Red. They played that well, right? The 2 that peaked were really used as defensive modules, right? The pawns that were kind of sacrificial. I mean, yes, you wanted to kill, but it made, it definitely made a little bit of a hard read. You know, are they actually back to defuse? So it was well played. You Ottawa, though, with guns alive, they should have an advantage here, and Clark Red don't really have a choice but to secede and to give a lot of that space. Awi, though, watches as Ventus gets a great kill. Mr. Raccoon fires right back, and they're onto the site. You can take a look. It is Clark Red taking a little bit of the wire underneath to get to the top side of A. They're going to try and pinch out of 2 routes.
I love that positioning for that plant. Something about that is just so cathartic for a killjoy. You have so many of your weapons out in the open, trying to be able to create a one-way as well as just a big gap for heaven as well as hell here on A. And trying to creep up, Keo, will they be able to find anyone? No, they have actually covered their lines, and they do put a molly out onto site. Blue Spirit with a fadeaway to get rid of Scorpion. Down to 1 HP and down to none. This 2v1 should be able to secure it. They stagger the swarm grenades. Keo will upgrade, get a Vandal in hand, but the Bull will take them by the horns, and so reestablish themselves in better position. Ottawa goes 9-6. That one a bit messier than I thought it was gonna be, but Sheriffs and good aim labs really can find those heads quickly.
It's not the worst thing in the world, right? No. The rounds broke down exactly how you wanted, and you still have all the guns available. That's more than you can say for a lot of situations. So hey, you're in the right spot. Now the question is, can Kyoya make this operator work? Normally you see that on the likes of Emanon, but Emanon has had a very rough time here, 9, 14, and 6. So we're gonna have to see how well this operator plays. Is it going to bring a lot of value? Right now it's a little bit of a split. All 5 members of U Ottawa currently pincering into this B site, and with the lockdown going in as well, they're gonna have easy access. Wait till the last 3 seconds, push, and see who they catch.
I'm surprised that we're not seeing.
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay. Well, 2 detained, so they stuck it out. They also are saying to come to them. They're being protected way backside, so they will not fall. This is a 5v5 retake. We get 4. Alwi takes away Emanon, who is starting to knock at the back door. Now they're going to creep up into this one. This is a slow orb. They don't want to give themselves up after a smoke this wall. They're going to give a quick heal over to Kyo. They're going to try bounce up over the wall, and they actually are just using it as a barricade to shoot beyond. So there's still a chance, still some hope as this sky smoke continues to rain down and take away these sight lines.
I love that. The wall being used to give a height advantage, and Kyoya makes best of it. Alwi is going to go down. That's going to be a blind as Blue Spirit shoots the ceilings unintentionally. But Mr. Raccoon on the back end clears out Kyoya and Scorpion. It's down to a 1v3. U Ottawa played this one about as well as they could have. And it's a 1 round. They are the first to hit double digits and a much needed 2 rounds in a row.
I always love that kind of sage wall where you tell your team, hey, stand here, and you just rise above and you're like, burr, burr, burr. So don't take my sound effects seriously, guys. U Ottawa 10-6 right now, and this very quickly could become 11-6 based on our current situation. I've seen good sheriff shots. We do have the revive available for Scorpion. You got a lockdown, but that's more maybe for a retake. I don't think they'll use that into this particular round. Opposite of that, you got the orbital strike, which, you know, I'm so happy that Valorant named a move after you, man. Like, congrats.
Once you're immortalized like that, it just feels so good. Like, you're just like, yes, thank you very, very much. Right now, though, we're waiting for the 2 teams to immortalize the ending of this game. U Ottawa with 4-round difference. And with the guns alive, it's going to be a rough one for Clark Red. They are still split quite heavily, and Satellite is going to go the way of Awi. I mean, I'm going to get some hate for calling it Satellite, I think. But Awi with the last bullet sends Emanon to the grave. Now a little bit larger of a blind as Awi makes it a 3K. Makes it so nice. Clark Red kind of accepting their defeat here, and I can't really blame them.
Listen to that round. They do have the ability to trade these back and forth, but it feels like ever since we started getting away from trading, the streaking has all been in the back pockets of the GGs of Ottawa. And 6, 5v1. Not going to be acing that out. Flawless round comes through. 2 away from repeating history. And that's not a good feeling for Clark Red. Coach Shin-Chi is actually going to take a timeout for the Cougars. They're in a position where they're going to be going into rifle round, and they got to win it. There is no other words to be said. This one has to be the beginning of next big steps. They have lost their previous 3 series in the last 3 weeks. All of them game 3. This one very much looking the same if they can't turn it around.
It is. It's such a dangerous scenario, and I think this is the right call to have the timeout at this point. It's gun round. It's one of the last gun rounds that you might see today. So, you know, you gotta make it count. And honestly, I think for Clark Red, it's slow down. Again, I always say slow, but it's take your time, right? Don't go crazy. Don't go walking into gunfire. If you have to back away, you have to back away. Try those retakes that, you know, it worked for you, Ottawa, in the first half. Maybe it's what you got to do too. You do have the resurrection, so you can play a little bit more up in front. Maybe keep eyes on that jet. And then, of course, you have the lockdown of your own. Whenever there's a lockdown on the defensive side, I will always say you can use it in a defensive manner, and I feel it gets so much more benefit. So keep eyes on where that Killjoy wants to go. So far, it is on that B site, and it's a deep give of A site. You can see no one really on top. They're going to allow you, Ottawa, to have their pick of the litter if they do decide to go A.
Can they crush this? Can they crash straight into B? Sandwich situation, but you do have the alarm bot, 2 swarms, and the sentry that are all waiting for them to knock at this door here at B main. And the wall has to be chipped at. slightly broken. Start working their way through in from arcade, but they're not going to fully commit. They're actually going to be looking at getting underneath into sewer. You don't have that lockdown online, and it more than likely will not happen into this round. They're going to rotate away. And actually may be the best call because everyone committed back over to be into that rotation, or at least that initial pressure. So they've got a free sight. Rubius better be careful, though. They're pretty well exposed. They have to win a couple of this, but now it becomes a 2v1 swing, and the numbers are looking against the Clark Red now on defense.
That one definitely hurts. I have no other words for it, right? You lose the 2 initial gun duels, and you drop in a gun round. So Awi, looking for a little bit more, saw the body of Emanon, who immediately takes out Awi. So that's a great frag. Looking for a few more. You know one's on top of sight. Can you look for another? Around dish they go. Yo-Yo waiting in sight. That's going to be the call. Here it go down, and Blue Spirit was ready for it. Beautiful shot. Blue Spirit takes a third. I mean, there's nothing else you can do. Emanon has got to pull off a 3K of a century, and it's not going to happen. You Ottawa, 1 away on match point. And what do you know? You are gifted a scenario of one of the rougher buy situations for Clark Red.
It's not impossible? Question mark. It's got Emanon, who has been on the downhill skid of needing to use that Blaze Storm to fullest effect. They will buy for whom they can. You have Judges, Bulldogs, Aries, Guardians. Oh my. This is Walmart coupon day, trying to make the best of a weird and bad situation. Null Command online. This one could be the victory lap for you, Ottawa, to get to 7-1. Alwi is going to rock and roll behind that robot. Emanon trying not to die from beyond the box. McNuggies looking for heads to roll. The majority, if not all players from Clark Red hanging out, but Keo is able to down some judgment. The Cougars needed that.
You always got to be worried about that cheeky play, right? Once you get a little bit too comfortable with your lead, that happens. And Emanon has another one, but McNuggies able to fire right back. It's a 2v3. Knives are still out. Emanon wants to fire off the last few, but Ventus was ready. McNuggies taken out on the top side. And Ventus is ready again with this spike down. There's not too much you can do. Mr. Raccoon has to face off against 2, but Raccoon finds it. Oh, the shot between. Rubius, though, says, okay, we finished it off. It is now a round back. We are at 7 rounds for Clark Red. As you, Ottawa, they have enough to work with. I mean, they don't want to keep this one drawn out.
Woo. This is going to be rough the whole time because you're forced to buy into that situation, right? You're going to be able to upgrade a couple of rifles, and then it becomes what's in their pockets to then go and buy for their teammates. No matter what, you are buying into a deficit for the next round, but that next round has to exist. If you are the Cougars, you've got 3 rifles, you may have a Guardian and a Bulldog. That's not an inconsequential upgrade. That one's going to be very, very good for them looking forward because the rest of it was messy. Cougars surviving that round is so good, but they got to do it 5 more times before we possibly threaten OT. You have the slow orb to keep them from crashing party main, and it looks like the long may be their next play.
I mean, Raccoon wants to do it. And the Argents. So, lockdown. All right, but debate once again. You can take a look on the top side. It is you, Ottawa, rotating around. They're pulling a Clark Red here, and they're going to do it a little bit better. Mr. Raccoon says, hey, I send one to the grave. The attacker lockdown doesn't get into one, but that wasn't the plan in the first place. Spike is down. McNuggies says thank you very much. Mr. Planet says we're all set. Retake for the end of this match. Clark Red, I've got to make it work. Mr. Raccoon running interference to the back line. Saying, hey, guys, you got to know where they are. 4 stacked in mid. Clark Red, can they do it?
Everyone's stuck straight in the muck. They see a full crash, and that's Alwi that's going to drop. Blue Spirit's able to get Ventus off of that trade. It becomes a 3v3. Very hurt is their Sage. Ruby is trying to run for cover to be able to get to that spike. A big revive. They're going to be able to get 2. They both drop down, and that is it. It will be Ottawa that finishes it in 20 rounds in game number 3. History repeated. They're able to put down the likes of Clark Red, but not without a good fight. It was oh so close in the first half. 8-8. Everything, it was jab for jab, blow for blow, Orbital, but this one was Ottawa just able to escape slowly but surely, and they got it done.
I love it. I love it. Once again, this is keeping with the trend, keeping with the regular, and you Ottawa look great, but Clark Red came out with some fire. Once again, they took advantage of saying that a lot of teams do struggle with as well, is learning to read mistakes and taking advantage of it. Maybe also take a look at understanding economies and understanding when you have a gun advantage. That way you're not dropping ultimates when it's not really necessary. But for right now, I'm loving these teams. I want to see them continue on into the playoffs and see how well they can do there as well.
Well, that's all we got for today. Congratulations over to the GGs of you, Ottawa, as they're able to take this one into a 2-1 series. And of course, able to go beyond and go to 7-1 now through the first 8 weeks of league play here in the spring semester. Opposite of that, Clark, I mean, they have a great concept. They dropped all four of these last 4 weeks at 1 and 2. They're making that big push to go to that extension, but they just haven't quite figured out how to get it done. But Orbital, that's all we got for the night. Last looks for maybe the last week for Valorant going into next week, and maybe the remainder of this one.
I don't know. I think teams are going to buckle down. I expect to see some people playing for placement. Either way, I think it's going to be a blast.
It very much will. And hey, thank you guys so much for being here, as well as to our awesome production. We had Optimize and Bulby that were able to give you not only the production, but as well as the observing and of all the cool little stuffed animals you got to see today. I'm Hell Monkey Man. That's Orbital. You guys have been pretty cool. We're going to see you next time. Come back to us for NECC. More action tomorrow.